The sun peeked over the horizon, spilling soft pink and orange hues across the sky. The faint morning light filtered through the canopy of ancient trees, speckling the forest floor with shards of sunrise. A gentle mist hovered close to the ground, looping around the bases of the trees and curling under bushes and shrubs. Deep in the heart of this mystical forest lay a hidden glen, untouched by the outside world. It was a place of natural wonder and magic, where ancient trees stood tall like silent sentinels and tiny brooks babbled pleasant melodies as they meandered through emerald moss. At the center of the glen was a small, shimmering lake fed by two waterfalls that trickled down from the surrounding rock faces. The water was crystal clear and cool to the touch. Near the edge of the lake stood a quaint cottage crafted from stone and timber. It was here that sisters Willow and Iris lived, in harmony with the woodland creatures and sprites that shared their lovely glen. Iris yawned and slowly blinked open her eyes as the first light of dawn crept into the bedroom she shared with Willow. Iris always woke just before sunrise, when the forest was still wrapped in misty silence. She tiptoed out of bed, careful not to disturb her sister's peaceful slumber. After washing up in the basin by the window and changing into a sky blue dress, Iris headed outside to greet the new day. She skipped down to the lake's shore and took a seat on her favorite rock, watching the slow ripples on the glassy surface. Then she closed her eyes and deeply inhaled the crisp morning air, listening to the melodious bird song around her. This was Iris's favorite time of day, when the forest was bathed in magical dawn light and the creatures of the night had quieted down for rest. After enjoying a few minutes of tranquil stillness, Iris's tummy started to grumble. She stood up and followed the trickling brook upstream until she came to a berry bush thick with juicy blueberries. Iris plucked a handful and popped them in her mouth, savoring their sweet tangy flavor. She picked some more and placed them in the straw basket she had brought, knowing Willow would be hungry too when she awoke. Humming softly to herself, Iris returned to the cottage and placed the basket of berries on the wooden kitchen table. She retrieved some bread, cheese, and milk and arranged them nicely for their breakfast. Just then, Willow emerged from the bedroom, running her fingers through her wavy auburn hair and straightening out her leaf green dress. "Good morning, Iris," Willow said through a yawn. "You're up early as always." Iris smiled cheerfully. "Yep. I got us some yummy berries too. Come have breakfast." The two sisters sat down and enjoyed their simple morning meal together. When they had eaten their fill, Iris decided she wanted to make flower crowns. Willow agreed it was a nice idea. They headed out hand in hand along a forest trail speckled with buttery sunshine. Birds twittered in the shady branches above them. Soon they arrived at a sunny meadow blanketed in wildflowers. Vibrant violets, crimson poppies, and dainty daisies bobbed gently in the breeze. Iris immediately plopped down among the flowers and set to work stringing together a crown of purple asters, while Willow chose more subdued white lilies for her own creation. Iris hummed as she deftly wove the stems together, crafting a perfectly circular crown. When she tried it on, the vibrant colors stood out beautifully against her long, caramel-colored hair. "So, how do I look?" Iris asked Willow with a grin. Willow smiled back warmly. "Lovely as always, little sister. The colors suit you." Iris playfully rolled her eyes. "You always call me little sister even though I'm 16 already, almost grown up." "To me you'll always be my little Iris," Willow said fondly, "no matter how big you get." Though 21 years old herself, Willow often acted more like a mother to Iris than just a sister. She couldn't help feeling protective of her vibrant, gently reckless sibling. Iris dismissively waved off Willow's sentimentality and got back to crown making. She fashioned a larger crown of beautiful blue hydrangeas and placed it on Willow's head. "There, now you have one too. The blue matches your eyes." Willow nodded graciously. She finished her simple white lily crown and set it atop Iris's brown locks. The two sisters spent the entire morning surrounded by flowers and sunshine, crafting crown after crown, necklaces out of daisy chains, and bouquets of all colors and sizes. Their flower creations were scattered all around the meadow. When the sun neared its peak in the sky, Willow stood and brushed the grass from her dress. "We should head back home and have some lunch," she suggested. Iris didn't want to leave yet, but her rumbling stomach told her it was time. They gathered up their best flower crowns and accessories and started the hike back home, ready for a midday meal. As they strolled through the forest, Willow kept a protective eye on her surroundings while Iris merrily sang songs to the trees, bushes, and birds. They waved to the occasional woodland fairy that peeked out from behind a leaf or mushroom. Back at the cottage, Willow prepared a spread of seed bread, carrot soup, and nettle tea. Iris inhaled it hungrily. The sun always sharpened her appetite. Bellies full, the sisters decided to pay a visit to their pixie friend Lily, who lived at the base of an elder tree on the far side of the glen. Lily loved getting updated on all the sisters' activities. And Iris wanted to bring her a bouquet of wildflowers. So they headed out once more into the sunshine, the grass cool and soft under their bare feet. "Let's have a race," Iris suddenly challenged Willow. Before her sister could protest, Iris took off down the trail laughing. "No fair," Willow called out, picking up her skirts and trying her best to catch up to Iris. Though Iris had gotten a head start, Willow's long legs and athleticism allowed her to gain ground quickly. Soon the sisters were neck and neck, dashing through the glen. They startled a family of rabbits, who darted into the bushes as the two fairies zoomed by. Iris pushed herself to run faster, her wreath of asters threatening to bounce off her head. She managed to stay just ahead of Willow and crossed an imaginary finish line at the base of the elder tree, cheering victoriously. Willow wasn't far behind. "Woo! I win," Iris boasted playfully. Willow shrugged good-naturedly. "You had a head start, that's cheating," she pointed out, catching her breath. Secretly though, she didn't mind letting Iris get the glory. Willow just enjoyed spending time with her sister and seeing the constant smile on her face. "Lily! We're here," Iris called out in a sing-song voice, peering into a small hole at the base of the tree. Moments later, a tiny face with tousled azure hair, cobalt eyes, and translucent wings peeked out. "Iris, Willow. So wonderful to see you both," Lily said in her delicate, tinkling voice. She flew up to hover at their eye level. "Oh, what beautiful flowers," she exclaimed, noticing Iris's bouquet. "They're for you," Iris said, handing the colorful blooms to her petite friend. Lily's wings fluttered happily as she took in the flower's sweet fragrance. "Girls, you're so thoughtful to visit me. Please, come in and sit." Lily led the way into her cozy home inside the tree trunk. Willow and Iris had to duck to squeeze through the entryway carved out for a sprite Lily's size. Lily's home was small but tidy and beautiful. The wood walls were decorated with intricate carvings of vines, flowers, and pixies. Shelves held jars of pollen, seeds, dried herbs, and glittering stones. The furniture was crafted from woven twigs and dried leaves. Lily flitted around preparing nettle tea for her guests while Iris and Willow settled onto stump stools. "So tell me, what have my two favorite fairies been up to?" Lily asked. Iris excitedly launched into retelling their entire flower-filled morning in the meadow while Lily listened intently. Willow interjected now and then to elaborate on certain details or keep Iris's wild hand gestures from knocking anything over. "And so then we came straight here to see you and bring you the flowers," Iris finished. "It sounds like you had the loveliest time." "I'm so delighted you thought of me," said Lily. For the next hour, the three friends exchanged stories and laughter over nettle tea and sweet honey drops. When the day's light started to grow dim, Willow regretfully announced that she and Iris should head home and start preparing supper. Lily understood but made the sisters promise to visit again very soon. The sun had begun dipping below the horizon as Willow and Iris returned to their cottage, casting an orange glow over the glen. As they crossed the flower meadow, Willow suddenly paused. Something felt off. She scanned the area intently but saw nothing amiss. "What is it?" Iris asked, noticing Willow's change in demeanor. I'm not sure, I just suddenly felt like something wasn't right. Like we're being watched. Willow frowned, peering into the shadowy tree line across the meadow. Iris looked around uneasily. I don't see anything. It's probably nothing. Willow remained wary but nodded. You're probably right. Let's go home. She took Iris's hand firmly in her own and picked up their pace as they crossed the meadow. Willow silently vowed to stay on high alert for anything sinister invading their peaceful glen. But for now, she didn't want to worry Iris, who was as carefree and trusting as always. By the time they reached the cottage, the sun had disappeared and twilight hung over the glen. Glow bugs flickered around the trees nearby. Iris started preparing a vegetable stew over the crackling fireplace while Willow retrieved water from the brook. The strange ominous sensation Willow had felt earlier was replaced by the comforts of home. Later, after enjoying their hearty dinner, the two sisters settled down in their cozy beds. Iris fell asleep quickly, but Willow stayed awake for some time. She glanced pensively out the window at the crescent moon above the silhouetted trees. She said a prayer to the moon goddess, asking that any possible threat stay far from their beloved glen. Eventually Willow's worries faded and she drifted off to sleep, the moon watching over them through the night. Chapter 2 Morning sunshine filtered into the bedroom, falling across Willow's face and rousing her from sleep. She blinked her eyes open and stretched her arms overhead before sitting up in bed. Iris was still fast asleep under her thick quilt, snoring softly. Not wanting to wake her sister just yet, Willow quietly got dressed and headed outside alone. The morning mist hadn't yet burned off, enveloping the glen in gossamer veils. Droplets of dew clung to the grass and leaves. Willow made her way along the forest trail already bustling with chipper birds and critters starting their day. She waved to a family of squirrels gathered around an oak and tossed some spare nuts she had in her pocket their way. The squirrels chattered happily at the treat. Willow paused when she arrived at the two giant moss-covered boulders that marked the glen's northern border. She placed her hand on one of the cool, damp boulders. Her eyes drifted upward towards the dense forest stretching out beyond her homeland. Somewhere in that unknown realm beyond lay potential danger. Willow said a quick prayer asking the earth to keep evil far from her glen. As she turned to head back home, a creaking, croaking voice suddenly spoke. Willow, dear child, a word if you please. Willow jumped at the unexpected voice and whirled around. She instantly relaxed when she saw the source. Sitting atop the left boulder was a great horned owl, his feathers a mix of tawny browns and greys. He was an ancient creature who served as the guardian of these woods. Willow and Iris knew him as Old Cliff for the craggy cliff where he nested. Old Cliff, you startled me, Willow said, placing a hand over her pounding heart. What brings you here so early? Old Cliff ruffled his feathers ominously. I am afraid I bear grave news, an urgent warning that must be shared with you and Iris immediately. Willow's chest tightened. She had a feeling this might relate to the strange sensation she had in the meadow yesterday. Go and wake Iris, Old Cliff instructed. Then meet me at the sitting stones. He spread his great wings and took off in the direction of the nearby circle of etched stones where the magical creatures of the glen often gathered. Willow's mind raced as she hurried back to the cottage. She burst into the bedroom, throwing open the curtains. Iris grumbled and pulled her blanket over her head. Wake up, Iris. Old Cliff has summoned us to the sitting stones. He claims it's urgent. Iris reluctantly rubbed her eyes and sat up, squinting against the bright light. Old Cliff? What's so urgent that it couldn't wait until after breakfast? She asked through a yawn. I'm not sure, but he said it's grave news, a warning of some kind. We must go, now. Willow tossed Iris her cobalt dress and slid on her own moss-green one. She pulled her hair into a braid while Iris hastily brushed out her long waves. In 5 minutes they were out the door, rushing barefoot down the trail to the sitting stones with no time for food or tea. The circle of etched stones sat in a sun-dappled clearing, encircled by ash trees. Most of the glen's magical beings were already gathered, their faces etched with concern. The sisters took a seat atop one of the cool stone surfaces. Iris spotted Lily perched on a toadstool, her hands anxiously wringing her tulip petal skirt. A family of wood elves leaned against one stone while a hedgehog, 2 squirrels, and a fox sat attentively on another. Old Cliff peered down at the assembly from his high perch atop the tallest stone. Once everyone had settled, Old Cliff cleared his throat. "Friends, I apologize for the rushed gathering this morning. But I am afraid we face grave danger, and there is no time to waste." A nervous murmur passed through the crowd. Iris reached for Willow's hand, suddenly feeling quite awake and anxious. Old Cliff held up a wing to silence the crowd. "Just yesterday at sundown I saw a terrible omen in my scrying stones, a vision of darkness invading this forest. An evil force that will stop at nothing to control all who dwell here." Gasps erupted from the creatures. Iris's nails dug into Willow's hand. Her cheery face was now stark white. "What evil force? And why does it want to control us?" demanded the eldest wood elf. Old Cliff's yellow eyes flashed ominously. The stones showed little of the threat's identity or motives, only that it is sinister and powerful. But we must not wait idly to be overtaken. We must ready ourselves however possible. Extra vigilant for any signs of darkness encroaching upon our realm. The once peaceful glen dwellers erupted into panicked speculation about what evil could be coming and how they might protect themselves. Iris was frozen, her mind swimming with frightening possibilities. Willow stood up tall on the stone, raising her hands to quiet the fearful crowd. Though she too felt the claws of dread in her heart, she buried it down, knowing she must be strong for Iris. "Friends, do not panic. Though Old Cliff warns of darkness ahead, he also made clear we have time still to prepare ourselves." Her voice rang out clearly above the din. "We are a community of great magic. If we keep our wits about us and stand united, no evil force shall defeat us." A murmur of agreement arose, and the creature's shoulders relaxed ever so slightly at Willow's show of poise and confidence. Iris looked up at her sister in admiration, feeling her own courage restored by Willow's composure and leadership. "We will double our vigilance for anything out of the ordinary," Willow continued. "And we will make ready our magic, honing our skills should we need to defend our glen." The crowd nodded, emboldened by Willow's words. Old Cliff gazed down at her approvingly. "Well said, child. Hope and unity shall be our greatest weapons against the dark tide." He stretched his wings and took flight back towards his cliff. The others dispersed to spread the warning and make preparations, resolute but still uneasy. Lily gave Iris a comforting hug before flitting home to gather magic herbs and dusts. The sisters made their way back through the misty forest, hand in hand once more. "Do you really think some evil is coming here to the glen?" Iris finally asked in a small voice. Though she had tried to appear brave and calm during the urgent meeting, inside she was quaking. Willow slowed her pace and pulled Iris into a tight hug. "I won't let anything hurt you or this glen, Iris. Don't be afraid." Iris felt the comforting warmth of her sister's embrace. If anyone could protect them, it was wise, powerful Willow. "We will face this threat together," Willow continued, holding Iris at arm's length and looking into her eyes. "But Old Cliff is right, hope and unity will be our greatest shields. Put your fear aside, little sister, and remember the light within you that no darkness can extinguish." Iris nodded, bolstered by her sister's confidence. She mustered a small smile. "We will be ready for whatever comes. This is our home, and we'll defend it." Willow smiled proudly back. "That's the spirit." By the time the cottage came into view, the mood had lightened a bit. The morning's dread was diminished by trust in their community's collective power and their own sisterly bond. They quickly prepared a breakfast of seed porridge and black tea before heading out to meet with neighbors about securing the glen. Over the next several days, the creatures worked tirelessly to prepare protective enchantments and vigilant patrols. Lily distributed powders and potions to keep evil at bay. The wood elves and squirrels set up a communication network across the glen using bells, drums, and mirrors. And Willow and Iris helped anyone who needed magical aid, reinforcing defense spells, summoning light to banish shadows. They took turns scrying to monitor the edges of the glen for unusual activity. But all remained peaceful, for now. At dawn 1 week later, Willow was returning from an early patrol when a sparrow nearly crashed into her in its hastiness. It was Mr. Nuttall, an excitable youngster. He landed on a branch to catch his breath. "Mr. Nuttall, what's the matter?" Willow asked. The sparrow chirped urgently. "Willow, I was on watch near the eastern brook when I saw something strange. It was some sort of inky black creature slinking through the trees. It moved like living shadow." Willow's heart seized. Could this finally be a sign of the foretold evil? She steeled herself and grasped her rowan wand tighter. "Please, show me where you saw this creature." Mr. Nuttall led Willow east to the gurgling brook where he had been patrolling. Willow scanned the surroundings carefully. The forest here seemed just as tranquil as ever. Birds flitted between branches gathering nest materials. Small creatures foraged through the underbrush. Mr. Nuttall perched on Willow's shoulder, pointing out where he had spotted the shadow creature. Willow reached out with her magical senses but felt nothing sinister. "Are you certain it was not just a trick of the light?" Early morning plays such visual games. Mr. Nuttall insisted he knew what he saw. But upon further probing, it seemed the shadowy form had not been fully substantial or corporeal. Though disconcerting, it was not enough evidence to raise alarm. Willow thanked the sparrow for his vigilance and sent him on his way. She lingered a while longer, watching and listening for anything out of the ordinary. But the glen remained undisturbed. Willow returned home, where Iris was arranging wildflowers on the kitchen windowsill. She looked up with a bright smile as her sister entered. "There you are. How was patrol?" Not wanting to trouble Iris just yet, Willow simply said, "Uneventful." She busied herself preparing tea and changing out of her muddy boots. But subtle signs of darkness lingered at the edge of Willow's awareness over the following days. Strange scuttling noises heard at night. Unnatural cold spots. Whispers on the wind. She increased the strength of the boundary enchantments. Evil was encroaching upon their haven, even if its form remained hidden. For now the creatures of the glen remained blissfully unaware. But soon, Willow feared, the ominous warnings would come to sinister fruition. About 2 weeks after Old Cliff's disturbing summons, Willow returned home one evening even more unsettled than usual. Iris questioned her, but again Willow downplayed it. She retired to bed early, troubled sleep claiming her late into the night. Willow was walking alone down a dim forest path she did not recognize. The trees loomed ominously overhead, blocking all light. She could hear whispering all around, though she saw no one. Every root and branch appeared to reach out and grab her. "Who's there? Reveal yourself." Willow yelled out into the void. Laughter echoed back. Suddenly an inky, shapeless form materialized before her. 2 red eyes glowed from within black smoke. It spoke in a voice like gravel on bone. "The time has come, little fairy. My presence can no longer be denied or averted." Willow stumbled back in shock, raising her wand defensively. Her hand trembled. "Go away, demon. You are not welcome here." The shadow emitted a vile chuckle. "But I have already arrived. Your pitiful magic spells have failed to stop my steady encroachment. The time is nigh. I shall at last claim dominion over you and all your kind. The glen and forest shall be mine." Before Willow could react, the creature lunged forth and swallowed her in suffocating darkness. Willow awoke with a scream, her heart hammering against her ribs. Iris was at her side in an instant, fretting over her. Willow took deep breaths to calm herself. But the dream's darkness still clung to her thoughts like cobwebs. This had been no mere nightmare, it was an omen. The evil they had been warned about was now on their very doorstep. And they had run out of time to prepare. Dawn's rosy fingers crept over the horizon as the sisters hurried towards the sitting stones once more. Iris was stunned when Willow revealed all that had been happening the past 2 weeks, the sightings, cold spots, and now her foreboding dream. Iris's eyes were wide with fear, but she held Willow's hand firmly. "We will warn the others. This evil will not take us without a fight." Willow managed a small, grateful smile at her sister's resolve. Nearly the whole glen had already gathered at the stones, the early summons setting everyone on edge. Hushed speculation rippled through the audience as the sisters arrived and took their place beside old Cliff on the highest stone. All eyes were locked anxiously on Willow. She took a deep breath and addressed the crowd. "Friends, the dark presence old Cliff foresaw has arrived. It lurks just outside our borders, a sinister magic biding its time to strike. Last night it came to me in a dream, proclaiming its intent to conquer this glen and woodland." Shocked outcries erupted from the crowd. Iris covered her mouth with her hands. Lily's bright glow diminished in distress. Willow's voice rang out insistently above the din, "But we shall not surrender or retreat in fear. As keepers of this glen, we shall defend our home against this fiend. Though the evil has proven mighty, we still have time to harden our defenses. We must unite not just in power but spirit. Have hope." Her words reignited the crowd's courage. The Elf King declared his clan ready to fight with all their skill. Lily and the other sprites promised to harvest their most potent plant magic. Old Cliff vowed to continue scrying for tactical insights on the foe. Iris stepped forward, her head held high. "My sister speaks true words. We are a community of great light and power. Let evil come, the darkness shall not prevail." The eyes of the creatures shone with invigorated resolve. Even Willow felt emboldened by Iris's unexpected show of courage. She squeezed her sister's hand proudly. Perhaps they could overcome this sinister force after all. The next day marked the start of intensive preparations for the impending conflict. Patrols multiplied twofold. Magical wards were further amplified, knitting together an invisible protective dome around the periphery. Stockpiles of medicinal herbs were prepared. The sisters scarcely stopped moving all day, providing magical aid wherever needed. As evening fell, Willow stopped a moment by the edge of the lake to catch her breath. She gazed out worriedly at the fiery sunset bleeding into the tree line. All her instincts told her the dark force's attack was imminent. She whispered a prayer to the fading light, promising to fight with all her might to protect this paradise and its inhabitants. Especially Iris, whose innocent spirit deserved to remain forever untainted by evil. Iris came up quietly behind Willow and hugged her shoulders. "You should rest. Tomorrow will be another busy day." Willow nodded, turning to follow Iris back to the cottage. She cast one last look over her shoulder at the dark silhouettes of trees as night descended. Somewhere beyond, concealed in shadow, a sinister presence lay in wait. But Willow too would be ready when it chose to show its face at last. Chapter 3. Dawn's light filtered through the bedroom window, falling across Willow's face. She blearily opened her eyes, feeling exhausted. Her sleep had been consumed by ominous dreams she could scarcely remember now. Iris was still curled up under her quilt, snoring softly. Not wanting to wake her sister, Willow quietly got dressed and headed outside. The morning air was cool and damp, strands of mist snaking through the trees. It was that tranquil time before the forest fully woke and the creatures began their daily routines. Yet as Willow followed the winding trail, she felt anything but peaceful. Her heart was burdened with dread in anticipation of the looming threat. She wrung her hands anxiously, wishing there was more she could do to prepare the glen. But they had already put every protective enchantment in place and warned all the inhabitants to be ready. Now, they could only wait helplessly for the darkness to show itself. Lost in worried thought, Willow didn't even notice the elderly gnome ambling up the trail until he called out. "Good morning, Miss Willow. Awful early to be up and about, isn't it?" Willow smiled politely at the gnome, named Elderbog. "Good morning, Elderbog. I'm afraid I couldn't sleep. Elderbog hobbled closer, leaning heavily on his gnarled oak staff. His bushy brows knit together in concern. "Ah yes, I suspect many of us are restless with dread of what's to come." He sighed heavily. "I've lived in this glen for more centuries than I can count, but never have I sensed such black magic brewing." Willow's smile faded. She too had lived here her whole life and never encountered something so malicious. Part of her had hoped Old Cliff's ominous vision would not come to pass. That they would be spared somehow. "Whatever this evil is, we will defeat it together," she told Elderbog, trying to convince herself it was true. "This glen has ancient magic to rival any darkness." Elderbog patted her hand with his wrinkled one. "I do hope you're right, my dear. I'm afraid my old bones won't be much use in a battle." He forced a chuckle. Willow gave his hand a grateful squeeze. "We will look after you, Elderbog. All of us will face this threat as a community." The old gnome smiled up at her fondly before continuing his slow walk down the trail. Willow watched him hobble off, his form shrinking into the mist. She silently vowed to do whatever it took to protect him and all the other gentle souls who called this glen home. By the time Willow returned home, Iris was awake and ready for the day. She greeted Willow with a smile, but it seemed strained. After a quick breakfast, the sisters hurried off to check the boundary enchantments and assist anyone who needed help with preparations. They spent the morning reinforcing defensive charms around sprite homes and bringing baskets of medicinal herbs to heal a sparrow for her remedies. Everywhere they went, a palpable tension hung in the air. Creatures spoke in hushed voices if at all, their eyes constantly scanning the forest edges for anything amiss. It seemed everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the invisible evil to show itself at last. Late in the afternoon, Willow and Iris took a break beneath a sprawling oak. Iris absent-mindedly wove sticks and grass into little animal shapes while Willow stared off across the glen, brow furrowed. Iris glanced over at her sister. "Do you really think this evil, whatever it is, can make it through all the magic wards we've put up?" Willow sighed, rubbing her temples. "I honestly don't know, Iris. But dark power has its ways of slipping through, even the tightest defenses." She thought back to her vivid dream of the menacing creature proclaiming nothing would stop its arrival. Just the memory made her shudder. Iris shifted closer to Willow. "Well, if it does get through, we have an entire community ready to drive it away again. Plus, we have each other." She bumped Willow's shoulder affectionately. "No evil stands a chance against the charms and spells we can whip up together." Willow's face softened into a small smile. Iris's optimism never ceased to uplift her spirits. She pulled her sister into a grateful hug. "You're absolutely right. Together we are strong." Iris beamed, glad to see the worry fade slightly from Willow's eyes. Their tender moment was suddenly shattered by a blood-curdling screech from above. The sisters' heads snapped up to see a blur of feathers hurtling towards them in a frenzy. It crash-landed on the grass before them, flapping and cawing madly. "Tabitha!" Iris cried, recognizing the older crow they sometimes sought omens and insight from. "What's happened?" "Danger!" Tabitha croaked wildly. "Coming this way." Willow knelt down. "Slow down, Tabitha. What's coming? What did you see?" Her heart thudded as she braced for the grave news. The panicked crow took a moment to catch her breath. "I was keeping watch over the eastern edge of the glen when a dark figure emerged from the trees. A cloaked man, tall as the pines. I felt his magic crackling, malicious and more powerful than anything I've encountered." Iris's face had gone deathly pale. Willow felt icy fear gripping her heart but maintained a calm tone. "Did you see where this stranger went?" "Towards the heart of the glen," Tabitha said. "I flew as fast as I could to warn you." "He moves swiftly." Willow's composure finally cracked. This was their foretold enemy, some sorcerer of terrible power. Their protective wards had failed. She jumped to her feet, hands trembling. "Iris, hurry!" We must tell the others. Iris needed no convincing. They took off running down the trail back towards the village, Tabitha flapping overhead. Willow's mind raced faster than her feet. How could they possibly defeat a dark sorcerer when their magic was meant for nurturing the glen's life, not battling evil forces? But there was no time for strategy. The confrontation was upon them. They burst from the trees into the central village, yelling for everyone to gather at once. Creatures poured from their homes in confusion, parents clutching their children close. Willow raced to the highest point she could find, a large flat boulder. "Hear me," she cried out over the nervous din. "Tabitha brings news of a dark sorcerer approaching through the eastern pines. Our magic boundaries have failed to stop him. Please, take your children and elderly to the strongest shelters." Gasps and screams rippled through the crowd. Iris did her best to calm and guide the young and frightened to safe places. The able-bodied elves and sprites stood their ground, wielding what simple weapons they had. Willow joined Iris, gripping her hand tightly. This was it. Tabitha's screech from above drew everyone's eyes upward. "He comes!" Through the trees they glimpsed a tall, ominous figure striding towards them. The air itself seemed to recoil from him. Willow took a deep breath and stepped forward, wand poised. She would face the intruder first. A few agonizingly long moments later, he emerged from the trees. A towering man draped in black robes that seemed spun from living shadow. His face was deathly pale, with eyes like dark endless voids. He surveyed the gathered creatures with an amused, cruel smile. "Pathetic forest waifs. I am Maldrith, master of darkness, and I claim dominion over this realm." His voice reverberated like thunder, seeming to shake the very air. Willow stood tall, aiming her rowan wand at his heart. "You are no master here, Dark One. We guard this glen, and we command you to leave at once." Her voice only trembled slightly. Maldron's smile broadened, sending a chill down Willow's spine. "Your magic is feeble against my power. If you will not submit, I shall take this land by force." He raised his arms and the trees themselves seemed to warp and groan as if in pain. Thunder cracked overhead out of the clear sky and wind lashed through the glen. Creatures cowered and wailed, but Willow held her ground. "You shall not prevail, Maldrith." She focused a blinding bolt of light directly at his chest. He managed to deflect it with a shield of darkness, but it made him stumble back a step. His cocky grin faded. Seizing on his moment of weakness, Iris stepped up beside Willow and added her magic to the assault. She conjured orbs of pure light that seared Maldron's cloak of shadows wherever they struck. He tried to shield himself, while countering with bursts of dark flames. Creatures scattered in terror as the battlefield expanded. Despite Maldron's immense power, the combined force of the sisters' light magic soon had him faltering. His handsome face was twisted in rage. "Enough," he bellowed, his voice shaking the trees once more. "I shall not be made a fool by two woodland pixies." From his hands shot enormous currents of shadow energy that slammed into Willow and Iris like a stone wall, throwing them violently backwards. They crashed down inches from where horrified onlookers stood. Willow's head spun as she forced herself up on scraped elbows. Through blurred vision she saw Maldrith looming nearer, darkness swirling around him. They were no match for him alone. Desperately she cried out to the others, "Please, our magic is not enough. Help us fight." For a moment the creatures hesitated, overwhelmed with fear. But then Iris cried, "This is our home. Fight with us." Finally the sprites fluttered forth, flinging bursts of colorful energy towards Maldrith. The elves let loose arrows tipped with magic. Animals charged from all sides, biting and distracting him. Elderbog hobbled forth and joined hands with Iris and Willow, adding his ancient power to their next blinding surge of light. Maldrith roared in fury as he was driven back under the unified magical onslaught. But soon he regained control, sending out pulses of energy that reverberated through the whole glen, dropping its protectors to their knees. Malicious laughter rang out as he pressed his advance once more. Valiant but foolish creatures. Your magic will never rival mine. From the ground, Willow desperately flung up a final shield of shimmering light around her people. But she knew it could not withstand Maldron's dark flames for long. They had failed. As the shield flickered and hissed under Maldron's onslaught, Willow braced herself for the end. Suddenly a deafening screech split the chaos. A blur of grey feathers flew straight at Maldron's face, clawing and pecking furiously. He stumbled back, swatting at his attacker. "Tabitha, no!" Willow screamed. But the brave crow did not relent until Maldron hit her squarely with a bolt of shadow, sending her lifeless form plummeting to the ground at Willow's knees. Tears streamed down her face as she cradled the fallen hero. Maldron's lip curled in disgust. With Tabitha's distraction, the dark sorcerer had been forced back to the tree line. But his coal-like eyes smoldered with vengeful promise. "Wretched creatures! You delay the inevitable. These woods belong to me now." His words rang out through the glen with terrible finality. Then he drew his shadows back around himself and melted into the trees once more. An eerie silence settled. Everyone was too shocked to move or make a sound. After several long moments, hushed cries and sobs arose as the gravity of it all sunk in. They were now under the rule of a ruthless dark sorcerer against whom they had little defense. Iris rushed to Willow's side and threw her arms around her sister, unleashing a flood of tears. "Oh Willow, I thought we'd lost you. What do we do now?" Willow gently stroked Iris's hair, at a loss for words. She honestly did not know what hope was left to them. Maldron's power was like nothing she had ever encountered. But as she looked around at the grief-stricken faces of her people, she knew she could not yet relinquish hope. They looked to her still for guidance. Swallowing down her own despair, Willow stood and addressed them. "Friends, though today brought crushing defeat, we must not abandon this land to Maldron's reign. Even the darkest night is always broken by dawn's light. We must rest, and care for our wounded. Then we shall meet again to discuss how we may yet stand against this evil." Her voice shook with emotion, but her words kindled a faint spark in the eyes of the dispirited creatures. One by one they shuffled off to salvage what they could of home and tend to their injuries. Everywhere lay scorch marks on the grass, scattered belongings, and shattered boughs or staffs. It was a miracle no one had been slain. Iris knelt and gently scooped Tabitha's broken body into her skirts. Tears rolled down her cheeks. "Her bravery saved us all. We will lay her to rest with honor." Willow nodded, putting a hand on Iris's shoulder. After gathering the fallen hero's feathers to adorn her burial site, the sisters made their way solemnly back to their cottage. Neither could find any words to express the maelstrom of emotions inside: grief, fear, despair at their failure. But mostly just bone-deep exhaustion. They cleaned and dressed their scrapes in weary silence. Iris retired early to bed, too drained even to weep anymore. But Willow found no rest, pacing the moonlit floor for hours. Her mind kept replaying the violent scene, seeking anything she could have done differently to change the outcome. She should have strengthened the wards further, reacted faster when Tabitha gave warning. In the end no answers came, just the stark reality: Maldron had conquered their glen this day. And the road ahead looked dark. Yet as Willow finally lay down on her mat, watching Iris's chest gently rise and fall, she knew she would walk any path necessary to protect her dear sister. Come what may, she would stand strong. With that silent vow, Willow finally surrendered to sleep's embrace. The next morning a somber gloom hung over the glen like an icy fog. Few creatures stirred from their homes, there was little reason to face the day. The sisters choked down a small breakfast, neither having much appetite. As Iris cleaned up the dishes, Willow stepped outside and gazed worriedly towards the trees. All seemed calm on the surface, but she felt the lingering pall of evil now draped over her home. It made her skin crawl. Turning back inside, Willow said, "We should go and check how our neighbors fared yesterday, and see if anyone needs help. Iris agreed that staying busy might lift their spirits some. They packed a basket with medicinal supplies and braced themselves emotionally for what they would find. Willow tucked an iron amulet in her pocket, not knowing if it would be of any use against Maldrith but feeling comforted having it. Exiting the cottage, they decided to first stop at Elderbog's tiny mushroom cottage close by. They often looked after the ancient, solitary gnome. To their relief, his home appeared undamaged on the outside. But Elderbog did not answer Willow's hesitant knock. Exchanging an anxious glance with Iris, Willow pushed open the creaking wooden door. Her heart sank at the sight of the interior. Furniture lay toppled and broken, shelves stripped bare, the fireplace cold and dark. No sign of Elderbog. Iris's lip quivered. "You don't think Maldrith?" She couldn't bring herself to finish the dreadful thought. "No, I'm certain he fled to safety," Willow said firmly, though she felt a cold dread inside. They searched the surrounding bushes and trees but there was no trace of the old gnome. After calling out unsuccessfully for several long minutes, the sisters reluctantly turned towards the village center, clutching each other's hands tightly. The scene that awaited them was even more dismal. Windows smashed, branches torn from trees, belongings scattered across trampled gardens. There was no movement or sound except for a light wispy smoke still rising from burnt patches of grass. It was as if all color and life had been drained from the once vibrant glen. Iris glanced around with watery eyes. "It's like a graveyard now. Our beautiful home." Willow squeezed her sister's hand in shared grief. "We will make it beautiful again, Iris. But first we must help anyone still here." They went from door to door, checking homes and calling out reassurances. Slowly, a few faces peeked out. The elf family who had helped fight Maldrith ushered the sisters inside, gratefully accepting the medicinal salves. The mother dabbed a healing poultice on her son's burned arm as she tearfully recounted the terror of Maldrith's attack. "We could not stand against such evil magic," she lamented. "Our only choice was to take cover and pray his shadow passed over us." Willow nodded gravely. "You did the wise thing. Iris and I will search for a way to protect you all from his darkness." She hoped it sounded more convincing than she felt. The elves thanked them profusely before retreating back into hiding. This scene repeated as they went from home to home. Shutters sealed tight by magic sigils, frightened eyes peering out, then vanishing again once the meager gift of medicine was received. It seemed 2/3 of the population had wisely chosen to flee rather than face Maldrith's wrath a second time. The sisters could hardly blame them. Near twilight, their basket emptied, Willow and Iris made their way to the heart of the ravaged village. The once vibrant community garden was now just rows of trampled vegetables and smoking ash piles. Iris knelt by the broken shards of the elegant stone bird bath, mourning how a single day had destroyed so much beauty. A flicker of movement at the garden's edge caught Willow's eye. She turned to see Lily peeking out from the leaves of a potato vine. The sprite still wore her tattered yellow dress from the day before. At the sight of the sisters, she flew over and embraced them desperately. "Oh Iris, Willow. I'm so relieved to see you both unharmed. It's been horrible, just horrible," she cried. Iris smoothed the disheveled hair from Lily's face. "There now, everything will be all right. Did you make it through the battle safely?" Lily nodded, drying her eyes with her skirt. "Yes, I hid amongst the roots of my tree. But so many weren't as fortunate." Her face clouded with grief once more. "Come now, let's get you home." Willow kept an arm around Lily as they walked to her little tree trunk house. It had survived unscathed thanks to the concealing enchantments Lily always kept active. A warm cup of chamomile tea settled the sprite's raw nerves somewhat as Iris cleaned the small cuts on her legs. Willow hated to distress Lily further after her trauma, but she had to ask, "Have you seen or heard anything of Elderbog since the attack?" Lily's eyes went wide with concern. "No. I've been so worried for him, the dear old gnome. He's far too frail to have withstood such chaos." Iris quickly squeezed Lily's hand. I'm sure he found some clever hiding spot. We'll search again for him in the morning. Though she tried to sound confident, her voice faltered. Elderbog's troubling disappearance weighed heavy on them both. They said goodnight to Lily with promises to check on her again soon. As the sisters slowly walked home beneath the rising moon, Willow voiced the shared fear they'd kept unspoken all day. Do you think Maldrith may try to return and finish what he started? Just the words made dread settle like a stone in her gut. Iris worried her lip. I don't know. He seemed satisfied having cowed everyone into submission. She turned and met Willow's eyes. But if he does come back, we'll make sure everyone is safely hidden. And this time we'll be more prepared to fight. Willow managed a faint smile. Her sister was right, next time would be different. Maldrith had caught them unawares, but they would be ready for him now. They would tap into every last drop of light and magic within themselves to protect their home and friends. The sisters clung to this shred of hope and resolve as they finally settled into their beds. Neither rested easy that night. But worn out from the day's trauma, they eventually drifted off into a fitful sleep, the glen quiet around them save for the gentle hoot of a watchful owl. When morning came, it brought with it a heavy gloom that dampened spirits and smothered hope. Today the true impact of Maldrith's violent conquest would have to be faced. There was no telling what fresh darkness the new dawn would bring under his reign. But Willow and Iris rose with silent determination to bring what healing and comfort they could to their fractured community. After forcing down a meager breakfast, they made their way towards the sitting stones in search of any others who had stayed behind. Each glimpsed ruin along the paths made their hearts feel heavier. It was as if the glen itself were weeping. A small cluster of fairies gathered at the stones, speaking in low anxious tones and staring blankly into the forest. Relief washed across their faces at the sight of Iris and Willow. Elfhide, one of the eldest elves, rushed forward to greet them. Thank the stars you two are well. We have been sick with worry. When neither of you arrived yesterday, we feared the worst. Iris quickly squeezed Elfhide's trembling hands. We are all right. Only exhausted in body and spirit. Willow stepped forward resolutely. But we are intact. And now we must gather our strength again. Share anything you know of those injured, missing, or lost. Each recounted what little news they had. For elves were known to be wounded, and at least 2 sprites missing. But no deaths confirmed, to their great relief. Of Elderbog there remained no sign or word. With heavy hearts, search parties were organized for the lost and patrols to keep watch for trouble. Iris turned to Elfhide before she left with the searchers. If anyone should see Maldrith or his shadows returning, use the bluebells near the brook to sound the alarm. And flee to whatever haven you can. We will come. The elder elf nodded solemnly before marching off. Willow watched the patrols disappear into the woods with knots in her stomach. She wanted desperately to believe Maldrith had departed for good. But evil and oppression have ways of snaking back in when least expected. They must remain vigilant. For the next few days, the sisters walked the trails of their beloved glen, now marred with scorch marks and ominous gloom. They carried on as best they could, using healing magic on the wounded and encouraging those who stayed to remain hopeful. But fear constantly nipped at everyone's heels. 9 days after the fateful confrontation, Willow came home after visiting with Lily to find Iris already preparing a late supper. The scent of wild root stew filled the cottage. Smells wonderful, Willow said with an encouraging smile. Iris nodded but kept her eyes downcast on her work. Willow could tell the ongoing gloom in the glen was wearing on her sister's normally cheery spirit. She cleared her throat tentatively. I was thinking, tomorrow we could go out early and hike to the lily-covered pond on the eastern edge. We could bathe and gather flowers. It's been too long since we enjoyed the forest. Iris glanced up with the first true smile Willow had seen from her in days. Oh yes, let's. That sounds absolutely lovely. Her shoulders seemed to lift just a bit as she doled out steaming bowlfuls of stew. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, with only a few wispy clouds drifting across the pale blue sky. It was the most promising sunrise they had seen since Maldron's intrusion. Eager to seize on the cheerful weather, the sisters packed a quick breakfast and set off just as the rosy glow began creeping over the horizon. Instead of taking the main trail, they followed the narrow path that meandered along next to the babbling brook. Iris paused frequently to dip her toes in the gently rippling water. The cool freshness raised her spirits even higher. She began playfully seeking out frogs on the muddy banks and plucking wild columbines to weave into her hair. Willow smiled to herself, happy to see Iris's cheery spirit coming back to life. After passing through a copse of whispering birches, the trail opened up alongside the beautiful pond. Its glassy surface was dotted with delicate white and yellow water lilies floating gracefully. Several small water birds took flight at the sisters' approach, rippling the serenity of the scene. Kicking off her boots, Iris waded right in, sighing contentedly at the soothing coolness. Willow joined her and soon they shed their dresses to swim freely in just their shifts, allowing the water to wash away the lingering darkness and despair. Iris floated lazily on her back, gazing up at the clouds drifting slowly over the trees. For these precious hours, the troubles of the wider forest felt distant. Once thoroughly soaked, the sisters got out and sprawled atop a large flat rock warmed by the sun. Iris set right to work fashioning lily crowns for them both while Willow held her arms outstretched, soaking in the light. She traced the wispy clouds with her eyes, picking out shapes that reminded her of better times. Back when such simple joys could fully eclipse any darkness. Iris's delighted gasp shook Willow from her daydreams. She leaned up on her elbows to see Iris cradling a tiny green tree frog, no bigger than a strawberry, in her palm. It puffed up its bright chest proudly. Iris extended her hand to show Willow. "Oh, isn't he just the most perfect little creature? Like he's made of the forest itself." Willow couldn't help but smile. Iris had such a knack for finding beauty and marveling at it. The sisters both giggled as the amphibian hopped right up and perched atop Iris's nose. Its jewel-like eyes seemed to regard them with ancient wisdom. After a moment of staring curiously, it hopped back down into the grass. "Farewell, little friend," Iris called after it cheerily. She turned back to adding the finishing blooms to her crown masterpiece. Humming contentedly, she dropped the ring of delicate white and purple lilies onto Willow's hair. "For you, sister." Willow inhaled the crown's sweet floral aroma and grinned. "It's beautiful, Iris. Now come here." She beckoned for Iris to kneel before her so she could adorn her brown locks with a crown of sunny yellow lilies. Holding each other's hands, the sisters turned their smiling faces up to bask in the warm sunlight, feeling closer to true peace than they had in many days. This hidden pond, with its tranquility and beauty preserved, gave them hope that perhaps Maldron's darkness had not permanently extinguished all light from their precious glen. At least not yet. Eventually, their skin had dried and stomachs begun rumbling again. It was time to head back. They packed up in contented silence, gave the peaceful pond one final farewell glance, and set off down the forest trail feeling their energy and spirits renewed. That evening after they had returned home and supped around the crackling fire, there came a timid knock at the cottage door. Iris gave Willow a questioning glance. Visitors after dusk were a rarity these days. But Willow sensed no malice from their caller. She opened the door to find young Daisy the hare quaking on the threshold. Ushering her inside, Willow could tell the normally shy creature was deeply unsettled. "Daisy, what's wrong? Please, come warm yourself by the fire." Daisy gratefully sunk down on a stool nearer the hearth. Her soft brown eyes were wide with fear. "I am so sorry to disturb you both. But as I was heading home this evening, I heard two great horned owls speaking of sighting Maldron again at the edge of the spruce forest." Iris clapped a hand to her mouth, immediately glancing to Willow with alarm. Willow's face had gone taut. "The spruce forest, you're certain? Did they say if he is headed this way?" She tried to keep the dread from creeping into her voice. Daisy shook her head anxiously. They gave no indication he was moving from that area. But it's the first direct report we've had of him since. Her voice trailed off. Iris was at Willow's side in an instant. What should we do? Willow's brows knit together. For now, nothing. He seems to be keeping to the forest fringes. We will spread word in the morning for everyone to take extra care. And we'll make haste with finalizing the protective charms. Iris nodded firmly, but still clutched Willow's hand tightly. They both recognized this likely meant Maldrith had not gone for good. He was lurking, biding his time before striking again. Willow silently vowed that next time, the glen would be ready. She managed an encouraging smile for Daisy. Thank you for telling us this. We will remain alert. Looking slightly relieved, Daisy bade them good night and slipped back out into the darkness. The sisters sat up late into the night discussing contingencies should Maldrith return. When finally they retired to bed, peaceful sleep evaded them. Both lay gazing out the window at the crescent moon, minds heavy with apprehension about the battle to come. For 2 days, an anxious hush fell over the glen as occupants kept close watch for any omens of the dark sorcerer's approach. Patrols were doubled near the spruce forest. Activities went on quietly, creatures speaking in low tones if at all. Everyone could feel the pall of impending confrontation hanging overhead like storm clouds. On the 3rd day, Willow and Iris were helping Lily harvest elf moss to use in protective charms when suddenly the stillness was pierced by an eerie sound, the distant tolling of bluebells near the spruce forest, followed by panicked birdsong. Their faces blanched in immediate understanding. "It's the alarm!" Iris cried. "He's coming!" Lily's jar of moss slipped from her tiny hand and smashed open as she shot under a bracket mushroom, her faint glow dimming in fear. "Go, hurry!" "I will stay hidden," she urged. The sisters wasted no time, sprinting as fast as their feet would carry them back towards the village center. All around fairies could be seen fleeing their homes towards the strongest shelters on the far side of the glen. Parents clutched their children close. Elders hobbled along aided by the young. Everyone's eyes were wide with terror, the day of reckoning had arrived. Bursting from the trees, Willow and Iris took up positions at the head of the village clearing, wand and herbs at the ready though their hands trembled. Breathlessly they turned to face the looming forest, waiting for any sign of Maldrith's dark form stalking forth. The sisters stood shoulder to shoulder, united in spirit if not in power, as the ominous tolling of bells faded away. An eerie silence hung. Then the trees themselves seemed to groan and warp as a swirling void of shadows took shape, coalescing into the towering dark figure they had come to dread. Maldrith emerged fully into the ravaged clearing, his pale lips twisted into a vile grin. The shattered remains of their protective wards lay useless at his feet. "Brave, but foolish to stand against me yet again," his bone-chilling voice echoed out. Dark flames sprung up around him, scorching the grass. Willow fought to keep her voice steady as she called out across the void. "Leave now, sorcerer, or we shall force you back once more." Iris stood resolutely at her side, arms raised in defiance despite her trembling. Maldrith threw back his head and laughed, a terrible cacophony that made the trees groan. "You know not the depths of my power. This glen belongs to me." His inky shadows swirled violently, hungry to consume the last flickers of light and hope here. He advanced, his cloak of darkness devouring all in his path. Willow and Iris stood their ground, linking hands to combine their magic. They summoned every last shred of inner light and channeled it forth, weaving a wall of pure glowing energy to repel Maldrith's darkness. He hissed and recoiled as their pure magic struck his chest. "We are stronger united." Iris shouted over the howling winds, her eyes blazing. Side by side, the sisters slowly forced the dark sorcerer back step by step, their defensive wall of light scorching his shadows. Maldrith gnashed his teeth in fury, unable to advance as long as the pulsating shield stood. But Willow and Iris had put everything into maintaining it. They knew their strength would not last. Sensing their weakening power, Maldron drew himself up taller and laughed scornfully. Yet your light still pales before my darkness. From his outstretched hands shot bolts of black energy that shuddered through the shimmering wall of light. Iris and Willow cried out, their grip on each other's hands slipping as they fell to their knees. Maldron towered above them for the final blow. This was the end. But just as the last flicker of hope guttered out, a great horned owl's screech split the chaos. Maldron glanced up sharply just as the mighty bird dove straight for his face, talons slashing at his eyes. The dark sorcerer stumbled back with a roar of pain. Gasping, Willow looked up to see more creatures charging from the trees, squirrels, elves, sprites, all screeching fiercely and attacking Maldron with teeth and makeshift weapons. He tried to blast them away with his shadows but they were too quick. "Don't give up," cried Iris. She helped Willow to her feet and with their last ounce of strength, they summoned twin orbs of light that seared into Maldron's chest in unison with the others' attacks. With a deafening bellow of rage, the dark sorcerer unleashed a shockwave that slammed into his attackers, throwing them backward. Then before the sisters could recover themselves, Maldron's shadows enveloped him fully. When they receded, the clearing was empty. He had fled. For a moment, all was still but for the groans of the wounded. Then Iris turned to Willow, joy and disbelief shining through the sheen of tears in her eyes. Willow swept her sister into a crushing embrace. "We did it. We turned him back." Iris cried weakly, giggling with adrenaline and exhaustion. Slowly, painfully, the other creatures picked themselves off the ground, shock giving way to triumphant relief. They had faced the darkness and endured. While the sorcerer still lived, his dark power had diminished. Hope flickered anew. There would be time yet to tend wounds, rebuild enchantments, and restore their ravaged homes. But for now, Willow and Iris stood arm in arm at the center of their weary but unbroken community, a light radiating from within. Maldron's darkness could not, diminish the sisters' luminous spirit. Not when they stood together, drawing courage from the love they shared, a light forever burning, come what may. Chapter 4. In the days following Maldron's failed second attack, an air of relief settled over the glen. Though still wary, the creatures emerged to begin rebuilding and take comfort that their home had been preserved from the dark sorcerer's domination. For now at least. Willow and Iris worked from dawn till dusk, healing injuries, repairing damaged homes, and restoring faded enchantments. Iris used her gift for song to bring cheer and optimism back to the heavy hearts of sprite children mourning their scattered toys and play places. The sisters toured the glen ceaselessly, ensuring every family received needed aid or food. At night, they collapsed into bed too exhausted for words. But in their last hazy moments of consciousness, they whispered prayers of thanks that Maldron had been driven back and their community kept intact. Both knew the victory could only be temporary unless they found some way to increase their power. But those concerns would have to wait for daylight. Still ahead lay many long days rebuilding home. About a week after the attack, Willow returned home one evening even more bone-weary than usual, her feet stinging and shoulders aching. Iris glanced up in concern from bottling a tonic for old Mrs. Thistle. "Willow, you're positively limping. And your face is flushed. Here, sit down." She gently guided her sister onto a stool and pressed a cool cloth to her forehead. Willow offered a tired smile. "I'm all right, Iris, really. Just so many upset gardens and walkways to mend today, my magic nearly ran dry. And we still have more to do tomorrow." Her voice held a note of despair. Iris tutted softly and handed Willow a cup of soothing tea. "If you keep pushing yourself to utter exhaustion, you'll be no use to anyone. Please, Willow, you mustn't take the whole burden alone." Willow looked up sadly. "But they all look to me, the most powerful fairy, to restore what was lost. I must help them however I can." Setting down her pestle firmly, Iris turned Willow by the shoulders to face her directly. "They look to both of us. Our magic is strongest together, remember?" Willow nodded, her eyes misting slightly. Iris was right, she didn't have to bear this weight alone. Iris squeezed her sister's hands. I know it's hard to ask for help when you're always the one giving it. But you need rest. Stay home tomorrow and I will check on the villagers' needs. Though Willow's instincts protested at the thought of lying idle, her throbbing feet won out. All right, Iris, I know better than to argue with you. I'll try to rest tomorrow. But if anyone has great need. Iris shook her head firmly. Nope. You leave that to me. Dr. Iris's orders. Both sisters chuckled as they settled in for a light supper, the familiar banter lifting their spirits. When Iris snuffed out the lamps for bed, Willow sunk into the covers and instantly fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. The next morning Iris let her sister slumber long past sunrise. When Willow finally blinked open her eyes, she was surprised to see mid-morning light spilling across the quilt. She couldn't recall the last time she greeted the day so late. Stretching her pleasantly rested limbs, Willow sat up and inhaled the scent of black tea and oat cakes coming from the kitchen. Her stomach rumbled its approval. Iris smiled knowingly when Willow emerged freshly washed and dressed. Good morning, sleepy fairy. Hungry? Willow grinned sheepishly back. Absolutely famished. Thank you, Iris, I can't even recall the last time I slept so long. She gratefully accepted the heaping plate of food and pot of hot tea. After they had eaten their fill, Iris tidied up and grabbed her foraging basket. I'm off to check on our people and deliver more tonics. You just focus on resting up today. She gave Willow a quick peck on the cheek before flitting out the door, not leaving room for any protest. Despite the instinctive tug to follow and help, Willow respected Iris's directions. After washing up the breakfast dishes, she settled onto a cushioned bench by the open window with a history book. The tranquility and tales of past glory were just what her weary mind needed. Hours passed with Willow turning pages in cozy silence as a light breeze ruffled her hair. Eventually her empty stomach signaled late afternoon approaching. Willow shut her book and stood to stretch her pleasantly rested limbs. She breathed in the scent of honeysuckle wafting through the window as she prepared a light luncheon. Biting into a juicy peach, Willow wandered outside to soak up the sunshine while waiting for Iris. Her bare feet carried her down the well-worn forest trail towards the lake at the glen's heart. The babbling brook kept her company, and dappled sunlight spilled through the leaves overhead. As she walked, Willow sent silent prayers of protection over the glen. This place and its inhabitants meant more to her than her own life. She would fight eternally to defend their spirit and freedom. By the time Willow arrived at the lake's tranquil shore, her own spirit felt rejuvenated by the warm breeze and woodland sounds. Iris had been right to insist on this day of rest. Even fairies with the greatest power cannot constantly give without restoring their own wells first. Willow circled the lake slowly, trailing her fingers across the cool surface. Bright green lily pads dotted the glassy mirror, some sporting delicate white or pink blossoms. As she wandered along the muddy bank under swaying willow branches, a flurry of movement caught Willow's eye. She paused, peering closer at the tall cattails and reeds. Had she imagined it? No, there it was again. The plants rustled violently though there was no wind. Willow instinctively raised her hand to summon an orb of light. Who goes there? She called sharply. Show yourself. A faint whimpering emanated from the reeds, followed by, please, don't harm me, in a familiar aged, wavering voice. Willow rushed into the reeds, hope leaping in her heart. Elder Bog. Is that you? The wise-Ned brown face of the gnome peeked out from behind a cattail, his eyes wide with equal surprise and relief. Miss Willow. Thank the stars it's only you. His small frame was hunched and trembling. Dark circles rimmed his eyes. Willow's stomach twisted, he looked utterly exhausted and frightened. She slowly reached out a hand to him. Dear Elderbog, you're safe. Where have you been hiding all this time? He grasped her hand tightly as if to assure himself she was real. Here, in these reeds. After Maldron's first attack, I fled to the only shelter I could reach, this lake. I've been too afraid to leave, even after the darkness passed days ago. His voice trailed off into tired wheezing. Anger and sadness battled inside Willow. How could she and Iris have failed to find him cowering here alone and afraid all this time? Elderbog had always been like a grandfather to them. Gently she helped the trembling gnome to his feet. "You're safe now, Elderbog. Let's get you home and fed." The journey back was slow, with Elderbog leaning heavily on his cane and Willow's shoulder, stopped frequently by coughing fits. But the warm, familiar walls of his little cottage finally came into view through the trees. Iris was kneeling in the vegetable garden, busily plucking snails off the yellow bean plants. At Willow's call she shot up, rushing to embrace the hobbling Elderbog. "Thank the stars. We've been so worried for you," Iris exclaimed, wiping away a tear. They got him settled into his cozy armchair, wrapped in a thick woolen blanket. He smiled gratefully as Willow pressed a piping hot bowl of carrot soup into his knobby hands. Iris hummed an upbeat melody while tidying up the disheveled cottage, trying to restore some cheeriness after its weeks empty and neglected. Elderbog slurped down 2 whole bowlfuls before finally settling back into the chair with a contented sigh. Some color returned to his cheeks. "You lasses are miracles. I was certain my time had come alone in those reeds." Iris gently squeezed his hand. "We're just blessed you're home safe now." Willow's face remained troubled. "I still don't understand how we failed to find you before. Iris and I searched every inch of the glen." Elderbog patted her hand gently. "Don't fret, dear. You had hundreds of frightened souls to care for. My hiding spot was obscured well. Without your healing magic I surely wouldn't have." His voice trailed off. Willow bit her lip. She knew he spoke the truth, but it still stung to think of him terrified and starving so close by. At least he was on the mend now, thanks to fate's intervention. They stayed late into the evening, ensuring Elderbog was comfortable and restored with food and company. Only after many assurances he would call if he needed anything did the sisters finally take their leave. Iris hooked her arm through Willow's as they slowly walked home beneath the rising moon. "See, you needed rest so your magic was strong enough to find Elderbog today," Iris pointed out gently. Willow nodded, seeing the truth in it. "I know. Thank you for pressing me to take a day. It seems fate knew I needed rejuvenation before we could be reunited with our friend." They parted ways at their bedroom doors with sleepy goodnights. But Willow lay awake long after Iris's snores began resonating from the next room. Finding Elderbog had been a blessing, but it was also a reminder. There were undoubtedly others still lost or injured after Maldron's attacks whom they had yet to locate. And the threat still lurked. They needed help. The next morning Willow rose early, leaving Iris asleep. She slipped into the cool dawn air, her feet carrying her swiftly down the forest trail away from the lake, towards the eastern pine forests. The fresh scent of their needles filled her nose as she walked quickly, focused on her purpose. About 2 miles into the dense pine growth she came to a sudden halt in front of a towering oak, so wide 5 grown elves could span their arms and not meet fingertips. Willow approached reverently and placed a palm against the deeply furrowed bark. "Ancient One, please awaken. I seek your wisdom in grave times of need." For several moments only silence and birdsong echoed through the woods. Then a creaking groan reverberated up from the roots into the highest sun-bleached branches. A face materialized within the whorls and knots, appearing freshly awakened. Its voice rumbled like a distant storm. "Speak, child, but be brief. What urgent matter rouses me from slumber?" The oak's eyes, twin acorns nested in the bark, blinked down at Willow. "Elder Oak, our glen faces a terrible threat from a dark sorcerer named Maldron. Twice he has attacked, nearly succeeding at conquering us. Our magic has just managed to turn him back, but we cannot defeat him alone." Willow's words spilled out in a desperate rush. The oak's branches creaked pensively. "Dark times have come. But do not surrender hope. Stay true to your purpose. Willow wet her dry lips. But Elder, we need help or the glen will fall. Please, can you tell us where we may find allies with magic strong enough to defeat Maldrith? The ancient oak was silent for several moments, focused inward on old roots and far memories. Finally it spoke. Journey through the misty marshes to the Valley of Minor Light. There you will find the Starseer, a celestial whose mystical arts are beyond any creature of this wood. Ask for her guidance. The oak's eyes slowly closed as its voice faded back into slumber. Willow whispered her thanks and raced back home as fast as her wings could carry her. Iris had just finished breakfast when Willow burst through the door, quickly spilling out all the oak had revealed. Iris's eyes went wide. A celestial, oh, I've heard such tales but never imagined meeting one. Her face fell slightly. But the misty marshes, are they not perilous? Taking her sister's hands, Willow nodded grimly. Yes, full of sinister creatures and misleading paths according to legend. But we must try. For the glen. Iris's lips set in a determined line. She turned to pack bread, water, and medicinal herbs for the journey. Well then, we best prepare well. When do we leave? Willow smiled gratefully at Iris's bravery. Now. There's no time to waste. After a brief farewell visit to Elderbog and providing him medicinal tonics should he need them, the sisters set off into the eastern forest. Iris strode forward boldly, in defiance of her instinctive anxiety about entering the unknown wilderness beyond their glen. Every step carried them farther from the sheltered realm they knew as home. But both tried to take comfort in the beauty around them, dappled sunlight and vibrant wildflowers underfoot. Surely darkness could not dwell in so lovely a place. About 2 hours into their hike, the terrain began to change. The stately pines and oaks gave way to gnarled mangroves choked with vines and thorns. The ground grew damp, muffling their footsteps. Iris gasped and pointed upwards through the leaves at thick grey clouds now obscuring the sky. They had reached the misty marshes. Willow squeezed Iris's hand tightly. Stay close and keep sharp watch. Some parts of tales are grounded in truth. Her eyes scanned the shadows between tangled branches warily. Iris nodded, holding her glowing globe aloft to pierce the gloom. Deeper they plunged into the marsh, picking their footing carefully over murky pools and sucking mud. The thin mist permeated their clothes and hair with clamminess. They maintained only the illusion of straight passage, so disoriented they could be going in circles. When Willow spotted a distinct mushroom ring for the third time, her heart sank. The marsh was indeed enchanted. A branch snapped loudly behind them. Whirling around, they saw several pairs of gleaming red eyes staring from a bramble thicket. A chilling chuckle echoed out. Have the pretty sprites lost their way? Or do they come to play? The creatures spilled out onto the path on all fours, hunched impish bodies, matted fur and sharp teeth glistening with slime. They scuttled closer, driven by predatory hunger. The sisters backed up until pressed against a mangrove trunk. Iris mustered her courage and cried, "You shall not touch us, fiends! Begone or suffer my light!" She flung golden orbs that singed their fur. The creatures shrieked and scattered back into the thorns. "Well done, Iris!" Willow cried, lighting up her own defensive flares. They took advantage of the confusion to flee blindly along the murky path away from the brambles, hearts racing wildly. How much farther until they escaped this cursed place? On they stumbled as quickly as one could run in waterlogged shoes, with the imps darting in and out of the underbrush, nipping at their heels and cackling shrilly. Darkness fell early beneath the tangled canopy, the mist turning an icy grey. Exhaustion threatened to drop them in the mud to be torn apart. Just as the last glimmers of Iris's light flickered out, the shape of a tiny moss-covered hut emerged from the gloom. They raced inside, slamming the warped wooden door against the snarling imps. Shrieks of fury sounded outside, but the sprites collapsed in panting relief. They had found some haven at last. "We cannot stay here forever, they will find a way in," Willow said between breaths. Before Iris could answer, the door creaked open and a hunched cloaked figure entered silently. Iris recoiled until Willow spotted the white hair and gnarled walking stick identifying another forest elder. They made their greetings. The ancient elf settled at the fire without a word. His milky eyes stared off as if witnessing something beyond their perception. After a long moment he spoke in a voice like crumbling leaves. "Darkness you flee, darkness you face, depart you must with haste. Through the black bog mists unmarred, follow the lily lights northward." With that he said no more. Willow turned to Iris in shock. "How does he know of our plight?" she whispered. "Can he be a seer?" Iris glanced at their silent companion. "I know not, but lily lights northward must be the way." They waited until the unnerving noises outside faded with the imp's exhaustion. Then slipping back into the gloomy bog, they summoned tiny orbs that shone like white lilies, illuminating a winding path forward. Still they encountered spider webs, false trails, and fetid pits, but the lilies persisted north whenever paths diverged. On and on through the marshes they followed the frail lights, trusting blindly to this mysterious guidance. Finally, after what felt an eternity of stumbling through mud and muck, the lilies led up out of the thorns and mist. Clean air kissed the sisters' faces. They emerged from the marshes onto a lichen-coated rocky plain. It was the Valley of Minor Light, named for the celestial belvedere that watched over it. Somewhere ahead lay the Starseer if they had the strength left to press on. Bone-weary but hopeful, Iris and Willow traversed the valley as fast as their shaking legs allowed. The scattered pines and gentle starlight felt heavenly after the malevolent marsh. Owls hooted reassuringly overhead. At long last, as the first pale hints of dawn seeped into the eastern sky, a towering silver spire came into view like a beacon. The belvedere of the Starseer. With their final dregs of energy, the sisters sprinted the last distance and banged the circular metal door. "Please still be there." Slowly it swung inward, and relief poured over Willow and Iris in equal measure. The belvedere was occupied by a tall willowy figure seemingly spun from starlight, from her luminous silver gown to her cascading ashy hair. Her violet eyes regarded the bedraggled sisters with mild curiosity. "Welcome, sprites, I am Celeste the Starseer. What urgent matter leads you to my celestial abode?" Her voice echoed softly like a distant choir. Hardly able to stand, Willow managed a weak curtsy. "Wise Celeste, our glen faces dominion by a dark sorcerer named Maldrith. We barely turned him back, but he will return with greater power. Please, help us." Compassion filled Celeste's ageless face. She beckoned them inside where a copper kettle whistled cheerily. Soon Willow and Iris sat wrapped in soft blankets, gratefully sipping sweetened silverthorn tea to restore their strength as they recounted their plight in detail. Celeste listened solemnly, gazing into her seeing sphere when they described Maldron's attacks. Once their tale was told, she sighed heavily. "Dark times have come. But do not lose hope. Yourselves hold the power to illuminate any shadow." Iris's face fell slightly. "But how can we increase our light enough to conquer Maldrith? True magic lives not in spells or wands, but here." Celeste placed a hand over her heart. "Search inward for your greatest strength. Only then can it grow." Seeing their crestfallen faces, she added gently, "I cannot solve this trial for you. But I shall provide 3 gifts to aid your quest." From a shelf she retrieved 2 pearly vials. "Drink this to restore your energy for the return." Next she presented a tiny velvet pouch. "Silver pine needles from my grove, brew into tea to replenish your magic." Lastly Celeste placed round silver amulets around each girl's neck. "These will ensure safe passage through the marsh." Though they had hoped for powerful weapons or battle magic, Iris and Willow trusted the Starseer's gifts would serve some purpose on their journey home. They profusely thanked Celeste before descending back down the tower into the quiet valley. But this time their steps turned homeward rather than farther astray. The marsh mists still brewed thick and ominously, but true to Celeste's word, the grotesque imps shied away from the sisters' silver amulets. Safely they traversed until the gnarled mangroves gave way again to majestic pines and mossy forest floor. At long last the familiar heartwood trees of their glen came into view. They had been away only 4 days, but never had their warm cottage and flower beds felt more welcoming. After a joyful reunion with relieved neighbors, the sisters finally retired home to bathe, feast, and collapse into well-earned slumber. But rescuing the glen from Maldron's dark reign would require more than recovered strength. Over the next week, Willow and Iris turned inward, seeking the magic Celeste had spoken of, the magic of spirit. They meditated by the lake's tranquil waters on what power lay yet untapped inside. They prayed and sang to rouse their inner light. They helped mend the joy and hope of the young so it would ignite inside themselves. Bit by bit, their efforts awakened a glow from within that persisted even when magic wands were laid aside. The sisters nurtured this bright spirit until it was a blazing beacon that could be seen in their eyes and felt in their presence. This was the greatest magic Celeste had pointed them towards. And they would need it for the trial ahead. Soon there were troubling signs. Maldron's shadows were creeping in once more. Patrols multiplied and watchfires burned through the nights. Willow and Iris stayed by Elderbog's side so he would not wake to darkness alone. All the glen folk took comfort in one another's company. 7 nights later, Elderbog was awakened by sounds of distress. He hobbled outside to see the sisters standing at the edge of the clearing gazing up in dismay. There in the night sky floated an ominous violet cloud, slowly spreading like poison to block out the stars. Maldron's mark. The final assault was nigh. Elderbog placed a hand on each girl's shoulder. Have faith. Your hearts hold more power than any darkness. Iris and Willow solemnly embraced the gnome before turning towards the village to gather their forces one last time. All able creatures showed courage in the face of their greatest test. Sprites wove protective circles while elves and animals took up improvised weapons. At the center, Iris and Willow clasped hands tightly, their eyes meeting with shared understanding. They drew on every reserve of inner strength, feeling their spirits blaze brighter than ever in this fateful hour. Whatever came, they would meet it arm in arm, ablaze with light. A great crack rent the sky, followed by Maldron's terrible laughter echoing all around. Cower, creatures! Now your glen shall be mine! His fiery chariot burst from the clouds with wheels set ablaze. The demon steeds reared and roared flames as they landed heavily upon the meadow. Iris and Willow stood fast, fingers intertwined, letting their amulet's protection encompass all behind them. Maldron grinned wildly at the pitiful resistance. He sent a searing wall of flames towards the sprites, but it faltered against the sisters' shining aura. Your light has grown, but it shall not save you. Maldron hurled bolts of writhing darkness only to have them repelled by Iris and Willow's blazing spirit force. The assault continued, neither side breaking the other's defenses. Sensing the sisters' dwindling magic, Maldron played his final card. From the fiery chariot he drew forth a small battered cage. Within lay a trembling gnome, Elderbog. Iris shrieked in outrage. You monster! Let him go! Her light flickered perilously. Stand down or your precious elder perishes. Maldron sneered. Elderbog peered out helplessly but murmured, he cannot diminish your spirit. Tears streaking down her face, Willow strengthened their faltering shield. Turning to Iris, she whispered, we must hold fast. Iris trembled but gripped Willow tighter, their palms growing hot and damp. For agonizing moments the standoff held, Elderbog's life hanging by a thread. Then Iris cried out to Maldron, though you take our dearest friend, our spirits will never yield. Her light flared up, blinding in its intensity. With a scream, Maldron recoiled and unleashed his darkest blast yet. But when the shadows cleared, the sisters still stood fast, now circled by hundreds of fireflies blinking defiantly against the night. Their faith in each other and the glen had kindled an irreducible brilliance. As Maldron shrunk from the piercing light, Elderbog whispered an ancient spell and the demon cage fell away. Before Maldron could react, the old gnome summoned his last dregs of magic to cast the flaming chariot back into the sky. It arced over the horizon, disappearing in a twinkle. Maldron scrambled to gather his shadows, but they shriveled and scattered, the dawning light overwhelming them. "This isn't over, fools," he spat as the last remnants melted away. But for now, the glen was free. As the first rays of sunrise peeked through, Willow and Iris embraced Elderbog fiercely. Though much was damaged, the folk cheered their triumph over darkness by unwavering spirit. And Elderbog smiled proudly, knowing the sisters had found the greatest magic after all. Chapter 5. In the days after Maldron's defeat, the mood in the glen shifted from dread to diligent rebuilding. There was much to mend, but the relief that their home was preserved from the dark sorcerer's control outweighed any labor. Willow and Iris worked tirelessly to heal injuries, restore damaged structures, and re-enchant vulnerable areas. Iris used her gift of song to lift weary spirits. And the discovery of Elderbog after so many days fearing him lost brought much comfort. But the sisters knew Maldron lurked still, weakened but undefeated. Their victory had only pushed back his shadow, not dissolved it fully. They must use this period of peace to prepare for the day his darkness returned. 8 days after the fateful battle, Willow set off at dawn into the pine forest bordering the glen. She followed no trail, moving silently over the carpet of rust-colored needles until the trees abruptly gave way to a rocky outcropping. Perched on the granite cliffs high above was a great horned owl, his eyes closed in sleep. But sensing Willow's approach, they blinked open and swiveled to gaze down at her. "Greetings, old cliff," Willow called up respectfully to the avian sentry who guarded these lands. "Forgive my intrusion, but I seek counsel in grave times." With a rush of wings, Old Cliff glided down to land on a boulder before Willow. He ruffled his mottled feathers and stared at her intently with piercing yellow eyes. "Dark tidings lurk still upon the wind. Speak, Willow, but be brief." Taking a breath, Willow recounted Maldron's attacks on the glen and their harrowing confrontation just days prior. "Though we turned him back, it was only through luck and Elderbog's trickery. Maldron remains a terrible threat. Please, Old Cliff, guide us. How can we gather the magic needed to defeat him fully before his shadow's return?" Old Cliff's eyes became slits of grave focus. He was silent so long, Willow fretted he'd fallen back asleep. But finally he spoke in a grave tone. "The sorcerer you describe wields unnatural power fertilized by malice. I know of only one magic strong enough to sever such darkness at its root." He leaned in, sharp beak inches from Willow's face. "In the heart of the dark forest lives the ancient widow, a monstrous arachnid older than oak or stone. Her venom can destroy the immortal and incorruptible alike. It is your only hope against this fiend." Cold dread trickled down Willow's spine at the thought of facing such a beast. "Take the ancient widow, but how will we ever succeed in obtaining her venom?" Old Cliff smoothed his feathers with his beak. "That I cannot say. You must rely on your skill and have faith your need is greater. But heed my warnings, take no light into the dark forest lest you wake ravenous creatures. Follow the path marked by violet moss only. And do not tarry, for few who venture in ever emerge again." With those chilling final words, the great owl spread his wings and took off into the dawning sky. Willow watched his form shrink away, anxiety clawing at her stomach. How could she and Iris survive such a treacherous quest? But the alternative, succumbing to Maldron's dark reign, was untenable. Squaring her shoulders, Willow turned towards home to share the grim revelations with Iris. As she expected, her sister's face drained of color when told of the ancient widow and the sacrifices required to confront her. But determination shone in Iris's eyes. "We will take every precaution," Old Cliff advised. "And we will triumph, for the sake of all we cherish." She grasped Willow's hands tightly. Iris's courage bolstered Willow's shaken spirit. Yes, they would find a way, just as they had overcome every other peril thus far. After packing medicinal supplies and weaving cloaks of light-disrupting gray, the sisters set off for the dark forest looming ominously across the meadow. Tonight they embarked on their most dangerous quest yet, from which they may not return. But turn back they could not. The gloomy border of the dark forest came upon them all too soon. With a last look over their shoulders at the fading lights of home, Willow and Iris slipped beneath the knitted black branches. Almost instantly the nocturnal sounds of the woodland behind them were smothered, leaving only ominous silence. Iris unconsciously edged closer to Willow as they picked their way over gnarled roots and rotting foliage. Every shadow seemed to shift and reach for them. But the occasionally spotted flecks of vivid violet moss marked their elusive path forward. They focused only on those beacons, moving as rapidly as the treacherous terrain allowed. Abruptly the trail ended at a murky burbling stream, dimly lit by eerie mushrooms on the far bank. Steeling herself, Willow stepped out across the slick stones protruding from the dark water. Halfway across, her foot skidded off slimy rock and she nearly plunged into the current before Iris seized her arm. They clung together until safely on the other side, staring warily at the poisonous fungi. But the violet moss veered left into the trees again, away from the treacherous bank. They pushed on. The deeper they ventured, the thicker the gnarled trees grew, their branches nearly blotting out all dim light from above. Willow and Iris silently blessed their concealing cloaks, knowing one accidental glow could summon unfathomable horrors. Deeper into the feverish humidity and darting shadows they trekked, relying on faith alone amidst the formless blackness. Abruptly, Iris seized Willow's hand, halting her mid-step. Willow froze, listening intensely. Was that chittering somewhere to the right of the path? She squeezed Iris's clammy hand, willing her sister to make no move or sound. For many agonizing moments they stood motionless as the chittering continued, neither daring to breathe. Then finally it faded away into the distance. They waited several minutes more before continuing on, ears straining for any followers. The violet-flecked trail twisted confusingly but they staggered forward, too deep now to consider turning back. Then through the gloom loomed a massive dark shape. An ancient gnarled tree, bigger than any they'd seen. It was unnatural, malevolent, but the violet moss marked it unmistakably. They had arrived at the lair of the ancient widow. Iris whimpered faintly but Willow squeezed her hand, conveying courage. She spotted a hole amidst the giant twisted roots just large enough to crawl through. But within lay only eerie silence and deeper darkness. Every instinct screamed for them to flee this evil place. But the good of the glen depended on obtaining venom potent enough to defeat a powerful sorcerer. Signaling Iris to wait, Willow dropped to her knees and cautiously peered inside the hole, probing gently with her senses. She felt only cold damp earth and roots. Swallowing hard, she crept forward until enveloped fully in the choking blackness. One hand gripped her wand while the other traced along dank roots, searching for any opening or movement. She paused periodically to listen intently for anything besides her own strained breaths. Just as despair clamped down at finding no trace of the mythical spider, Willow's hand suddenly passed through an opening in the roots. Cold musty air drifted up, hinting at a cavern below. This was undoubtedly the lair. Willow slid back out to Iris and described her discovery. After a moment of silent prayer, the sisters knelt to enter together. The earthen tunnel led down steeper than they anticipated until both were sliding out of control into the unknown. They landed in a tangled heap on the icy cave floor, their grey cloaks knocked askew. Willow hastily righted hers before sparking a tiny light. Iris yelped. All around them, staring back in hundreds of glowing eyes were massive spiders, each the size of an elf child. They clung to every surface, fangs clicking in hunger. The sisters clutched each other in horror. Braving the ancient widow's domain was suicide. But just as the spiders crept nearer, an ear-splitting shriek resonated through the cave. The smaller creatures instantly scattered back into crevices, leaving the sisters alone and confused once more. Had the ancient widow called off the attack? From the dark tunnel ahead shuffled a colossal mass, disturbing the air like a moving boulder. It stopped before them, 8 reddish eyes studying its unexpected visitors. Willow's voice trembled slightly. "Ancient One, we come on behalf of our glen, besieged by a dark sorcerer." We beg just one drop of your venom to destroy this evil. The mammoth spider clicked her fangs thoughtfully, seeing the truth in their desperate hearts. With a final long look, she extended one razor fang and pricked her bulbous abdomen, releasing a single drop of venom into the stone vial Iris provided. Hardly believing their success, the sisters bowed deeply in gratitude. But the ancient widow had already retreated once more into her lair, satisfied she had served the aims of fate. Iris and Willow clambered hastily back up the narrow earthen tunnel until fresh air kissed their faces once more. Outside the twisted tree they collapsed onto the mossy earth, giddy with relief at surviving their trial. As dawn's first light filtered through the leaves above, they held the vial up triumphantly. Within lay hope for the glen. The journey home flew by in a fraction of the time, their steps now merry and purposeful. No threat could diminish the sisters' soaring spirits, finally certain they bore the means to conquer Maldron's darkness. The gilt vial remained clutched tightly in Iris's palm. At long last, the pleasant chittering of birds and dappled sunshine marked their return to the forest's edge. The meadow before their cozy cottage had never looked so beautiful. Iris broke into a run with Willow close behind, eager to see Elderbog's proud smile when they presented the venom. But as the cottage came into view, both sisters halted abruptly. The roof was badly singed, the door structure damaged as if smashed in. Dread seizing her heart, Willow rushed inside yelling for Elderbog. The interior was in shambles, furniture overturned, floorboards scorched, shelves upended. There was no sign of the gnome. Iris let out a strangled sob, clapping a hand to her mouth. No. We never should have left him alone unprotected. Tears blurred her vision. Willow could not speak around the lump in her throat. She had been so focused on their quest, she hadn't conceived the enemy could strike at home in their absence. What a fool! Choking back sobs, Iris turned to Willow with burning ferocity in her eyes. We will save him. Maldron only took Elderbog to lure us somehow. He knows we have the venom now. Willow mastered her emotions, steeling her resolve. Iris was right, the sorcerer likely had sinister motives beyond just capturing the old gnome. They must face him with courage for Elderbog's sake. For the sake of the glen. Iris handed the vial to Willow with a brave smile. We won't fail our mission. The light within us still shines true. Clasping it close, Willow pulled Iris into a fierce embrace. Yes, their quest was not in vain. The ancient widow had shown faith in them. Now they must have faith in each other. After hastily gathering healing supplies and weapons, the sisters departed into the shadowy trees. They called out urgently to any nymphs or sprites who may have witnessed the attack, but none had spotted the sorcerer's passing. Until a sparrow alighted before them chirping wildly of a terrifying horned shadow stretching across the eastern field at dusk 2 nights prior. Its trail had seared the ground in its wake. East Maldron was at the mountain spire. With growing dread, the sisters raced towards the jagged peak piercing the far horizon. Maldron's stronghold lay there, obscured through the years, and avoided by all wise beings. Now, he had doubtless restored its twisting labyrinth of black stone with new menace. By the time Willow and Iris arrived, panting from exertion at the base of the cliffs, daylight had nearly faded. Up the sheer rock face they scaled, finding handholds wherever possible. Maldron likely was alerted already to their presence, but they proceeded undaunted. Far above, the shadowy spire awaited. After much strenuous climbing, a narrow outcropping came into view housing a cleft in the rocks. Iris nearly wept in relief, they had a way into the spire caverns. With sore arms and scraped fingers, they pulled themselves over the ledge and peered inside. A faint red glow and stale air emanated from the tunnel. This had to be it. Grasping their wands, and vial, tightly, the sisters crept along the jagged passage, watchful of the many dark crevices splitting off along the way. The smooth stone floor gave no hint which path led to their goal. They chose fork after fork, trusting fate to guide them right. The heavy quiet weighed oppressively until Willow paused. Was that faint scuffling ahead? She exchanged a hopeful glance with Iris. Someone was down here. They moved faster, emboldened with purpose. The scuffling grew louder until light appeared ahead. The sisters burst into a cavernous opening just as Elderbog was dragged across by a shadowy creature. "Halt, fiends!" Willow cried, sending the creature screeching back to the dark. Elderbog peered up with his wizened face etched in joy and surprise. "My children, you came." His weak voice echoed across the chamber. Iris rushed to embrace the frail gnome, half laughing, half weeping. "Of course we came. Are you hurt?" Elderbog shook his head, clasping Iris's hands in his wrinkled ones. "No lasting harm done. But you must flee this evil place." His face had gone grave again. Willow helped Iris lift the unsteady gnome to his feet. "We shall, together. Once we finish what fate brought us here to do." Her hand went to the vial concealed in her cloak, feeling its power thrumming through the glass. Iris supported Elderbog's weight as they turned to go. A slow, mocking clap rang out, followed by a familiar chilling voice that froze them in their tracks. "Well done getting this far. But you shall progress no farther." Torchlight flared along the chamber walls to reveal Maldrith lounging atop a black stone throne, regarding his 3 captives with smug pleasure. More shadow creatures slithered up to encircle the sisters and Elderbog. "You have fallen into my trap perfectly. I knew you would come chasing your feeble friend." Disdain dripped from Maldron's voice. Iris's cheeks burned, but she kept her tongue. Willow stepped forward and made the demand they had rehearsed. "Hear us, Maldron. Surrender yourself and your dark creatures to exile and you may yet keep your life. Refuse, and we shall end your cruelty here and now." A tense silence followed, the sorcerer's eyes narrowing at Willow's boldness. Then his handsome face contorted with rage. "You dare threaten me? In my own domain?" His voice shook the cavern walls dangerously. Iris shouted up at him, emboldened by desperation. "We shall do more than threaten. Willow, now!" In one smooth motion, Willow drew forth the vial and flung it straight at the corrupt sorcerer's heart. His reflexes took over too late. The glass shattered against his chest, releasing its contents directly into his veins. Maldron's outraged bellow shook the chamber as he seized where the poison soaked his robes. "You pathetic fools! I am immortal." But even as the words left his mouth, his coal-black eyes widened in shock. The ancient widow's venom coursed rapidly through Maldron's body, extinguishing his unnatural power from within. He staggered from his throne, gagging violently as his handsome facade melted away to reveal the gnarled, rotten heart beneath. He grasped the stony floor, cursing their names with his last breaths before the poison finished its work. At last the dark sorcerer lay motionless and defeated. The shadow creatures released ear-piercing shrieks before dissolving into nothingness, destroyed by their master's destruction. Iris and Willow clung to each other in overwhelmed relief as Elderbog murmured prayers of cleansing over the fallen villain's remains. It was finished. Maldron's twisted spirit had departed and could menace their glen no more. Hardly able to comprehend their victory, the sisters half-led, half-carried Elderbog safely back down the mountain and home to the glen. There, they were met with tearful welcomes from sprites who had despaired for their safety. That night, celebrations rang out under the stars, songs, dances, overflowing tables. Though the coming days would bring much work restoring the damaged land, tonight was for rejoicing in freedom. Iris and Willow danced with their people, their weary hearts overflowing. Then they bid goodnight to seek their beds, the ancient widow's vial tucked safely away. Its contents had won the great battle, but the true magic lay within the sisters, and within the resilience and spirit of the glen folk. This light would guide them into a peaceful new era. Chapter 6. In the weeks after Maldron's defeat, calm settled over the glen like a soft blanket. Creatures that had fled in fear cautiously returned, overjoyed to find their beloved home preserved. Damaged structures were repaired and scorched meadows regrown. Iris used her gift of song to lift the lingering gloom from weary hearts. Under Willow and Iris's guidance, new magical wards were planted at the borders to protect against any future darkness. And within the hearts of all lived a newfound appreciation for the simple joys long taken for granted. Laughter rang out freely once more between neighbors. But the sisters knew lasting peace could only come by securing their lands and expanding their alliances. Though Maldrith had been vanquished, evil has a way of slipping back in when it senses complacency. They must ensure the glen stayed vigilant. So early one misty morning, Willow set off alone through the forest towards the heartwood trees marking the northern edge of the wood. She followed the winding brook, pausing to pick wild rhubarb stalks. Birds chirped cheerful greetings from their nests. At last Willow arrived at a ring of towering heartwood oaks so ancient, no living creature recalled their sprouting. Their bark was smooth and bone-white like towering spectral guardians. Only the occasional clump of emerald moss disrupted their monochrome stillness. This was the fairy circle. Willow approached slowly and knelt down in a gesture of respect. In a clear, steady voice, she greeted them. "Ancient ones, I come before you to share tidings of our glen. We seek your wisdom and ask that harmony with our neighbors be strengthened." For many moments, only creaking branches and rustling leaves replied. Then, a voice spoke clearly from one of the ghostly trees. "You may rise, young guardian. Well met. We know of your recent trials. You have prevailed admirably and your people persevered." The deep voice held warmth and pride, as if a grandfather praising his grandchild. Willow rose and smiled at the heartwood oak. She gave thanks and recounted all that had passed with Maldrith, the rebuilding efforts, and their desire for continued security and alliance with the outer forest realm. When she finished, the first oak spoke again after some contemplation. "Darkness lingers in many pockets of the wider world still. But your trials have woken the old alliances and lights. Worry not, we shall spread word in our forereach. Harmony shall grow." Then a second wise voice issued from an adjacent tree, this one more somber. "But be wary. Evil finds fertile soil in times of regrowth and comfort. Guard always against the creeping night." Before Willow could inquire further about this cryptic warning, the oaks returned to stillness. The audience had ended. She rose, brushing the mossy earth from her dress. "Thank you again for your time, honored ones. Your words bring much hope." A warm breeze fluttered by in acknowledgement as Willow turned to depart through the brightening forest. By the time she returned home, Iris had finished preparing a hearty potato and leek soup. They sat together cradling steaming bowls as Willow recounted her visit to the fairy circle. Iris's face shone at the prospect of renewed alliances, but also grew grave at the warnings. She squeezed Willow's hand across the table. "We will stay vigilant. But I know our light remains steady, whatever comes." Willow felt the familiar mingling of hope and unease. But she trusted in her sister's bright spirit. Darkness had found fertile soil in their complacency once before. This time, she silently vowed to be ready. The passing days supported the Heartwood's promises of spreading harmony. Envoys from outer villages came bearing small gifts and tidings, families ventured out of the glen to help neighbors rebuild, and spirits stayed high. In celebration of the dawning peace, Iris and Willow planned an excursion to pay respects at the Pillar of Remembrance honoring fairies fallen protecting the land. They promised Audiobook to make an herbal offering on his behalf. The morning they set out bloomed cool and bright. Iris inhaled the sweet scent of honeysuckle and lavender as they strolled the woodland path. Birds trilled cheerful tunes and the occasional hedgehog or hare darted past. Aside from the rustling branches and babbling brook, an easy quiet blanketed the woods. The sisters soon reached the edge of the whispering pines, whose tall, slender trunks swayed gently even without wind. Boughs perfectly arched for elf children to climb and play hidden games amongst. Today, only the creaking of wood filled the grove. Halfway through the pines, Iris spotted more violet wildflowers, Audiobook's favorite. She paused to collect a lavish bouquet, humming softly. But when she stood and turned to offer them to Willow, her sister was nowhere to be seen. Confused, Iris spun around searching between the swaying trunks. "Willow? Where are you?" No response came. Unease trickled down Iris's spine. Her sister wouldn't wander off unannounced. She hadn't even sensed Willow's presence fade. Clutching the flowers close, Iris forced calm. Perhaps Willow had veered off the path to harvest useful herbs. She would call again in a moment. But as the silence rang on, panic rose in Iris's chest. She rushed further into the grove, shrieking her sister's name to no avail. Willow was gone. Blinded by tears, Iris careened through trees back towards the glen, her mind whirling in panic circles. Had some wild beast attacked? A root snared her unawares? How could this happen with no warning or trace? What evil had befallen? Bursting from the pines, Iris nearly slammed into Elderbog hobbling along the path. He cried out in alarm as she collapsed to her knees, sobbing Willow's name incoherently. With shock, Elderbog registered her distress and the missing sister. He leaned heavily on his staff, face grave. "Iris, hush now, breathe deep," he soothed, though his own heart shook. "Speak slowly, let me understand." Iris forced herself to take gulping breaths between frantic words. "Willow, we were walking, she just vanished. No trace, no warning. How could this be?" Iris searched the gnome's eyes beseechingly, but found only deep concern and bafflement. He smoothed back her hair gently. "Dark powers are at work here, I fear. But do not abandon hope. We will gather help and begin searching immediately." Though Elderbog spoke reassuringly, his eyes remained heavy with worry. Losing Willow to unseen evil so suddenly was an ill omen. Nonetheless, Iris allowed him to lead her back to the glen, where they spread the terrifying word. Search groups hastily formed to scour the woods. Sprites stood guard at the border. Iris rushed desperately from one area to the next, calling until her voice cracked, peering into every crevice along the path where Willow disappeared. But the whispering pines stood tall and silent, yielding no clues. Dusk's long shadows forced the search parties to halt for the night, shaken and discouraged. Iris refused to pause the hunt or rest, even as light faded to black. Helpless tears coursed down her cheeks as she wandered with a flickering orb in hand. That Willow should simply vanish without trace or cause was unfathomable. She must be lost and alone somewhere in the dark, in need of her sister's protection. A wealth of dangers could have befallen her: twisted ankle, concealed ravine, a snakebite. Iris's vivid imagination tormented her through the long cold night. At last Elderbog hobbled out and gently but firmly led Iris home to rest. She collapsed into her bed with Willow's pillow clutched tightly, taking some small comfort in the lingering flower scent of her sister's hair. But there would be no true rest while darkness and mystery still engulfed Willow's fate. The next 2 days passed in fruitless searching that yielded not even the smallest clue. The fervent hope that flooded Iris's heart each time a distant bird cry sounded always curdled back to despair when no Willow appeared. With no trail or signs to follow, even the most experienced elven hunters were baffled. It was as if some evil magic had simply made Willow cease to exist at that precise spot in the pines. Late on the third day, Iris sat staring into their untouched afternoon tea, when rushing footsteps preceded an urgent pounding at the cottage door. Elderbog hobbled down the hall and opened it to reveal young Daisy the hare, eyes wide with excitement. "Elderbog." "Iris. I bring tremendous news." She paused to catch her breath. Iris was on her feet at once, heart racing. "While visiting my uncle's burrow near the eastern hollow, I overheard 2 great horned owls speaking of a fairy taken captive 3 days ago by an evil horned shadow." Iris grasped Daisy's shoulders in desperation. "Taken captive? Did they say where?" Daisy dropped her voice lower, glancing about warily. "To the castle of Tenebros in the bleak mountains. The Shadow Lord's power there has been growing. He surely wanted a light spirit captive to feed his dark magic." Iris's mind spun wildly. Willow alive but imprisoned by some evil overseer. It seemed fantastical, but no more so than her sudden vanishing. This was their first shred of hope, and Iris seized it fiercely. "We must go at once then. Tonight." She turned to pack supplies, but Elderbog gently halted her with a hand on her wrist. "Iris, I understand your desperation, but journeying into the bleak mountains alone is madness. You would only doom yourself." His usually cheerful face was lined with grief and care. Iris opened her mouth to argue, but the genuine fear in his eyes gave her pause. He was right, she could hardly storm a mountain fortress alone. Tears stung her eyes afresh as the surge of hope dimmed. Sensing her anguish, Elderbog drew Iris into a comforting embrace. "Take heart, my child. Now that we have an idea of Willow's location, we can prepare a proper rescue plan. It will take patience, but we will find a way to save her." Iris sniffled and wiped her eyes, knowing he spoke wisdom. They would help Willow best by gathering their strength and strategizing. She could not race blindly into the Dark Lord's lair alone. She forced a small smile of gratitude for Elderbog's sound counsel. Together they would bring Willow home. The next morning, Iris woke with fresh resolve and a clear head. After breaking fast with Elderbog, they paid a visit to Tabitha, the wise old crow who resided in the tallest pine bordering the glen. Her keen sight and far flight could aid their quest. Perched on a high branch out of the children's pebbling reach, Tabitha peered down curiously at their approach. Iris made their urgent request while Elderbog stood solemnly below. "Please Tabitha, you are our best hope. We need you to fly to the bleak mountains and bring back news of the Castle Tenebrose, its approaches, pitfalls, and any clues if Willow is indeed held captive there. Can you help guide us?" Tabitha ruffled her jet feathers thoughtfully. Journeying anywhere near the ominous bleak mountains went against her instincts for self-preservation. But she owed Willow much for her past kindnesses. "I shall accept this quest for Willow's sake," she finally croaked down. "But I must set out at once. My old wings need ample time to reach those distant peaks and return." Relief broke across Iris's face. "Oh, thank you, Tabitha. We are in your debt." With a curt nod, the crow spread her wings and took off towards the stark silhouettes in the east. Iris watched her fade into a black speck on the horizon, hands clasped in hope. Their first true step towards rescuing Willow had been taken. Now they must await word of what darkness lay ahead. The waiting tortured Iris. She paced endlessly, snapped at Elderbog's gentle suggestions to rest, and peered out the window hourly for any sign of Tabitha's return. Time crawled by. For long days later, just as Iris had nearly gnawed her fingernails down to the quick, a familiar call sounded outside. She burst through the door to see Tabitha perched on the gate, practically swaying with exhaustion but safe. Iris shouted and whooped joyously, bringing all the neighbors out. Once Tabitha had been fed and watered, she shared her dire report. The landscape surrounding Castle Tenebrose was as ominous as its name, jagged peaks perpetually shrouded in mist, rough crags with malignant auras, sheer cliffs and chasms engulfing those who strayed from the crumbling path. And the fortress itself was awash in dark magic, leering gargoyles on parapets, bramble walls that snared the brave, swarms of void bats on ceaseless patrol. An atmosphere of dread and despair. Tabitha also discovered a lone fairy held captive atop the highest tower, bound and haggard but undoubtedly Willow. Iris wept in relief and rage. The owls had spoken true. They must waste no time staging a rescue. Our clever friend believes reaching Willow will require a Trojan trick. A sacrifice, bait for the Dark One's greed, while the others infiltrate undetected, Tabitha relayed. Iris's face hardened with determination. She stepped forward without hesitation. "Then I shall be the bait. Tell us what we must do." Whatever it took, she would see her beloved sister freed or perish trying. Elderbog looked stricken but knew better than to argue. If Iris's courage could somehow divert the Dark Lord's eye, perhaps a small band of sprites could slip past into the tower. It was a dire gamble, but their only hope. They set to finalizing the bold rescue plan as Tabitha rested her aged wings. Iris refused to acknowledge the icy claws of fear in her heart. She would play her role flawlessly to lead them to Willow. "Hold on, sister," she silently urged. "We are coming." Chapter 7. Dawn's rosy glow peeked cautiously through the glen trees as if afraid to present itself. Today was no typical morning. Today, fairies roused themselves with grave purpose and uneasy hearts, donning cloaks and boots instead of bright dresses. Elderbog blessed each in turn as they assembled solemnly in the grassy village square. 8 elves, 4 pixies, 3 sprites, and brave Iris centered at the front. She lifted her gaze to each face, bolstering her courage with the love reflected back at her from every eye, old and young. They would triumph or fall together in this quest to rescue Willow from the black claws of Castle Tenebrose and its merciless lord. Failure was unthinkable. Iris knelt and embraced Elderbog tightly. Though his spirit burned to aid them, his frail body could survive no such perilous journey. He pressed 2 amulets into Iris's hands, obsidian to guard against darksight, and quartz to amplify her inner light. "May these treasures help shield and strengthen you all." Elderbog's voice wavered with emotion. "Trust in your unbreakable bonds. The light always finds a way home." Iris smiled through her tears and squeezed his gnarled hands in wordless gratitude. Then squaring her shoulders, she turned to lead her small band into the unknown shadowy wilds that lay between them and Willow. As the trees closed behind their marching backs, those staying behind sent up wordless prayers for the rescuers' safe return. The bleak mountains crept ever closer on the horizon over 3 days of hard travel. Iris tried not to count their dwindling supply of food or the blisters on her feet. At night, she gazed at the waxing moon and whispered to Willow that they were coming for her. She prayed these words might somehow cross the darkness that engulfed her sister. "Please hold on." At last, after fording an icy river and traversing a barren rocky plain, the small figures stood before the cruel fangs of the bleak mountains. Jutting granite sliced at the underbelly of the clouds, dripping with sooty fog. Nothing green survived here, only swirling vapors, jagged stone, and disturbing auras. Their destination awaited somewhere on those treacherous peaks. With hands clasped tightly, Iris and her companions scaled the slippery footholds, ignoring ominous groans and rumbles around them. More than once, someone slipped, requiring the entire line to dig in desperately before they all tumbled backwards into oblivion. Onward and upward they struggled against the hostile terrain. After many tense hours, Tabitha's harsh call split the air above, making Iris look up with joy and relief. Their guide had returned to lead them the final leg. With an encouraging cry, the crow soared off around a bend. Iris followed her black form until it disappeared, trusting in Tabitha to steer them right. At long last, just as crumbling light faded, Iris's eyes landed on it, a towering dark fortress carved atop a bleak peak. Black banners hung limply from parapets shaped like jagged teeth. The entire tower seemed crafted from cruel stone and malevolent magic. This was undoubtedly the lair of some nefarious overlord. And somewhere within lay captive Willow. Swallowing down her instinctive horror, Iris squared her shoulders and marched the last distance to their goal. Her spine prickled as unseen eyes watched their approach from arrow slits. But no guards emerged yet to block access as they crossed the threshold beneath an enormous portcullis, entering the dark heart of Castle Tenebrose. Their quest could not turn back now. Pressing deeper into the fortress maze, Iris conjured an orb of light to reveal a spacious circular chamber just ahead. She halted her group several yards back, safely shrouded in shadow as planned. Their presence was surely already detected, but maintaining some illusion of stealth could only aid their cause. Iris rallied her courage. It was time. Raising her ghostly white wand, she stepped boldly into the torchlit room. "Hear me, Lord of Tenebrose. I am Iris of the Silver Glen. I come with a proposal." Her shout echoed off the gloomy stone. For a tense moment, only silence replied. Then slow, mocking applause sounded from the chamber's dark recesses, followed by a chilling voice. "Brave but foolish to come here alone, little sprite. A tall figure draped in sweeping black robes materialized atop a throne of cracked bone. His arched brow and sharp cheekbones gave him an almost angelic beauty, but icy emptiness filled his charcoal eyes. The Dark Lord. Iris tilted her chin up defiantly, ignoring her hammering heart. Who said I came alone? She raised her glowing wand higher, sensing her friends shrink back deeper into the passageway. I lead a group of the glen's strongest defenders, with magic enough to level this stronghold. It was a desperate bluff, but their only leverage for bartering Willow's release. The enthroned figure chuckled without humor. You hold a mere parlor trick, while I wield the ancient power in these very walls. He spread his arms and the stones themselves seemed to groan in obedience. The display sent shivers down Iris's spine, but she held her ground. Nevertheless, my proposal stands. Return the captive Willow unharmed, depart these lands never to return, and spare yourself further humiliation. Iris summoned an orb of light that illuminated the Dark Lord's face and cast his features in an ugly, twisted light. His smug expression faltered for the slightest moment. Their magic was not so feeble as he assumed. The man leaned back, tapping a long pale finger on the armrest as he scrutinized Iris. You would risk so much for one fairy. She must hold great value to your realm. A slow, sinister smile spread across his lips. But I do not take orders in my own domain. So I propose this counter: relinquish yourself in exchange for the other's freedom. Iris's heart stuttered. Give herself to this monster to spare Willow. A conflict raged within, but she buried it down. They had known sacrifices might be required. She lifted her chin bravely. Then I accept your terms. But know if you break your oath and fail to release my sister, if even one hair on her head is harmed, we shall return with all the power of the fairy circle and reduce your fortress to rubble. A heavy silence fell as the Dark Lord weighed her bold words. Iris dared not move or even breathe. Finally he rose from the throne slowly and cocked his head, studying her. You have courage. Good, you shall need it. He swept a hand lazily. Two towering guards emerged from the shadows and clamped Iris's arms in bruising grips. Her wand tumbled uselessly to the stone floor as panic surged in her chest. This was not going as planned. The Dark Lord approached almost casually and grasped her jaw with bone-chilling fingers, forcing her eyes to meet his. You are of more value than I anticipated, little sprite. Once your spirit is broken, your magic shall fuel my power. He smiled coldly before turning to his guards. Take her to the south dungeon and fetch me the other captive at once. As the guards dragged the struggling Iris towards a dark staircase, her mind raced desperately. She craned her neck back towards the hidden rescue party and cried out as loud as her constricted lungs could manage. Now! Attack now! For crucial seconds, only silence answered. Then finally a commotion of shouts and footfalls erupted from the passageway as Iris's friends charged forth, unleashing their simple spells at the Dark Lord. He recoiled more in surprise than pain. The blasts hardly singed his shadowy cloak. With a roar of outrage, he sent a pulsating wave of energy towards them that sent even the burly elves slamming into the far wall. They collapsed in a groaning heap. Iris's heart twisted at the sound of her brave friend's pain. Enough! The Dark Lord bellowed furiously, rising to his full height. Your pathetic rescue attempt is over. None had the strength to rise against him. Iris felt icy hopelessness wash over her as she was dragged away down a shadowy staircase, throat raw from screaming Willow's name. The heavy dungeon door slammed shut behind Iris with an ominous finality, enveloping her in pitch blackness. She collapsed onto the grimy floor, hugging herself against the bone-chilling cold. Anguish and defeat shook her slight frame. How could their mission have failed so disastrously? Now Willow and her friends were doomed, and Iris completely powerless. Gradually, Iris's throat numbed from sobbing and her mind slowed from its panicked race. She forced herself to take long, deep breaths, regaining some fragment of composure. All was not yet lost. Her dear friends may be injured, but their strong spirits would endure. The Dark Lord clearly craved Iris's magic. He would keep her alive for his purposes. And where there is life, there is always hope. She must keep faith that an opportunity would arise. Blindly Iris felt her way around the small prison, searching for anything of use. Stinging stone met the bare skin of her hands and feet until they were scraped and blooded. But the blackness yielded no cracks or tool she might use to escape. Finally, Iris sank down in the corner furthest from the foul breeze seeping through the iron door. She lacked even a blanket to shield against the seeping cold and hard floor, so she simply curled herself as tightly as possible and prayed silently for Willow and the others until restless sleep claimed her. Days passed marked only by a silent wraith bringing meager cups of stale water and repulsive gruel that Iris forced down to stay alive. Once between deliveries, she cried out desperately for news of her sister and friends, but her pleas echoed away into the void. The total isolation preyed on Iris's mind. Was Willow still enduring endless torment so near and yet out of reach? Had the Dark Lord already destroyed her dear companions? Iris's vivid imagination tortured her with images too horrific to dwell on long. When the fortitude of her spirit had been eroded by darkness and uncertainty to a fragile shell, the dungeon door at last unlocked. Iris recoiled from the sudden blinding torchlight as two guards entered and dragged her roughly up the stairs into the open chamber. Disoriented, she could hardly resist as her arms were forced into iron shackles. When the black spots cleared from her vision, Iris saw they had bound her to a tall stone pillar engraved with unpleasant runes. Alarm spiked in her chest. Heavy boots thudded slowly from the stairwell passage until the Dark Lord himself emerged, hands clasped behind his back. He observed Iris coldly. "Your resilient spirit remains strong, I'll grant you that. But we shall soon drain it dry." His hands glowed with gathering purple energy that Iris instinctively tried to shrink away from. "Please." Iris croaked out through cracked lips. "If some light yet remains in you, have mercy." "Where is Willow?" The Dark Lord laughed cruelly. "Still concerned for others? How quaint. But why should I show mercy when your magic can strengthen my dominion?" Dark ropes shot from his hands, entangling Iris and constricting like snakes. She writhed against them futilely. "Now, little sprite, your light shall fuel my fortress." Dozens of sharp obsidian crystals hovered to encircle Iris, pointed tips glinting with hungry intent. A terrible prickling pressure built in the air. Iris's eyes squeezed shut just before the dark magic flowed inward, wrenching her spirit as if determined to shred its very essence. Agonizing pain seared through Iris's body and mind. She thought she screamed but could not hear her own voice over the excruciating pressure crushing her spirit. This torture went beyond physical, it sought to violently rip all the light and hope from her heart. Iris's thoughts flashed to each beloved face from the glen before the torrent overwhelmed all consciousness. Darkness consumed everything. Gradually the crushing pressure receded as Iris drifted at the edge of oblivion. Gentle hands cupped her face, coaxing her back with their tender familiarity. Iris forced her leaden eyes open to see through tears Willow's own face inches away, etched with sorrow and care. "Iris, little sister, can you hear me?" Willow's voice cracked with emotion as she smoothed Iris's hair back. Iris tried to nod through the haze of pain. Just the sweet sight of Willow filled Iris with longing to cling to whatever faint light remained within. Her sister was alive, here with her now. That alone kindled some flicker of faith and strength. The moment shattered too soon. Guards wrenched Iris's limp body from Willow's arms, ignoring her cried protests. They half-dragged Iris back down into the clammy dungeon and cast her to the floor like a rag doll. As she teetered at the brink of oblivion, one urgent thought surfaced in Iris's mind: she had to survive, if only to see Willow's beloved face again. That hope alone kept her spirit tethered as darkness swept over once more. Chapter 8. A sharp sting across Iris's cheek dragged her from the void. Disoriented, she blinked against flickering torchlight and slowly registered the dungeon guards leering over her. How long had she been unconscious this time? Their grasping hands pulled Iris roughly to her feet and she cried out as feeling returned to her battered body. Every nerve seemed to ache deep into the bone. But there was no time to adjust or recover before the guards hauled Iris up the worn stairs again towards whatever fresh torment awaited. Despair threatened to crush what little spirit she had left. Each successive round of draining her magic brought Iris closer to the edge of surrender. Maybe she should just let go, slip into final oblivion rather than prolong this suffering. No! She mentally screamed the thought down. Iris would not relinquish that final scrap of hope while breath still filled her lungs. For Willow's sake if not her own. Iris clung fiercely to the memory of her sister's face inches away, etched with love and care. As long as they both still drew breath, there was reason to keep fighting. Squaring her trembling shoulders, Iris lifted her chin and fixed the Dark Lord with as defiant a stare as she could muster when the guards forced her down onto her knees before him. His face registered mild surprise to find any shred of resistance left in the fairy. Iris clung to that small boost, her spirit had not yet been fully conquered. The man leaned down, grasping her chin roughly between cold fingers. Iris tried not to shudder at his touch. "Still such fire left in you, little sprite?" He smiled coldly. "Good. You shall need it to complete the 3 tasks I have devised specially to douse that flame forever." Iris just met his gaze unwaveringly until he released her chin with a small shove and turned to retrieve an ancient scroll from his obsidian throne. The parchment crinkled as he unfurled it with an ominous snap. Fear trickled down Iris's spine, but she listened carefully as the Dark Lord read the impossible challenges she apparently had no choice but to face. First, descend to the dungeon that lies at the roots of this peak and retrieve the crystal chalice which grants visions of destiny. Drink thereof to prove its authenticity. His lip curled cruelly, clearly believing such a task would end her swiftly. Iris's mind raced, how to reach some mythical dungeon at the mountain's roots. Surely there were endless labyrinths and death traps barring the way, assuming it existed at all. She would likely perish just attempting to descend that far through the convoluted tunnels of Castle Tenebros. Her eyes closed as icy despair washed over again. This was the hopeless end. Yet, hadn't clever Tabitha mentioned some secret dust that could illuminate hidden pathways through the castle? Iris's eyes flew open again. Yes, that was it. The wise crow had gifted her a small pouch of shimmering powder during their planning that would reveal safe passage, but only if used most sparingly. Iris had secreted that tiny pouch away in her dress hem, and miraculously, her captor had failed to find it. Hope sparked anew. If she could slip just a pinch of Tabitha's gift into the torch sconces at each turn, Iris may yet have a chance of descending safely and finding this crystal chalice. It was a desperate gamble, but her only option. She lifted her gaze back to the Dark Lord with hard-won composure. "I accept your first challenge." The man's thin lips spread in a patronizing smile. "The depths will surely claim you. But the chase offers amusement if nothing else." "Very well." He nodded to the guards who hauled Iris to her feet and escorted her firmly from the chamber. She bit her tongue against protesting. Better they believe her a broken prisoner marching obediently to her doom. She would catch them off guard soon enough. The passageways and stairs leading down from the tower seemed endless. Whenever the guards were glancing elsewhere, Iris carefully tore a tiny pinch of sparkling dust from the hidden pouch and flicked it at the torch brackets just out of sight. Her heart pounded wildly. Any second now they would catch onto her secret trail of breadcrumbs illuminating the safest course ahead. But the guards remained oblivious, even laughing and placing bets on where her body would finally be found. Iris tuned out their spiteful chatter, focusing every shred of concentration on leaving clues to guide her back up from whatever hellish depths lay beneath this stronghold. The air grew stale and chill as they descended until even the guards seemed uneasy. Any smug taunts faded away. When at last the steps ended in a narrow stone passage with a moldy wooden door at the end, the guards finally balked. "This is where we leave you, Pixie. Whatever beastly end you meet below is no concern of ours." Their sharp laughter poorly masked the apprehension in their eyes. With a final violent shove, Iris was cast through the rotted wooden door alone. It slammed shut with terrible finality, enveloping her in absolute darkness. The race for survival was on. Steadying her raw nerves, Iris pressed forward into the black void with hands stretched before her blindly. The rough-hewn tunnel seemed to angle ever downward, though occasional stone steps were treacherous. Every step was a slow, painstaking gamble to avoid plummeting into some abyss. After an endless tense descent, Iris's questing fingers finally brushed the start of a wrought iron stair railing. She nearly wept in relief. This must surely be the route leading to whatever awaited at the roots of the peak. The ancient stairs zigzagged endlessly down into darkness, but Iris focused all her will on putting one foot below another. She lost all sense of time and space. Eventually, Iris glimpsed a distant glow filtering up the cavernous stairwell. Heart soaring, she staggered faster despite her screams of protest. Reaching the light was all that mattered. The temperature plummeted until Iris could see her ragged breaths. She was close now. With a small sob, she rounded the final spiral of stairs to a relatively flat cavern floor glowing from the ethereal blue light of scattered crystals. Their pulsating aura was hypnotic and strangely soothing. Then her eyes landed on a crystalline chalice upon a lone stone pedestal, illuminated from within by an otherworldly shine, the crystal chalice. Iris had succeeded at the impossible first challenge. Hardly able to believe she yet lived, Iris slowly approached the mystical relic. Embellished silver filigree spiraled around its exterior. Whether the object truly held any power or merely served the Dark Lord's pretense mattered not. Iris had proven she could pass his deadly trials through hope and tenacity alone. Gingerly she lifted the chalice and brought it to her cracked lips. The liquid within held no temperature or flavor, yet warmth instantly spread through Iris's weary body down to the bone. That simple sip seemed to restore some fragment of strength and will to her shattered spirit. Eyes closed, Iris sent up silent grateful prayers for being guided this far. But her impossible trials were far from over. Still 2 tasks lay between her and Willow. After savoring a long moment of peace, Iris reluctantly lowered the chalice and turned to face the gloom. She could tarry no longer. Recrossing that treacherous staircase was harrowing, but Iris focused solely on following her path illuminated by Tabitha's gift. When at last she stumbled from the passageway back into the upper maze, the 2 startled guards gaped in disbelief. They had been certain to find only her broken corpse greeting them. Before they could react, Iris held the glowing chalice forth. "I have succeeded at the first challenge. Now escort me back to your lord." Though her arm trembled from the weight, Iris kept her tone and eye steady. Grudgingly they obeyed, too confounded to argue. The throne room felt somehow smaller and less oppressive with a battle already conquered. Iris clutched the chalice tighter as she was forced to kneel before the Dark Lord once more. His handsome face briefly registered surprise as well before molding back into condescension. "So the little pixie survives. But you shall not endure the next trial." A sinister glimmer lit his cold eyes. He unfurled the scroll once more. "Here is your second task. Offer a naiad's tear to awaken the goddess statue that lies at the heart of the Hall of Whispers, only then shall its mysteries be revealed." Iris's stomach dropped. Finding a single naiad's tear seemed impossible. Those elusive water nymphs rarely showed themselves in the secret forest pools and springs they inhabited. But the light within seemed to whisper, "You succeeded once through hope. Try again." Iris lifted her gaze unflinchingly. "I shall return successfully from this task as well. Whatever you may believe, light cannot be so easily extinguished." The Dark Lord's lip curled in disdain, but he flicked his wrist dismissively. "Then go and seek your demise." This time, Iris walked evenly between the guards down into the notorious Hall of Whispers. Hope could guide her still. As its name foretold, hushed susurrations bounced endlessly off the stone corridor snaking out before Iris. The tangle of sounds wove an aura of confusion that eroded the senses and mined the deeper one ventured. But Iris pressed forward, using her shard of quartz to amplify the light within and cling to inner clarity. Just when doubts arose that she was doomed to trudge blindly until all reason was lost, the narrow passage emptied into a vast cavern illuminated by tiny glowing worms. On the far side loomed an imposing stone goddess with arm upraised. The statue's once elegant features had been worn away by time, but Iris could just discern the faint remains of an eye carved to hold an offering. The Naiad's tear must be placed here. Iris's initial elation at locating the statue soured quickly. This was undoubtedly another cruel trick. There was not a drop of water to be found in the dry cavern, let alone a Naiad. Knots twisted Iris's stomach as she surveyed the empty room. How could she possibly produce the mythical tear? Head sunk in despair, Iris aimlessly approached the statue as if drawn in by some faint magnetism. Her hazy eyes fell to the worn base where a few stray pebbles and flakes of rust littered the cracks. Habit made Iris bend to gently sweep the debris away and restore some small dignity to the forgotten goddess. As the last fleck of dust cleared, Iris glimpsed an incongruous flash of blue nestled in a crack. Heart leaping, she hastily dug out an oval sapphire cabochon the precise size of the statue's carved eye. Surely no mere coincidence. Iris's hands trembled in awe as she reverently lifted the gemstone. Some enchantment still lingered in this chamber. She had been led to the means of awakening the goddess after all. On tiptoes, Iris carefully pressed the sapphire eye into place and held her breath. For several heavy moments, only silence filled the musty air. Then the faintest grinding sounded from within the statue and it seemed to inhale, chest expanding and arms lowering slightly. A serene smile graced the weathered face now restored to majestic beauty. Iris too smiled joyously, overcome with gratitude for unknown help when she had nearly lost faith. The statue's slow awakening was momentarily marred by the angry stomp of approaching boots. Iris tensed and clutched her precious sapphire tighter as the guards appeared looking vexed at having lost her in the treacherous hall. Their scowls deepened at the sight of the awakened goddess and Iris's triumphant face. This time, Iris boldly led the way back through the distorted hall of whispers, letting the sapphire eye amplify her own inner clarity. The frustrated guards struggled to follow without being turned senseless by the illusions. Back in the throne room, incredulity flashed across the Dark Lord's face before he masked it with a patronizing sneer. Iris held the vibrant sapphire aloft like hard-won treasure. The goddess has awakened. I have passed your second trial. Exhilaration flushed her tired face. The man's lip curled in a cold attempt at amusement. Enjoy this fleeting victory, sprite. You shall not survive the final impossible task. He reached for the scroll with relish. Iris waited, head held high. She had passed 2 deadly challenges deemed impossible through hope alone. Whatever darkness awaited, her spirit would endure. Your third and final trial, descend into the black abyss of the blood cavern where the she-demon Maribia dwells. Return with a vial of her venom to prove your worth. The Dark Lord's eyes gleamed malevolently, savoring the anguish on Iris's face. A place with such a name could surely only harbor utter evil and horrors untold. How could she? No. Iris closed her eyes, repeated her sacred mantra through hope, all is possible. When her eyelids lifted, she fixed the Dark Lord with a steady gaze. I shall return victorious once more. Your efforts to extinguish my spirit fail. A shadow of doubt flickered across his face at her resolve before the sneer returned. We shall see, fairy. He flicked his fingers for the guards to drag her off towards the stairwell descending to the mysterious cavern. Iris focused on floating down into the gloom, her guiding light burning within. The third stairwell spiraled down to a cavern far more foreboding than the first 2. No crystals illuminated the jagged walls here. The very air felt thicker and fouler, clinging to Iris's skin like oil. She pressed a hand over her glowing amulet shard for meager comfort against the oppressive dark. When the steps finally ended, Iris found herself in a vast cavern that lived up to its chilling name. Blood-red stalactites hung from above looking ready to impale any who passed below. Slick scarlet mineral deposits coated the walls and bone fragments littered the rocky ground. This was clearly a place where few emerged alive. Swallowing down her dread, Iris crept forward, scanning for any sign of the dreaded she-demon said to call this lair home. But nothing stirred except foul air through jagged openings overhead. Perhaps this had all been only legend. A piercing shriek suddenly echoed off the cavern walls, followed by the leathery sound of enormous wings. Iris ducked behind a stalagmite just as a gust of foul wind heralded the monstrous creature landing atop a towering stone outcrop. Iris glimpsed only sinewy crimson limbs, curved black talons, and wild white hair surrounding a face too horrifying to behold directly. Paralyzed, Iris pressed back into the rock as the hideous thing crawled over the stones, seeking the intruder. There was nowhere to hide long in such barrenness. But the longer Iris watched the creature unfurl its snake-like neck and taste the stale air, the more desperate idea sparked. What if she simply approached openly and asked for the venom as a gift? Absurd as it seemed, something about the creature's restlessness resonated with Iris's own years imprisoned by fear. This demon was no true monster, but a tormented soul yearning for light solace. With trembling limbs, Iris stepped into the open cavern. The demon's reptilian eyes instantly locked onto her. Iris nearly lost her nerve and retreated. But she forced out the words. "Emaribia, I am Iris. I come not to harm you, but to humbly ask that you gift me a vial of your venom. Please." Iris's voice wavered, but she held the fiend's inscrutable gaze. For agonizing moments the demon only stared, stone still. Then slowly she unfurled her immense wings and crawled from her perch towards Iris. Frozen in place, Iris squeezed her eyes shut, prepared for the end. But instead of tearing claws, she felt only the lightest scrape of a talon across her palm, collecting the welling blood into a small vial. Hardly daring to believe she yet lived, Iris opened her eyes to see the vial of venom now presented to her in offering. The creature's head bowed slightly in what could only be described as dignity. Hands shaking, Iris accepted the precious gift and bowed deeply in return. "My sincerest thanks. You have more kindness than you know." When she straightened, the demon had withdrawn into the shadows. But a single gleaming eye watched Iris leave with what seemed almost longing. Iris promised silently to return one day and banish the loneliness from this tortured creature. For now, her improbable quest was fulfilled. The guards were stunned speechless when Iris emerged victorious yet again from certain death below. None made a sound as they escorted her back to the throne room. Even the Dark Lord seemed momentarily at a loss for cutting words at the sight of the vial in Iris's palm. Her spirit had endured every impossible trial and emerged brighter. But the man quickly masked his disbelief with derision. "Your persistence surprises me, sprite. But no matter. You and your kin will serve my powers regardless." He rose ominously from the throne. Iris trembled but stood fast. "Your twisted tasks proved only the strength of spirit and hope. Things no darkness can extinguish. We will neither serve nor fear you." The man's eyes flashed with rage at her defiance. He raised one hand crackling with purple energy, poised to strike Iris down. She stared back unflinchingly, words of truth still sweet on her tongue. Let him do his worst. Iris had triumphed. But before the fatal blow fell, a piercing alarm shrieked through the halls. The Dark Lord froze, eyes narrowing in suspicion. Shouts and footsteps echoed up from below. Had Iris's friends somehow recovered and escaped? Her heart leapt at the possibility. The thunderous footsteps grew louder until a dozen guards burst into the room, all shouting urgently that the fairy prisoners had disappeared from the tower dungeon. The Dark Lord let loose a bellow of rage that shook the cavern walls. In his distraction, Iris darted away and out the door, exhilarated by the impossible hope that Willow had somehow slipped free. She had just reached the spiraling stairs when rough hands grabbed her from behind. Iris screamed and thrashed wildly, but the guards' grips were unbreakable as they dragged her back towards the throne room. She caught a glimpse of daylight taunting her through a high window before the heavy doors sealed her fate once more. Chapter 9. Iris stopped struggling against the guards' painful grasp as they hauled her back towards the dark throne, despair flooding her heart. She had come within reach of escaping this nightmare, only to fail. Now her thin scrap of hope that Willow had somehow won free was surely in vain. Iris kept her eyes downcast, unwilling to face the Dark Lord's smug sneer at her fleeting joy turning once more to anguish. She would not let him relish her bitter tears. But contrary to Iris's expectations, the man's handsome face was taut with outrage rather than victory when she was forced to her knees before him. He descended from the dais, eyes smoldering like black flame. "You deny any knowledge of this treachery," he demanded, wrenching Iris's chin up to meet his gaze. She recoiled from his icy touch and glare. "I swear it. I rotted in your dungeon while you devised your twisted games. Whatever transpired is no work of mine." Iris's voice shook slightly but did not waver. She truly had no notion what caused the commotion that nearly won her freedom. But she hoped dearly it meant Willow had yet lived. The Dark Lord studied her a moment more, probing for deceit. But Iris's wide eyes held only weariness and fading hope. With a sound of disgust, he released her and turned his back. "I shall get the truth soon enough. But your ginger-haired friend will pay the ultimate price for this stunt." A slow, cruel smile curled his lips at Iris's small choked gasp of protest. It confirmed his suspicions that Willow had orchestrated this somehow despite being under heavy guard. Now she would suffer. Iris trembled in fury and despair. She longed to lash out at the Dark Lord, to shatter the infuriating apathy of the guards, to tear down the very stones of this infernal fortress. But her battered body had nothing left to give. She had barely slept or eaten in days, and the grueling trials had depleted what little magic remained. Iris hung limply in the guard's painful grasp, willing her weary spirit to hold on a bit longer. For Willow. At an impatient gesture from their master, the guards dragged Iris's lifeless form back down the shadowy staircase towards the dungeons. But instead of returning her to the clammy cell, they brought her to a grim iron door she had not previously seen. Terror spiked in Iris's heart, realizing this must lead to Willow's new quarters following the alleged escape attempt. What horrors would she find within? The heavy door creaked open and Iris was flung roughly inside. She landed hard on the dirty stone floor, scraping her elbows. But the sting barely registered as Iris lifted her eyes to behold Willow's crumpled form cast in the corner, red hair spilled like blood over the grimy floor. "Willow!" Iris shrieked and scrambled over to her sister's side. Willow's eyes were closed and her skin ghostly pale. Dark bruises and cuts marred her once fair face. Iris's vision swam. Was she too late? With infinite care, she cradled Willow's limp body, searching desperately for any sign of life. A strangled sob escaped Iris's throat when she detected the shallowest hint of breath. Willow still lived, but just barely. This was all Iris's fault. Gradually, under Iris's pleading whispers and gentle cradling, Willow's eyelids trembled and struggled to open. Iris wept in relief as her sister peered up with dazed recognition. "Iris, little sister. You came." Willow's voice was barely a croak, but the words pierced Iris's heart. Even now, Willow only cared for her well-being, not her own dire state. "Yes, Willow, I'm here now. I won't leave you again, I swear." Iris planted desperate kisses atop her sister's matted auburn hair, tears flowing freely. She had to be strong somehow, heal these cruel wounds and restore Willow's spirit. But her own magic felt too frayed and faded. Still, Iris refused to relinquish hope. Not when they had defied impossible odds already. Gradually, Iris helped Willow sip a bit of water and lean up against the grimy wall. Her battered face tightened in pain, but she waved off Iris's concerns. "It's nothing, truly. I'll mend." Willow attempted an encouraging smile, but it came out as more of a pained wince. She reached a shaky hand to wipe the tears from Iris's cheeks. "The sight of you safe brings all the healing I need." Iris clasped Willow's hand to her face tightly, fresh tears welling. "If only that were so. This is my doing. I was weak, I failed in our mission." Her words dissolved into pained weeping. All her impossible trials and fleeting victories now felt meaningless in the face of Willow's torment. Willow's scratched hand gently tilted Iris's chin up to meet her gaze. You mustn't think that way. Ever. What matters is you endured the darkness when so many would have shattered. Her voice gained strength as she spoke. You never relinquished hope. That light within you yet burns bright, I can feel it. Iris searched Willow's eyes and found only sincerity and pride in her sister reflected back. Iris managed a small but genuine smile. Leave it to Willow to lift her spirits even now. Perhaps she was right, their trials had revealed reserves of inner strength unimaginable. That was victory enough. No matter what new evils awaited, they would face them together from here out. Iris helped Willow into the single dingy cot to rest, then curled up on the cold floor beside her. Tomorrow their future was still uncertain, but tonight they could finally take some comfort in each other's presence after so much separation and anguish. Clinging to Willow's hand, Iris drifted off to the first peaceful sleep she had known in many nights. Morning came reluctantly through the barred window in their cramped cell, but it was the most welcome sunrise Iris could recall. The light bathed Willow's sleeping face, easing some harsh lines of pain away. She looked almost angelic again. Iris gently hugged her sister before rising stiffly to assess their surroundings more clearly. It was a small windowless chamber carved from dark stone, containing only the cot, a bucket, and a moldy wooden bench. The heavy wooden door was sealed from the outside. But perhaps with their magic restored a bit, she and Willow could find some weakness in these mundane bindings now that they were united again. Iris was studying the hinges intently when a loud thunk sounded and the cell door creaked open. She whirled to see two guards entering carrying a small table bearing 2 plates and cups. Her stomach rumbled involuntarily. When was the last time either sister had eaten properly? Master ordered you fed. Eat up and be grateful, one guard sneered as they set the table down. Iris eyed him coolly but held her tongue. She would take whatever fuel was offered if it helped restore her magic and health. After the guards tramped out and slammed the door shut again, Iris brought the table over to the cot where Willow was sitting up, looking relieved. They shared a small smile before digging ravenously into the simple bread, cheese, and dried meat. Just that bit of sustenance helped revive them both significantly. Iris then offered the cup of water to Willow, who drank deeply. Bless you, Iris. I can feel my strength returning already, Willow said, managing a true smile now. She reached for Iris's hand. Together we will find a way out of this nightmare. Iris clung tightly to those warm fingers, drawing on their shared courage. Yes, if we combine our magic once you've recovered a bit more, we may stand a chance against the Dark Lord. Saying the words out loud bolstered Iris's spirit. She would not let Willow down again. Over the next several days, Iris tended to Willow as best she could in their cramped cell. The food and water stabilized Willow's condition, though without light or fresh air, her healing remained slow. Their captor did not return to gloat or threaten further harm, at least. But the sister's failed escape still weighed heavy on his mind. On the 4th day, Iris helped Willow stand and take a few short shuffling steps to rebuild her strength. She winced with pain but remained determined. We cannot wait much longer. I can bear a little discomfort if it means getting you to safety. Willow smiled encouragingly, but Iris still fretted to see her stumble. That evening, their captor finally made an appearance. The door crashed open abruptly and he strode in, obsidian eyes flashing. The sisters shrank back. His handsome features were twisted in disdain as he studied first Iris, then Willow. So you both cling to your pathetic lives. But you shall find no more mercy here. Iris stepped forward, eyes blazing. And you shall find no more fear. Do your worst, but our spirits endure. Willow gripped her sister's shoulder tightly, heart swelling with pride. The man paused, mildly surprised by Iris's boldness. Then his lip curled cruelly. Defiant to the last. I shall break you. He raised one pale hand already crackling with gathering power. The sisters braced themselves, clasping hands tightly. This could be the end. But just as the lethal energy released, a deafening explosion rocked the very foundations of the fortress. The Dark Lord froze in shock as debris rained down and warning bells clanged urgently. Iris and Willow steadied themselves against the cell wall, bewildered but praying for salvation. With a livid roar, the man swept from their cell to investigate the ongoing cacophony of destruction upstairs. Moments later, several guards pounded down the stairs shouting of invaders at the gate. The sisters exchanged an awed glance. Someone had come. Hardly daring to believe their fortune, Iris helped Willow hobble to the open cell door and peer out. Through the dim passage, they glimpsed shadows and firelight dancing on the walls upstairs. The fight was moving towards them. With bated breath, they waited. The loud trampling of many feet descending grew closer until at last, miraculously, Elderbog's beloved face appeared around the corner looking frantic with worry. Elderbog! Iris sobbed, rushing forward to embrace the grandfatherly gnome. You came for us. Willow wasn't far behind, crushing his frail form between them. Elderbog chuckled weakly through his own tears of relief. Of course, my children. You didn't think your old friend would leave you captive. He gently pulled back to look up at them proudly. But come, there is little time. Can you walk? At their eager nods, he beckoned them towards the winding stairs. The sounds of clashing magic and steel faded behind as they climbed to freedom. Rounding the final curve, blinding daylight poured over the grimy trio followed by cheers and cries. Iris gasped in disbelief. Gathered in the ravaged courtyard were not only Elderbog but also many friends and neighbors from the glen wielding makeshift weapons. Lily waved enthusiastically with one of Iris's frocks she must have kept through the weeks of captivity. Even Tabitha the old crow circled overhead, cawing her victory. Iris and Willow rushed forward, hardly able to embrace their dear friends fast enough. They all looked travel-worn, but joyfully victorious. You truly came for us. Willow cried, clasping hands with the elf who had led their failed first rescue. He grinned and pointed back to the gnome. On Elderbog's orders. He rallied our spirits for a second chance at heroism. Elderbog blushed slightly under the praise. I merely provided some guidance. You all made the true sacrifice. Their tender reunion was broken by an enraged howl as the Dark Lord burst from the tower, eyes ablaze with purple fury. He raised crackling hands towards the ragged band of rescuers. But Iris and Willow stepped forward side by side, magic swirling brightly around them. No more, they shouted as one. Blinding beams of light erupted from their intertwined hands, striking the Dark Lord squarely in the chest before he could summon a counterspell. His handsome face registered shock as he sank to his knees and dissolved into wisps of shadow. The last remnants of evil had been driven from the lands. A breathless silence hung for several heartbeats before euphoric cheers rang out. Tears of joy now streaked every grubby face. Though too weary for dancing, the glen folk linked arms and sang songs of celebration on their journey back down the mountain and home. The trials had been harsh, but Iris and Willow walked tall in their community center, hands clasped tightly. Their shared love and sacrifice had conquered the greatest darkness. Light ever endured. Chapter 10. Golden evening light slanted through the trees, guiding the weary but jubilant group of fairies back home to their glen. Though the journey ahead remained long after so much trauma endured, joyful songs and laughter carried them steadily onward. Willow and Iris walked arm in arm, still hardly able to believe they were truly free from the dark fortress. As dusk's shadows began creeping in, they made camp for the night near a gently flowing stream. A crackling fire quickly warmed their tired limbs while a hearty stew bubbled above the flames, filling the air with comforting aroma. For the first time since being torn away from such simple comforts, Willow and Iris relaxed into the tranquil woods they loved. Tonight, bellies would be full and spirits rekindled under starlight. Elderbog made the rounds ensuring everyone was settled comfortably for the evening. When he reached Willow and Iris sitting side by side gazing into the flames, he rested a hand on each sister's shoulder. I cannot express what it means to see you both safe, treasures returned to us. His aged voice rang with emotion. The sisters covered his gnarled hands with their own. It was your spirit that inspired such brave rescue, Elderbog, Willow said earnestly. Iris nodded her agreement. The elderly gnome shook his head humbly. Nay, it was love alone. The greatest magic. He leaned down to gently kiss each girl's forehead before hobbling off to his own resting place nearby. Iris met Willow's eyes with a tender smile and squeezed her hand. Elderbog spoke truth, the loyal bonds of love between the Glen folk had summoned strength and resilience to conquer even deepest darkness. They all now understood the power of community and hope burning brightly against shadow. Hardship only refined that light, never dimmed it fully. Belly satisfied by the simple but hearty meal, the travelers nestled into their cloaks and blankets, grateful for the shelter of majestic pines overhead. Lulled by cricket song and the gentle chirping of waking night creatures, weariness quickly claimed them all to a deep, restful sleep. As soon as dawn's rosy fingers stretched over the treetops, the group pressed on towards their long-awaited home. Walking felt lighter now even despite sore, blistered feet. The verdant scent of pine needles underfoot banished the stale oppression of tower stones still fresh in their memory. This was freedom. By mid-morning, the trees gradually gave way to rolling meadows sprinkled with wildflowers. Familiar birdsong filled the air as they drew nearer to the lush heart of the glen. Soon its tranquil forest brooks and kind faces peeked into view. With a cry of joy, young Daisy the hare broke into a sprint down the last slope. The others gleefully followed suit, racing on tingling heels to embrace their beloved realm anew. The arrival sparked ecstatic celebration across the glen. Fairies poured from cottages with whoops of elation, embracing the returned captives while music and laughter rang out. Tears flowed freely as families were made whole, some reunions bittersweet for those lost in the trials. But despite lingering wounds, today hearts overflowed with relief. Light had prevailed. As the impromptu festivities stretched towards sunset, Iris slipped away from the merriment, beckoning for Willow to join her. Hand in hand, the sisters made their way to the tranquil lakeshore traced in faint orange from the sunset's glow. For a long moment, they simply stood gazing out at the ripples as waterbirds gently settled in for the night. Peace once again reigned over their haven, but it now carried deeper resonance. I can scarcely believe we're here again in this beautiful place that is our home, Iris finally said softly, eyes glistening. Too often, we take that blessing for granted. Willow pulled Iris into a tight embrace. You speak true words. I shall never overlook a single sunrise here again. She turned them both to face the vibrant colors spreading across the darkening sky. Just look how the light still finds its way brightly through the gathering night. Iris followed her sister's gaze, comforted by the symbolism. However deep the darkness coiled during their imprisonment, it had ultimately served only to kindle an even more potent inner light, one fueled by the love and sacrifice of their community. In fact, Iris realized something profound. Willow, my trials in that terrible place helped me finally understand light is not merely our magic and spells, but something deeper that cannot be corrupted or extinguished. Our spirits. Iris spoke with quiet certainty. Willow's face softened into a glowing smile. Precisely, dear sister. You found your way through the blackest of nights back to hope's embrace. And sharing that journey forged a light within us both for all times ahead. Iris hugged Willow tightly, letting happy tears fall. Her sister spoke the truth. Their sacred mission now was nurturing that resilient light, and helping it shine from every heart that called this glen home. Darkness may always return to test them, but it would never defeat them fully. After lingering in a peaceful extended embrace, the sisters meandered hand in hand back to the flickering lights of home. Both felt lighter than they had in many weeks. Their spirits were mended, and ready to guide the whole community forward into a new era of optimism. The next several days indeed brought steady renewal of life and cheer throughout the glen. Sprites sang brightly as they tended garden patches and painted fresh murals. Elven children gleefully resumed scampering up their favorite trees, comforted to find the steady, strong limbs unscathed. Shutters were thrown open to let sunshine stream in. Willow and Iris moved between it all like lighthouses, warmly overseeing the rejuvenation of community bonds. At each home, spirits had been hardened like iron to withstand whatever crossed their path next. Fear no longer held sway here. But too soon, a fresh pall seemed to settle around the happy realm. A week after finally shedding their prisoner rags for lovely homespun frocks again, Iris noticed Willow growing somber and distracted. Her warm smiles came less readily and creases lined her brow at times. One evening over supper, Iris finally broached the subject gently. "Sister, I can see a cloud has come over your spirit lately. Please unburden yourself. I would share any woe." Willow peered down at her barely touched potato stew. With a heavy sigh, she met Iris's earnest gaze. "Oh Iris, I am sorry. I should mask my troubles better. It's only..." Here Willow faltered. Iris waited patiently until Willow found the words. "I cannot stop envisioning the twisted creatures and ghastly deeds we know the Dark Lord kept hidden in that bleak fortress. And I shudder imagining if he yet keeps other shadowy outposts where evil festers still. It haunts me." Iris's heart ached to see Willow so burdened by dark thoughts. Gently she covered Willow's hand with her own. "What happened there was grave indeed. But we are home now, and that vile sorcerer's power destroyed. Take heart that even in such darkness, we still carry light still." Willow mustered a faint, grateful smile and squeezed Iris's hand. "Once again, you speak wisdom, little sister. I shall try to dwell on the light we brought forth. The rest is beyond our hands." Though Willow seemed to regain some levity over the following days, a shadow still lingered behind her eyes at times. She immersed herself in magical studies from their little library, searching for any protections against demonic forces. Iris prayed the peace of the glen would soon banish the lingering darkness from Willow's bright spirit completely. But a part of her feared some deeper unrest still gripped her sister's heart. Nearly 2 weeks after the rescue party's triumphant return, Iris was clearing up from lunch when a frantic pounding sounded at the cottage door. Throwing it open revealed young Daisy, eyes wide with alarm. She panted from sprinting all the way here. Iris quickly guided the trembling creature to sit. "Daisy! What happened?" Iris pressed a mug of water into Daisy's shaking paws and knelt to meet her frightened gaze. After a few gulps, Daisy found breath to explain between stammers. I was bringing wheat to the mill near Thornwood when the path crumbled away into a massive dark pit. It came out of nowhere, like some monstrous jaws from the underworld. Iris, the ground itself is being devoured." Iris's heart seized. Surely this was no natural phenomenon. "Where is Willow?" she asked sharply. Daisy's eyes welled with fresh tears. "I saw her go following the Naiad stream towards that part of the forest not long ago. We must find her." Iris was already rushing to grab her medicine satchel and wings. She tossed a vial of calming tonic to the distraught hare. "Drink this and stay safely here. I will search for Willow." With that, she burst out the door into the now ominous-seeming forest. Iris flew at top speed over the winding trail leading to Thornwood, panic rising in her chest. She should never have let Willow wander off when darkness still plagued her sister's psyche. What if she had been lured to this jaws somehow? The land itself corrupted against her. Iris dared not linger on the terrifying possibilities. Finding Willow was all that mattered. At last, Iris broke through a copse of spindly trees into the small valley where the Naiad stream emerged from the underground rocky springs and trickled towards the heart of the glen. Across the rocky streambed lay the shadowy stretch of Thornwood. But between, a massive, jagged pit now scarred the earth like an open wound, just as Daisy had described. Seeing it made Iris's blood run cold. Tendrils of foul mist curled from the depths. Whatever evil magic birthed this, Willow must not be near. Iris frantically scoured the ground and skies for any sign of her sister's bright aura. Willow, she shouted desperately across the veil until her voice grew hoarse. Dread seeped deeper with every second Willow failed to emerge. Then finally Iris spotted a subtle clue, a single red hair ribbon snagged on a bramble a short ways from the pit's edge. Willow had been here, close to the abyss itself. Goddesses, no! With feverish intensity, Iris searched all around the pit and unstable banks for further signs, but found only scorched grass and dead branches cast aside by whatever malevolent forces had ruptured the earth. Choking back a sob, Iris circled closer to the crumbled edge, peering into its depths though her every instinct screamed to run from this unnatural gorge. She had to know if Willow may have fallen within. "Willow, can you hear me?" Iris cried until she was breathless. Only a weak echo replied from unfathomable depths. But just as despair threatened to consume Iris completely, a subtle glow caught her eye down the far bank. A beacon of light magic, unmistakably her sister's. Iris rushed around to find Willow huddled inside a small cave formed by an overhanging rock. She was protectively enclosed within a shimmering shield of light magic. And beyond that Iris could discern a faint second aura shielding something on the cave floor before her. Iris cried out in joy and relief. At her sister's voice, Willow dropped the shields and stumbled out to embrace Iris fiercely. "Thank the stars you're safe." They clung to each other, weeping. But eventually Iris pulled back, gently grasping Willow's shoulders. "Sister, what happened here?" "I've been sick with worry." Willow's face had gone grave again. She turned back to peer at the dark rift marrying the valley. "I know not for certain. But I heard a call here, faint, frightened voices from the earth itself. Compelled, I came to find the land already ruptured by some evil magic. Dear Iris, our trials are not over." Iris followed her sister's distressed gaze to the abyss. What fresh darkness still plagued their realm even with the Dark Lord vanquished? But those concerns must wait. "Come Willow, we cannot linger here. Whatever caused this calamity, we will face it together." She coaxed Willow gently back towards home. But her sister paused, murmuring a quick incantation to seal the small cave with protective runes. Iris watched this curiously but did not press. Right now, she cared only for getting Willow safely home. Linking arms, the sisters supported one another as they hurried from that desecrated vale, both rattled to their cores. The sun had nearly set by the time Iris had settled Willow by the warm hearth with a strong calming tea. She rested a hand on her sister's shoulder. "Drink. I will fetch Elderbog." Willow nodded silently, eyes fixed on the flickering flames as if they could scorch away the day's darkness. Iris picked her way hurriedly through the deepening gloom towards Elderbog's cottage on the far side of the village, clutched her frock tightly against the chill night air. The gnome's face fell in somber understanding as Iris recounted all that had happened at the forest pit and Willow's disturbed state. He gathered a satchel of herbs and followed Iris back without delay. Elderbog muttered prayers of healing and cleansing ritual as he gently helped Willow sip a restorative tonic. Some color returned to her ashen cheeks. She gave Elderbog a weak but grateful smile. "Thank you for restoring some light. I am sorry to have caused such worry." The gnome patted her hand fondly. "There now, the darkness has passed. Rest tonight, and tomorrow we shall examine this scar on our land together." Iris saw him to the door with profuse thanks before returning to kneel by Willow's chair. "If you need to talk." Willow shook her head wearily. "My spirit is still too shaken. But having you both nearby is all the comfort I need." She squeezed Iris's hand and managed a small smile. Iris nodded in understanding. Willow had faced a trauma today beyond words, but the light would soon shine again. For now, she simply fetched a blanket and curled up near the hearth to keep watch as her sister rested. Tomorrow would bring clearer skies. Willow eventually drifted off to sleep, the tonic calming her fitful dreams. But Iris could find no rest. Each time she closed her eyes, ghastly images of the yawning pit flashed against her eyelids. It was unnatural, a violation and wound upon their beautiful valley. What was happening to their cherished land? When dim dawn light finally filtered through the curtains, Iris rose quietly from her spot by the hearth. Willow slept soundly. Iris pressed a soft kiss to her sister's forehead before slipping outside into the brisk morning. The renewed light and bird trills reassured Iris somewhat after the darkness of yesterday. Not all was yet lost. Iris made her way through the sleepy hamlet towards Elderbog's cottage, boots crunching on frosty grass. To her surprise, the gnome already stood waiting solemnly outside his door, leaning heavily on his staff. His wise-Ned features were etched with grim concern. He offered Iris a mug of hot nettle tea, which she accepted gratefully against the chill. You sensed it too then, the fresh evil seeping up from our own earth? Iris finally asked after several silent sips. Elderbog surveyed the distant forest, eyes heavy. Darkness that has festered somewhere beneath our roots, yes. Perhaps released by the vanquishing of the greater dark power. He sighed heavily. But what form it has taken, I cannot yet say. Iris bit her lip anxiously. Willow and I will return to examine the pit today. But Elderbog, I fear even her spirit cannot endure much more shadow. Iris's voice dropped to a tearful whisper. Just the thought of losing her sister's inner light forever was too much to bear. The gnome leaned heavily on his staff, turning his piercing gaze to Iris. Have faith in the resilience of her heart, and yours. Your shared light will guide the way, if you let it. Iris clung to his words of hope. If Willow faltered, she would be there to lift her sister up. Elderbog insisted on accompanying the sisters back to the site of the rupture despite his aged bones. Whatever this fresh evil was, they must face it together. Willow remained quiet and pensive on the journey there, Iris keeping close at her side. She gave Willow's hand a reassuring squeeze before they stepped out of the trees to face the desecrated vale again. Morning sun now bathed the scene, softening its harsh edges slightly. But the jagged black pit still gaped ominously, leaching foul mists that made Iris shiver. No birds sang near this place any longer. Even the trees seemed to lean away from the unnatural blemish. With Elderbog hobbling slowly behind, Willow and Iris picked their way to the pit's crumbling edge. Staring down into its darkness, Iris instinctively moved to grasp her sister's hand for support. But Willow was already kneeling down, passing a hand over the disturbed soil. Sensing Iris beside her, Willow spoke without glancing up. This festering evil, it calls to broken parts within me, beckons them to fall into darkness. Willow's voice was hardly a whisper. Iris's chest tightened at these chilling words. This fresh pox threatened not just their land, but Willow's very spirit. Iris gripped her sister's shoulders fiercely. Willow, look at me. That is not you. Your light still shines true and bright, I see it. Iris murmured a prayer and pressed her forehead to Willow's. For a breath, Willow said nothing. Then Iris felt her sister's shoulders slowly relax as she exhaled in release. Some of the torment in her eyes cleared. Willow turned to Iris with a fragile but true smile. You speak the truth as always. With you here, the darkness shall not consume me. Iris let out a sobbing breath of relief. As long as they faced this new trial side by side, evil could not divide them. Elderbog hobbled over and rested his hands upon both girls' heads in blessing. Darkness may mount, but your light together will show the way. Iris helped Willow to her feet. As she rose, Willow glanced back to the small cave along the pit's edge. Iris followed her gaze, remembering how Willow had sealed the entrance to that crevice with protective runes. Sister, what did you shield in there? Iris asked gently. Willow's eyes remained fixed on the cave. Something precious I found just before the abyss opened. But the timing felt ominous, and I feared drawing evil's eye. She turned to Iris with hesitation. I concealed it hastily, but you deserve to know. Iris nodded in understanding. You can share when the time is right. For now, let's leave this place. It no longer feels wholesome. She supported Willow's back as they slowly departed the shadowed vale. Glancing over her shoulder, Iris shuddered at the sight of the pit marring the once idyllic landscape. Its evil still crept at the edge of her senses. But for today, they had found some guidance by simply facing the darkness together. It could not consume Willow fully as long as their light remained intertwined. Tonight they would rest and restore themselves, keeping the foul visions at bay through shared comfort and firelight. Come dawn, investigating the source of this unnatural scourge would begin in earnest. United with Audiobook and the community's support, the sisters would uncover whatever sinister roots had taken hold in their precious land. As Iris helped Willow back along the forest path, she sent up silent prayers to the overhead sun filtering through rustling leaves. Its light still shone as brightly as ever, heedless of the dark pox tainting one small veil. Take hope and strength from its radiance, Iris told herself. The sun had never failed to rise each day, burning away the clutching shadows. As long as she and Willow held fast to one another, their light too would endure this fresh trial, and guide the glen back to harmony. Chapter 11. Over the next week, life in the glen assumed a new grim wariness. Willow and Iris told no one of the strange ruptured pit, not wanting to spread further unease. But still, residents moved about jumpily, keeping children close and casting suspicious looks towards the forest. Word spread quickly of something malevolent stirring out in the shadows. Iris tried to maintain cheer when she visited gnome homes to deliver medicinal tonics, telling nervous parents not to fret and coaxing shy children out to play in the sunshine. But her own disquiet lurked beneath each forced smile. Whatever evil incubated in that dark abyss, its foul aura had crept out like poisonous fumes to smother the glen's usual vibrancy. Nowhere felt truly safe. At Iris's urging, Willow attempted some basic divination spells to glean the source of the land's sickness, with little success. Scrying pools remained frustratingly opaque. Tarot cards and runestones offered only vague warnings that a cycle of darkness was awakening, destined to spread. Willow finally slammed an ancient tome shut in frustration one night. It's no use, Iris. Whatever machinations caused that unnatural pit have been shrouded from my sight. She sighed heavily, resting her face in her hands. Iris settled beside her sister and gently rubbed her tense shoulders. You're weary, that's all. We will find answers together somehow. Though Iris put on an encouraging tone, privately she too felt the icy claws of dread. If Willow's considerable magic could not pierce this mystery, what hope did they have? But for Willow's sake, Iris clung to faith. The next morning, they decided to examine the corrupted veil more closely for any traces or patterns left behind. It was painful returning to that desolate place now steeped in shadow, but they steeled themselves. This was their cherished homeland being defiled. They must find the root of the evil before it spread. Iris battled a shudder as they again faced the yawning black pit stretching across what once was wholesome earth. The acidic smell of decay burned her throat. Whatever magic fueled this seemed only to have strengthened over the past week. Willow circled the rim intently, waving her hands over the soil and murmuring divination chants under her breath. But her eyes remained defeated. Iris was surveying the surrounding trees for any signs of weirdness when her eye caught on an odd lump nestled between two gnarled oak roots. Kneeling down, she realized it was a small book with cracked brown leather binding. Her heart quickened. This appeared deliberately concealed. Could it hold some clue? Willow, look. Iris opened the faded tome delicately. Inside, ornate text and symbols filled the crumbling pages. Nothing she could decipher, but Willow recognized it immediately. Ancient Elvish runes. This must be a spellbook of some kind, hidden here intentionally. Her eyes shone with the first spark of hope Iris had seen in days. Together they pored over the mysterious text, searching for any legible words. One phrase on the first page leapt out: Ria Ogol Ekilrevit. Iris squinted in confusion, but Willow gasped loudly. Iris, read it backwards. Iris did so, hesitantly piecing together the true message: to live like law again. Her eyes flew wide in understanding. A resurrection spell. To bring old evils back. Willow nodded grimly, flipping carefully through more indecipherable pages until she landed on a detailed etching. It depicted a snarling horned beast rising from a black pit as terrified creatures cowered before it. The matching image to their lived nightmare was unmistakable. Iris felt sick. What had they unleashed? Willow's finger traced the runes surrounding the etching. There is power in a name. Using this, I may finally glimpse the evil lurking beneath our feet. Iris watched nervously as Willow waved a hand over the symbol and spoke a harsh-sounding incantation. The book page suddenly glowed red at the beast's etched name, and Willow's eyes clouded black before flying open wide again. She stared ahead unseeing and spoke in a hollow tone. Maldrith. An ancient demon lord, banished to the depths by the first elven warlocks millennia ago. But their incomplete spellwork bound his essence to these lands. Now he stirs again, feeding on the darkness left in the wake of a more recent defeated power. Willow blinked rapidly as if shaking off a trance. Iris steadied her sister's shoulders, struck with grave understanding. You mean, this demon benefited from the sorcerer Maldron's fall? Iris asked carefully. Willow nodded, looking ill. It seems so. Destroying him must have unsealed this deeper evil from its prison. She gazed at Iris with fresh torment in her eyes. Have I brought this curse upon our home through my own deeds? No, Willow. Iris grasped Willow's hands fiercely. You saved these lands from Maldron. Whatever was already festering deep within the earth is no fault of yours. Willow managed a weak, grateful smile at Iris's absolution. But the chilling truth remained that a demonic spirit from their darkest history now threatened the glen once more. They hurried back to Audiobook and recounted everything they had discovered in the enchanted book, the resurrection spell, the horned beast etching, the name that had unleashed Willow's vision. The gnome's already drooping face fell even further as he listened. Maldrith's evil was born of these very lands. He knows its rhythms and rivers intimately, far better than we. Battling his ancient shadows will tax you greatly. His rheumy eyes were soft with concern for the sisters who had already sacrificed so much. Iris squared her shoulders. We understand the hardship ahead. But we must face it nonetheless, for the sake of all we hold dear here. Willow nodded resolutely at her side. Audiobook managed a faint smile at their selfless courage. You have grown much from the carefree children who once frolicked beneath these same trees. He pulled them both into a tight embrace. I have faith your spirits shine bright enough to guide the way through this darkness. His steadfast confidence lifted their heavy hearts somewhat. After sharing a simple but grounding lunch with the gnome, the sisters departed to prepare themselves for the trials ahead. They gathered magical reagents from their garden and the forest, distilled strengthening potions, and forged personal charms to stay the demon's power. When the day's work was done, they cleansed under the lake's cool waters, praying to the goddesses for continued protection. That night, after Iris brought Willow chamomile tea to encourage serene sleep, she lingered gazing out the window at the waxing moon. Somewhere in its pale light, the answers they sought waited. How exactly had this demon spirit been trapped ages ago, and what would it take to rebind it now before the glen was lost? There were no elders left from that era, no one to guide them. Iris's breath caught. Yes, there was. The fairy circle. Those ageless heartwood trees, rooted deep in the land's distant past, perhaps even further back than dread Maldrith himself. They must know the secrets of his origin and first defeat. And they could show the way once more. Iris rushed in to tell Willow of her epiphany. Her sister agreed it was their best hope of insight, but cautioned they should prepare thoroughly before venturing to consult the mystic oaks. Iris reluctantly acquiesced to waiting till dawn. They would make the journey then, renewed in spirit and magic. Tonight had already been victory enough in finally naming their enemy. Having seen Maldrith's true face, they could now unmask him fully. Neither sister found much sleep that night as they lay anxiously awaiting first light. But finally it came, bright and clear, an auspicious start to their desperate quest for wisdom. They readied swiftly for the road ahead. Iris packed runestones and sage sticks for rituals along the way, while Willow prepared a satchel of protective herbs and symbolized amulets. She fastened her red traveling cloak while Iris wove wildflowers through her hair, a small wish for nature's blessing. When ready, they bid Elderbog a safe farewell. He met their eyes with warmth and trust. May the Heartwood ones illuminate the way. But remember, the true power lies already within you both. The sisters promised to return swiftly, knowing any delay could prove dire with Maldrith's darkness spreading from its pit prison. Elderbog watched them go, faith shining in his rheumy eyes. The journey to the fairy circle brought back memories both fond and grave for Iris and Willow. They had last traveled this forest path on a dark and desperate quest to the Starseer Celeste for guidance against the sorcerer Maldron. So much has come to pass since. Though the present mission seemed no less dangerous, they walked together now with the strength of heritage and sacrifice on their side. Hope persisted. At long last, the towering ring of ghostly oaks came into view between the pine's slender trunks. Despite the urgency of their visit, the sisters approached reverently and knelt in the soft grass before the silent trees. Power thrummed through the grove. Elder ones, please heed our plea, Willow spoke clearly. We seek your wisdom in banishing an ancient evil released back into these lands. Will you share your memories? A warm wind rustled the oak branches, followed by a deep voice welling up from the earth itself. Rise, children. Well met. We know of Maldrith, his first coming was etched in our sapling days. But what is freed can oft be bound again. Iris and Willow clasped hands hopefully at these reassuring words. The lead tree continued in its slow, rumbling speech. Long ago in the violet moon days, Maldrith crawled from a pit, sowing terror. He was bound only by 7 wise elves united in magic and spirit. They drew his dark essence back to the depths at terrible cost. But their spell remains unfinished to this day. His shadow lurks still. Iris's heart sank even as the oak's words gave her hope. 7 elves had been needed just to initially contain the monstrous Maldrith. Could she and Willow possibly rework such ancient magic with only themselves? As if sensing her doubts, the oak's consciousness softened. You possess the same resilient spirit. It will guide you as before. But you must restore what was damaged long ago. Only then can the demon be made whole and depart these realms forever. Iris puzzled over the cryptic message. Make the banished demon whole. That seemed dangerously unwise. Sensing her confusion, the oak elaborated slowly. In their wrath, the elven warlock sought only to punish and bind Maldrith's form. But matter can never be destroyed, only changed. His restless broken spirit was left to fester beneath the soil, warping the land itself over eras. Comprehension began dawning on Iris. So we must find a way to heal this fractured being, help it depart in peace. The very notion seemed absurd with the land buckling under the demon's malevolence. But the fairy oaks hummed in approval. You begin to see the way. But long journeys start with first steps. We shall aid what we can. At this, one oak stretched forth a ghostly limb and pressed it to the earth. When the branch lifted, a fat acorn rested in the grass before Iris and Willow. The voice whispered, tap its wisdom when most lost. You are not alone. Iris cradled the acorn reverently. Though she did not fully grasp how it would help, the Heartwood ones had never led them astray. As the grove's energy faded back into dormant stillness, she bowed in gratitude, then turned to follow Willow back towards home and their waiting trial. They walked the whole way clasping hands, drawing courage from the oak's faith in their ability to heal this land's ancient scars. By the time Iris and Willow returned to the glen, much-needed supplies had arrived from allies in nearby villages. The abbey nuns had sent rare botanicals, the mountain monks dispatched protective charms. Though only the sisters knew Maldrith's true name, others sensed the glen's spreading blight and selflessly offered assistance. Iris was touched seeing their community's care. Elderbog smiled kindly at the sisters as they delivered the acorn into his keeping. Its purpose was still veiled, but they trusted the oak's guidance. Tonight called for rest before preparations began. Tomorrow, with their combined wisdom, they would appeal to Maldrith's splintered spirit. What answers they could find amidst the venom, Iris knew not. But she laid down her head with a silent prayer to the goddesses to aid them in coaxing this tortured shade towards wholeness at last. The next several days brought careful planning, drawing out sanctuary circles, brewing obscuring incenses, weaving containment spells into the walls of the cottage workroom. All their combined knowledge of wardcraft went into securing a place to safely summon Maldrith's fractured conscience. The demon's power still lived within the land, able to rupture it further. But they must first understand him fully as an inhabiting spirit. When at last their workroom sanctuary was secured as best they could manage, the summoning circle carefully etched on the floor in salt and herbs, Iris and Willow bathed and robed themselves in ceremonial white. The setting sun's orange light filtered through the shutters as they took deep breaths. Hands clasped, they stepped into the warded space. Shadows already seemed to lean closer, sensing their intent. Willow struck a spark to the incense bowl, releasing pungent tendrils. Then she turned solemnly to Iris and asked, "Are you ready, sister?" Iris mutely nodded. Together, they extended their wands to the summoning circle and recited the eldritch words of invocation. Iris's lips formed the strange syllables from the ancient tome, both frightened and sorrowful to beckon this cursed being. But it was their only path. For agonizing minutes, only the smoke spiraled upwards through dead silence. Then a bone-chilling rush of air swirled through the room, snuffing their candle flames. When the blackness cleared, a hulking scaled beast occupied the warded circle, gnashing dripping fangs and bellowing sulphurous wrath. It seemed to want to charge them, but was contained for now. Iris's hands trembled at the visage of Maldrith unbound. Steadying herself, Iris spoke in as calm a voice as she could muster. "Maldrith, we mean you no harm. Too long have you suffered trapped in darkness and chaos. We only wish to ease your spirit." The horned demon paused its thrashing, needle eyes blinking slowly at Iris's tranquil tone. Perhaps some recognition stirred in the eons-old fragments of memory bound to this land. Iris tentatively extended her hand over the salt line towards the circle. "Lost one, let us help heal the broken parts still haunting you." No sooner had her hand crossed the barrier than Maldrith seized it savagely in his claws, grinning wickedly. Wicked flames erupted around Iris, scorching her skin. Willow screamed in horror. A thunderous voice like boulders crushing bone reverberated through the cottage. "Foolish sprites! Still you presume to command me? I am destruction incarnate." To prove his point, Maldrith hurled Iris violently back against the far wall. She collapsed in a smoldering heap. Willow immediately sealed the breach, locking the snarling demon within his containment circle once more. Smoke stung her eyes as she cried Iris's name, cradling her sister's burned and motionless body. Their healing supplies lay just outside in the kitchen, but Willow could not leave Iris's side for even a second. She desperately summoned what paltry magic her panic could muster to knit the worst gashes and revive Iris's breathing. But it was not enough. Rocking Iris's limp form and weeping, Willow suddenly recalled the acorn resting in her pocket. The heartwood spirit within could aid them now. Fumbling over the still searing flesh, Willow retrieved and cracked open the acorn, releasing a blinding flash that engulfed Iris and filled Willow with restorative warmth. When her vision cleared, Iris was coughing and sitting up, wounds partially restored. Maldrith howled and thrashed at the healing energy he could not endure. Though still shaken, Iris and Willow clung to one another in tearful relief. The situation was grave, but they had survived the disastrous first contact. There was still hope of reaching whatever tormented shred of spirit clung to the monstrous form before them. When Maldrith exhausted himself again to eerie silence, they would try once more to break through. Chapter 12. Iris slowly opened her eyes, blinking gritty smoke residue away as the blurry room came into focus. She ached all over, especially her blistered skin that still throbbed from Maldrith's flame. But she was alive thanks to Willow and the provident oak's acorn. Gingerly sitting up, Iris gave her sister a weak, grateful smile. "You saved me. I'm sorry I was so reckless. Maldrith is not yet ready to be reached." Willow swept Iris into a fierce but gentle embrace, still looking pale from the trauma. "Little sister, I'm just blessed beyond measure you're still here." She helped Iris drink deep of a restorative tea before examining her remaining wounds critically. "Can you stand? We must get you to Elderbog for intensive healing before Maldrith revives." Iris unsteadily got to her feet, leaning on Willow's supporting shoulder. The sealed summoning circle was now quiescent, but both sisters could sense the demon essence brooding inside it like a storm waiting to be unleashed. They had to go before that happened. Cautiously they picked their way through the clutter of spilled herbs and candle wax towards the door, skirting the sigilled circle wide. But just as they crossed the threshold to freedom, an unearthly shriek rented the air, followed by the perimeter runes exploding outwards. Maldrith was breaking free. Willow slammed the door and cast every locking spell she could summon to trap the demon inside the compromised workroom. "Run!" she cried, pulling Iris along towards Elderbog's cottage. The ground rumbled underfoot and furious roars echoed behind them. Their binding had failed completely. Now Maldrith would prey upon the glen unfettered. Bursting into the gnome's home, they hastily barricaded the entrance with furniture. Elderbog paled, seeing the sisters' soot-covered faces and Iris's injuries. "The demon is freed," was all Willow had time to say before all hades seemed to erupt outside. Unholy howls mingled with otherworldly shrieks, while trees groaned and cottage roofs shattered. The very ground quaked beneath them. Iris covered her ears desperately against the cacophony. They should have known Maldrith could not be contained so easily. Now the glen would pay the price of their arrogance. Willow and Elderbog quickly carried Iris downstairs to the root cellar, the most secure room in the cottage. She groaned as they laid her atop a pile of blankets, the extent of her burns now evident. "Will we survive this?" Iris managed to whisper through her cracking lips. Elderbog gently wiped the grime from her face with a wet cloth. "Hush, dear heart, do not despair. Maldrith is weakened by the light still, his full power has not returned." Though Iris heard the waver beneath his reassuring tone. They both knew the demon would not rest until he had shredded the last iota of defiance and hope from these lands. As the ungodly cacophony continued outside, Iris fearfully scanned Willow's face for some plan or hope. But her sister seemed just as agonized and lost. The Heartwood spirit's guidance had amounted to almost nothing. They were no closer to unraveling whatever allowed Maldrith's dark spirit to persist trapped in torment and vengeance. There had to be a way. Just then a muffled pounding came at the cellar door, followed by a young voice's panicked shout. "Elderbog, please let me in." The old gnome unlatched the weathered door to reveal Daisy the hare, eyes wider than ever before. "Oh, thank goodness. The whole glen has gone mad. I barely escaped my burrow." The trembling creature rushed down to the relative safety below. Elderbog quickly shut the door again, sealing out the chaos. But it was clear the devastation above was only growing. Willow's expression hardened with resolution. "You three stay safely here a while longer. I must go assess the situation and help however I can. Iris, rest and heal." Before Iris could protest, Willow kissed her forehead and squeezed Elderbog's hand, murmuring a prayer of protection over them all. Then she slipped silently back up the steps into the besieged land above. For hours after, all Iris, Elderbog and Daisy could do was wait anxiously below, flinching each time a tremor shook dust loose from the beams. Muffled wails and shrieks occasionally pierced through from above. Iris chewed her lip to bloodied shreds, imagining the horrors Willow was facing, guilt gnawing away at her helpless heart. This was her failure, convincing Willow they could somehow gentle a savage demon through hope alone. When Iris could stand the tormenting weight no longer, she forced her aching body up to pace the packed dirt floor until Elderbog insisted she rest again. Just as Iris reluctantly settled down onto the blankets once more, a faint scraping came at the door, followed by 3 slow knocks, the secret signal from Willow. Daisy and Iris both gasped. Elderbog unlatched the door to reveal a wholly startling sight, Willow smiling wearily but triumphantly, her cloak torn and stained with black ichor, with a dirt-smudged baby fox nestled safely in her arms. Iris stumbled over and crushed them both in a teary embrace. "Thank the stars you live." "But what?" Iris trailed off, staring at the improbable rescued creature blinking calmly up at them. Willow's smile took on a mysterious quality. "Help me wash him and I will explain everything." Soon the little fox was swaddled in a blanket as Iris gently sponged off his matted fur. He snuffled contentedly at the attention, then curled up on a pillow to doze as Willow finally told her astonishing tale. While Maldrith's rampage consumed the glen above, Willow had crept about using obscuring spells and charms from the abbey to avoid the demon's eye. Most residents had already sensibly fled to sanctuaries and hideaways outside the village. But amidst the chaos, she had heard the tiny fox's frightened cries coming from a collapsed burrow and been compelled to brave the danger to save him. "As I sheltered him in my cloak, I realized something that shook me. Iris, this innocent babe bears a subtle but unmistakable aura similar to Maldrith himself." Iris's breath caught as she studied the sleeping fox with new awe. "Sister, do you suppose he could be some living remnant of Maldrith's spirit itself, scattered ages ago?" It seemed fantastical, but suddenly made sense of the oak's insistence they must make the demon whole. Willow assented, eyes brightening. "I am almost certain of it. We were mistaken in thinking we could simply converse with the darkness that lingers here. We must reunite Maldrith's broken essence, perhaps his bloodline survives dispersed across the land itself. The Heartswood were guiding us to them all along." Iris's own heart swelled with renewed hope. Here at last was a path forward through the nightmare they faced. If more shards of Maldrith's spirit could be located and brought together, perhaps the tortured demon shade could finally depart these realms in peace. Their work had only just begun. But first they must survive the night. The blood-curdling sounds of Maldrith's rampage were fading to dead silence outside, which seemed somehow worse. Willow and Elderbog quickly discussed their next steps over a hasty meal. They would gather the counsel of their wisest allies about where more pieces of Maldrith's legacy may linger across the ravaged land, and send out search parties at first light. Tonight called for protective encirclement. The four of them, Iris still weak but resolute, joined hands upstairs and poured every scrap of magic into summoning a glowing dome around Elderbog's cottage. Outside the barrier, shadows slithered hungrily. But tonight this sanctuary would hold. Once their spirits had recovered some, the real work would begin. Until then, they must trust in the quiet forces of renewal that had already guided them this far on Maldrith's obscured path. Iris slept fitfully that night, haunted by visions of the destruction that must surround the cottage. But each time she startled awake, the gentle snuffling of the small fox by her pillow soothed her back to calmer dreams. He was the promise that already hope remained, flickering bravely through the darkness. Tomorrow, they would begin chasing its light. When bright dawn finally broke, the damage from Maldrith's fury looked even more extensive than Iris had envisioned. Much of the surrounding forest had been flattened while the village buildings were singed and smashed almost beyond recognition. Smoke trails still curled from the rubble. But a few determined faces could be glimpsed emerging to begin salvage and rebuilding. The Glen folks' spirit endured. While Elderbog went to oversee the immediate needs of their people, Willow and Iris reluctantly returned to the sanctuary circle ruins that had unleashed such chaos. The workroom walls barely stood, their summoning wards nothing but scorch marks. Any magic objects not destroyed had been devoured by darkness. Iris shuddered to behold the wreckage left in the failed summoning's wake. But the past could not be undone. Now they must look ahead. "Come, Iris, let us seek whatever guidance we can." Willow's voice was gentle but firm. Together, they sifted through the ashes, at last uncovering the ancient tome that had revealed Maldrith's name. Most of the aged pages had been ripped out or burned away. But part of the etched horned image remained, along with a single damaged but still legible inscription in eldritch runes. Iris carefully sounded out the ornate script. Vad, eth, ra. She looked at Willow questioningly. What do you think it means? Willow puzzled over the fragmented words before tentatively translating. Vadethralirum. Something like walk in shadowed paths. It must be a clue for finding more pieces of Maldrith. Her eyes lit up at this soul scrap recovered from the ashes. It was little, but it gave them the first step forward on this arduous new journey. Resolved to walk obediently wherever their guiding lights shone, the sisters packed sparse traveling provisions and donned grey hooded cloaks to blend unnoticed into shadowed realms. After one last farewell embrace with Audiobook, who tearfully promised to care for their newfound fox spirit, Iris and Willow set off alone into the hazardous lands beyond, following the ancient clues. For many days the terrain grew more savage and inhospitable. The sisters traversed mist-shrouded crags, thorn-choked gullies, places where gentle sunlight itself seemed not to reach. Ever southwards they forged, scales slowly lifting from their eyes to perceive what lurked in darkness. Strange serpentine beasts tracked their passing but kept distance, hissing knowingly. By the time Iris and Willow had evaded the 9th misshapen monster, even stalwart Willow looked ready to turn back. But they could not abandon their quest. Already they had forged farther than any from the glen would travel. Just as despair loomed, the twisting path delivered them onto a frosted hilltop. Below sprawled a deep, fog-filled valley dimly lit by blue witch lights. An ancient energy thrummed from within. Some remnants of Maldrith must linger there. Hand in hand for courage, the sisters descended into the valley armed only with runestones to reveal hidden truths. The blue orbs hovering around them appeared sentient, but flickered away silently at their approach. Iris grew uneasy. Willow, I fear this place. We tread dangerously. Her sister gave her hand a firm squeeze. Take heart, we walk in the shadow but do not belong to it. Keep hold of the light within. Iris nodded, drawing deeply from her well of spirit. They had come too far to falter now. Before long, the eerie will-o'-the-wisps illuminated a circle of megaliths carved with unfamiliar symbols. 2 dark-robed figures stood with heads bowed in their center. Iris hesitated, but Willow strode forth undaunted into the ritual site, throwing back her hood to boldly greet them. Iris hurried to join her as the figures turned, revealing pale feminine faces. We are Iris and Willow, searching for remnants of the banished one, Maldrith, Willow declared. What power lingers in this veil? The women studied them for a moment with fathomless obsidian eyes. Then the elder of the two spoke in a voice like wind through gravestones. Maldrith has seed passed to us. But it is a mantle of great sacrifice. Her dark sleeves slipped back to reveal writhing black vines consuming her arms. Iris stifled a horrified gasp. But Willow stepped even nearer. We do not fear necessary sacrifice. Guide us. Their sunken eyes bored into Iris and Willow before the younger acolyte turned and drew apart an ivy curtain upon one of the towering stones. Within lay a basin of inky liquid that steamed vile fumes. But hovering above it was an impossible being, a living sphere made of flames, dancing harmlessly upon itself, yet bound by thorns to the basin as if cursed. It was clearly no natural creature. We keep this being, Beliathan, alive through our waning powers, rasped the elder rapper woman. But now pass it to you. Our vigil is ending. Before either sister could react, the dark vines shot forth, snaked around the fiery orb, and deposited it firmly into Willow's hands. She winced at the burning heat but held on tightly. Iris watched anxiously as the living fire flickered erratically. But soon it seemed to calm, accepting Willow's touch. Another lost piece of Maldrith had recognized them. Iris turned back to the robed women. Thank you for keeping this sacred trust. Your burden is over. But where the figures had stood were now only leafy husks that soon blew away in the frigid wind. The fire being's guardians were gone, only 2 grooves left where they once stood vigil. Iris shivered. Come Willow, we must make haste from here. Without argument, Willow clutched the curious creature close and followed Iris's quick steps back up the misty path. Behind them, the witch lights gradually winked out until the valley was left in utter darkness. Eventually no trace of its odd ruins would remain except in unseen memory. For 2 days Willow cradled the fiery orb as they traced their way out of the haunted lands by wisplight. Iris set protective wards around them each night, watching the strange being closely for any trouble. But it seemed content, especially when Iris sang softly each evening. She hoped they were safeguarding the spirit shard, not endangering it. At long last, the glen's familiar trees came into welcome view. Weary but relieved, the sisters hurried home where Elderbog wept joyful tears to see them. Though travel-worn, they had survived another ordeal and recovered another lost piece of the demonic puzzle. After introducing the kindly gnome to the fiery Beliathan, Iris and Willow finally allowed themselves to collapse into well-earned slumber. When Iris awoke the next morning, it took several moments for her groggy mind to recall all that had recently come to pass: the unleashing of Maldrith, the discovery of the fox spirit, and now the living flame added to their strange collection. She shuffled to the kitchen, drawn by the smell of brewing tea and oatcakes. But she froze in the doorway at an astonishing sight. There at the table sat not only Willow, but a translucent grey wolf with intelligent eyes peacefully munching a cake. Iris shook her head sharply, wondering if she was still dreaming. But the vision remained. "Iris, you're awake!" Willow greeted warmly. She knelt beside the odd wolf and stroked his silvery fur. "This boy arrived in the night, clearly seeking shelter. I sensed he carries the same aura as our little fox." Iris slowly approached and tentatively placed her hand upon the wolf's head. His smoky form felt solid and power thrummed beneath her palm. She broke into an amazed smile. "Another spirit shard drawn to us when we need him most. Our quest is working, Willow." Her sister laughed aloud in simple joy. "It is. Perhaps we are finally walking Maldrith's true path after all." The ghostly wolf rested his head contentedly on Willow's lap. For now, the growing harmony between these disparate creatures kindled hope in Iris's heart. But finding the remaining pieces spread across remote lands would require many more treacherous voyages into shadow. And Maldrith's original demonic spirit still raged untamed somewhere in the pits, an ever-present threat. Much danger and uncertainty lay ahead. But for today, Iris allowed herself to share in the uncomplicated gladness of this reunion. The light had led them this far. It would guide the rest of the way. Chapter 13. Over the next several days, Iris and Willow shifted their focus to studying the 3 spirit shards now under their care. Though of wholly different shapes and substances, the fox, wolf, and orb of living flame seemed to share some innate bond and harmony. They moved almost as a symbiotic unit, needing neither food nor drink yet thriving together. It reaffirmed the sisters' belief that these pieces belonged to the same shattered being, Maldrith. Through gentle songs and rituals, Iris and Willow worked to strengthen the small sanctuary they had built in Elderbog's cottage where the 3 creatures dwelled safely apart from the outside threats. The gnome proved a doting guardian, speaking to the beings in soothing tones and ensuring the space stayed softly lit at all times. Under such care, the shard's auras seemed to stabilize and brighten further. But Iris knew their experiment in harmony could not last. Rejoining these remnants in some way was only the first step. The greater threat still prowled the land, laying waste to all order, unstoppable until these fractured parts were made whole within the original broken demon spirit. Only then could Maldrith find release from vengeance and departure from the mortal plane. Iris shuddered imagining the confrontation required to attempt such a feat. Sure enough, it was not long before fresh tidings of destruction arrived like ashes on the wind. Refugees straggled in from ravaged outer villages carrying accounts of vast pits splitting the earth, crops withering overnight, wells flooding with brackish blood. Creatures also came bearing loved ones mutated overnight into misshapen monsters by the spreading demonic influence. The glen folk whisperingly called it the blight. Iris wept as she bound the wounds and soothed the spirits of those affected both physically and mentally. But inside she burned with renewed fury at Maldrith. Perhaps she had been naive to ever believe they could gently reason with the cruel demon or its lingering essence. The loves and lives of her people were being trampled. A being that brought such torture could be bargained with no longer. After the latest survivor, a young elf girl trembling with barely contained madness in her eyes, finally succumbed to Willow's sleep spell, Iris rounded on her sister. "We can hide here no longer. Your magic grows strong again. We must go to Maldrith's den and end this fully before the blight consumes everything." Her own flickering anger shocked Iris, but she no longer cared. Something had to be done. Willow studied her with sadness but understanding. "If that is your wish, then we shall go." Iris realized her sister had only been waiting for her to find resolve before acting decisively. Elderbog had warned them against hasty judgment, but the time for patience was over. With a silent prayer that she was not leading them back into grave error, Iris went to gather their supplies. Tonight, they descended into the viper's nest. Under moonlight's dim veil, Iris and Willow approached the jagged ravine scored into the earth by Maldrith's unleashing. Foul mists still rose from the depths. Somewhere down in that pit, the demon's tormented origin point festered. Iris steeled herself against the instinctive urge to flee. But she had chosen this path, and now she must walk it through to the end. Together she and Willow conjured wings that would bear them safely down into darkness. Just as they prepared to leap into the abyss, a soft cry made them turn back. Elderbog hobbled towards them, face etched with care. In his arms he carried the 3 spirit shards, somehow subdued. "My children, before you go, take these pieces of the lost one. Their presence may guide your actions." Iris wanted to refuse, to keep these slumbering souls safe rather than risk their unknown powers unleashed. But Willow was already solemnly accepting them from the gnome, tucking each being gently into the satchel she had enchanted to shield them from the malevolent forces below. Seeing Iris's fearful eyes on the bag, Willow grasped her hands. "Trust me, sister, their light can only aid our cause, not hinder it." Iris slowly exhaled and nodded. She trusted Willow fully. Whatever destiny awaited them in the pit, they would face it together. Turning back towards the waiting abyss, the sisters wrapped an arm around each other and stepped into open air, wings carrying them swiftly down through the choking mists until a vast cavern yawned open. Bracing herself, Iris alighted onto the jagged rocks and released the concealing spell. If Maldrith lurked here, he would already sense them. This was his lair. As Willow landed softly beside her, a tremor shook loose pebbles from the ceiling. Then a grinding voice like an avalanche sounded from the dark. "My prison is breached. What fool mortals dare enter?" Iris shouted back into the stagnant air, "We are Iris and Willow, keepers of your scattered legacy." A blast of sulphurous air rushed past, extinguishing their light and plunging them into pitch blackness. The voice returned nearer, dripping with venom. "You know nothing of my power. But soon you shall." Iris quickly conjured orbs of illumination again. As the cavern reluctantly emerged from the shadows, a gasp caught in her throat. Towering against the far wall where broken stalactites framed it was the source of the ancient voice, a monstrous face of shifting rock and magma, bearded with glowing embers. It grinned malevolently, lava dribbling down its stony cheeks. Maldrith at long last exposed. Iris should have felt victorious after dreaming of finally confronting the demon in his lair. But gazing upon his tortured visage, she felt only an aching sadness. They had misjudged terribly. Maldrith was no mere monster to be conquered by force, he was an anguished spirit warped over eras by his anger and pain, needing release, not a more righteous battle against him. What had she been thinking coming here with martial intent? Beside her, Willow calmly stepped forward. "Please Maldrith, we intend no harm here. We only wish to show you something. May we approach?" Her tone rang with compassion. Stunned, the demon lord granted silent permission. Iris trailed uncertainly behind Willow, blinking back remorseful tears. Kneeling reverently before the stony face, Willow unwrapped the satchel and withdrew the 3 small beings, placing them gently upon the cavern floor. At first Maldrith only stared, but gradually recognition seemed to stir in his fiery eyes. The creatures gazed back patiently, infused with a light that did not shrivel in his presence. These shards carry your spirit long scattered and forgotten. We reunite them now, to make you whole. Willow's voice echoed like a song around the chamber. Stony tears trickled down Maldrith's craggy face as he studied the soul remnants he had lost ages ago to anger and anguish. Iris wept too as she beheld the touching reunion. She had been so blinded by fear and disgust for this demon that she nearly destroyed what little fragments remained of the chained being he once was. But Willow had led them true once again. Kneeling reverently beside her sister, Iris whispered her own remorseful prayer. "Forgive me, Maldrith. I acted in hatred without seeing your full truth. Let our joined light help restore your fragmented spirit." Iris lifted her hands and golden motes of magic drifted over to mingle with Willow's silver cloud enveloping the spirit creatures. Slowly they coalesced with Maldrith's fiery aura. A great rattling sounded overhead. Iris and Willow held fast, focusing everything on guiding the shards home as Maldrith shuddered, the weight of lost centuries crashing down upon him. Then it was done. Whole at last, Maldrith gave one last tremulous smile before his stony face collapsed into dust, leaving only empty air where eons of torment once dwelled. A profound silence engulfed the cavern. Hardly able to speak past the lump in her throat, Iris embraced her sister desperately. "Willow, I am so sorry for forcing this conflict. You were right about waiting for the proper time." Willow stroked Iris's hair. "Hush. Your anger came from love and care for our land and people. All is forgiven." Iris nodded tearfully, just relieved they had found absolution together in helping Maldrith reclaim what was lost. His liberation was their victory. Side by side they soared up out of the silent pit, leaving the last ashen remnants buried in the past where they belonged. No fresh grooves in the earth would appear now. The blight had been cleansed at long last. Iris raised her face to the silver moon and wept in joy. Maldrith's scattered flames were dark no more. Elderbog greeted them at sunrise's first light with a proud embrace for each sister. "You stayed true to your purpose. The land breathes freely again thanks to you both." Indeed, as daylight illuminated their surroundings, already the forest seemed to stand taller and birdsong ring clearer on the soft wind. Balance was slowly returning. In the days that followed, refugees returned in a trickle, then a flood. All recounted the disappearance of the demon's disturbances and darkness as suddenly as they had come. Quiet miracles graced the ravaged glen, fresh springs flowing through ashen beds, new saplings taking root in place of toppled elders. Light and life flourished once more. Iris, Willow, and Elderbog were too humble to accept the villagers' daily praise and small offerings. This restoration was not fully their own doing. Once again, their perseverant community offered Iris insight hardship endured together could inspire growth unimaginable. From Maldrith's fall, goodness had been reborn. The most enduring magic was that of hope. Soon green sprouts and comical sun-seeking seedlings reclaimed even the sisters' disastrously scorched sanctuary in the cottage. Iris laughed freely once more to see Elderbog patiently guiding their growth. Out of destruction, redemption springs in its own time, she mused. One morning, Iris awoke to Willow singing cheerfully in the kitchen where sunlight streamed through freshly polished glass, displaying a turquoise bottle atop the windowsill. Iris recognized it immediately, the Starseer's restorative gift recovered from the ashes. Just one more quiet sign of the wide hope flowing through their blessed circle of life again. With Maldrith's blight conquered fully, the sisters decided to return once more to the wise Heartwood Circle and share news of the demon's release. They recounted their mistaken methods, the eventual restoration, and lessons learned. The ancient oaks absorbed it all silently before responding with a single rumbling phrase, "Darkness long-lived still dwells in many realms. There is ever work to seek the light." Though cryptic, Iris grasped their meaning. Defeat of one shadow did not end the struggle forever. Evil lurked always in some hearts. But she and Willow had found their purpose in nurturing the sparks that may illuminate any darkness, just as their unbreakable spirit as sisters gave them light to walk even the bleakest paths. Where love and hope meet is goodness unbound. That evening, the two sat together upon the lakeshore reflecting on those simple truths as starlight glimmered on the rippling surface before them. A peaceful certainty had settled in Iris's being. Light ever endures. Chapter 14. In the moons following Maldrith's banishment, tranquility settled over the glen once more. Villagers who had fled in terror slowly returned to resurrect their lives amongst the patched ruins. Though scars remained on the ravaged land, each day brought fresh signs of rebirth, water flowing clean again through streams, new buds on burnt tree limbs, the cries of hatchlings in nests overlooked before. Iris and Willow moved between it all like birds gliding the warming currents, mending damaged wings with magic song, coaxing drooping flowers back to vivid hues, gently guiding children back towards laughter. With great patience, the sisters ensured no soul was left isolated in grief or loss. The light within their community burned all the stronger for having navigated the darkness. But as is the way of life, joy cannot thrive long without balancing shadow. Subtle troubles crept back in as the glen folk began leaving their shelters regularly again to harvest, trade and cautiously celebrate renewal. One deep winter morning, Elderbog arrived unexpectedly at the sisters' cottage clutching his tattered hat and apologizing profusely that he was the bearer of grim news. Ushering the elderly gnome inside to stoke himself by the crackling hearth, Iris poured a steaming cup of bone-set tea to ward the chill from his bones before asking what disturbed him so. Elderbog's rheumy eyes looked up gravely from the dancing flames. There have been sightings again beyond the forest verge, misshapen beasts and vengeful phantasms haunting the roads and preying on night travelers. Whatever provoked them, darkness stirs again in the bleak wilds. Iris glanced anxiously at Willow. They had been foolish to think Maldrith's defeat ended the ancient struggle against evil for all time. But with the glen still fragile and recovering, how could they possibly confront some fresh external threat? Then Willow's chin lifted with quiet resolve. If our community is in danger, we must act. This is our sacred duty. She turned to Iris, empathy in her eyes. I know you wish only for lasting peace here. But lasting peace is an ideal, not guaranteed reality. We must deal again with the truth before us. Iris sighed heavily but nodded. Her sister spoke the truth. Idealism could not blind them to rising shadows. They were guardians of this land, for better or worse. You're right, of course. We will seek guidance from the fairy circle and Elder Celeste. There must be a wise path through the darkness. Elderbog's drooping shoulders lifted slightly at the sisters' courage to face yet another trial. He knew they still doubted their own abilities after nearly unleashing greater chaos with Maldrith. But the Heartwood spirits had clearly chosen well in Willow and Iris. With souls pure and true, they could overcome whatever evil lurked on the horizon this time. The next several days brought disturbing validation of creeping threats outside the glen's borders. Refugees from ravaged villages filtered in with accounts of unnatural lightning storms stripping the autumn harvest bare. Well water soured black without explanation, blighting fields of livestock overnight. An impenetrable thicket of briars sprouted around one poor hamlet, trapping residents just as it caught any outsider who tried to breach the hedge. All recounted the same omen presaging it all, swarms of ravens flocking until they blotted out the very sun. Each tale made Iris's heart sink lower. But the final confirmation came with Daisy bursting into their cottage one dusk in a terrible state, fur singed and eyes even wider than usual in her upset. Iris dropped the onion she was slicing for stew and ran to the trembling hare. Daisy! What happened? Iris helped the soot-stained creature onto a stool and coaxed the story from her between hiccuping sobs. She had been scavenging mushrooms near the border when an unnatural sheet of lighting swept from the sky, setting fire to a large stretch of forest. Daisy had barely escaped with her life racing towards the glen. But the blaze even now consumed acre after acre towards their protected lands at an unnatural pace. Iris hugged Daisy tightly, reassuring her she was safe now. But inside her heart quailed imagining the inferno raging closer. It seemed this unknown evil would not be contained to ravaging just remote realms. Would their reborn sanctuary be reduced again to scorched ruin? Just then Willow burst in looking winded. "Iris, did you hear the—" Her question died off as she registered the state of poor Daisy. Kneeling down, Willow spoke calmly and coaxed more details from Daisy about the exact nature of this fire assault. The white streaks from the sky, the strange chemical scent, trees exploding into flame from the inside out. Magic darker than any natural lightning. As Daisy went to rest her frayed nerves, Iris turned to Willow, a million awful possibilities racing through her mind. But Willow simply murmured "wait here" and slipped outside silently, clearly having some intense notion she did not yet wish to share. Helpless to do anything else, Iris resumed preparing their measly supper, hacking vengefully at vegetables as if they were the source of all this fresh evil afoot. Willow did not return until the next morning just before daybreak. Iris had stayed up fretting all night, nearly wearing a trench in the floorboards with her ceaseless pacing. When the cottage door finally creaked open, she nearly fainted from relief. Rushing to Willow, Iris cried "thank heavens," before falling silent in astonishment as she took in her sister's disheveled, stained dress and the hastily wrapped bundle cradled in her arms. Iris hardly dared guess what that bundle contained. Sensing Iris's shock, Willow beckoned her to sit at the kitchen table and began unwrapping the coarse hessian. Nestled within lay a small, damp baby bird with a faint but unmistakable aura about it. Gently lifting the hatchling, Willow explained in hushed awe. "In the dead of night, I crept to the blazing forest border, using obscuring spells to evade the raven swarms. As I searched for some cause of the unnatural flames, I heard this babe's cries emanating from beneath a smoldering log, and felt its familiarity. Iris, I believe this is a spirit shard akin to the fox and orb we once protected." Iris studied the bedraggled creature resting in Willow's palms. Though mere days old and of mundane species, there was an uncanny wisdom around its beady eyes. She slowly extended a finger to softly stroke its downy head. A silent understanding passed between them. Here lay a soul piece they must safeguard. "Then we shall nurture it closely. But Willow, have you gleaned anything of this fresh evil sweeping the realms?" Iris finally voiced her deepest fear. Willow's expression turned grave again beneath her fatigue. "Little definite, but my every sense screams that dark forces have awoken emboldened by Maldrith's unrest. I sought guidance from the fairy circle at dawn." Here Willow faltered before uttering chilling words. "There is a prophecy either we forest beings unite now against the rising shadow, or all shall fall to a new era of darkness unending." Iris retreated to her bedroom, feelings utterly overwhelmed. How could such a burden fall again to their little glen still rebuilding from Maldrith's devastation? Had they not sacrificed enough? Collapsing atop her quilt, Iris finally let the tears flow hot and bitter. They had no fight left to give. Only the fragile flickering hope she cradled nightly in her prayers. A gentle hand at her shoulder pulled Iris from her choking sobs. Willow lay down beside Iris on the bed and wrapped an arm around her little sister as she wept. No platitudes were offered, just steady comforting support until Iris's tears slowed. Then Willow spoke quietly but firmly. "We must rise to face this trial ahead. But we shall not be alone. Light still dwells in hiding across these lands, waiting to awaken. Our task is igniting the first flames." Iris turned into her sister's shoulder, wishing desperately they could remain an innocent embrace. But Willow spoke wisdom as always. However heavy the burden, hiding here could not spare them or their home from the encroaching dark tide. They must seek out the last reserves of hope and bravery from allies scattered and isolated. Only united could light prevail against shadow. Over the next week, the sisters carefully planned their dangerous quest to traverse the blighted landscape seeking aid. The growing voidling hatchling, named Raven for her ebony feathers, would remain here secretly under Elderbog's devoted care and Iris's songs sustaining the protective aura. Only at the journey's end might the babe's role become clear. Their farewell was tearful but resolute. Then, garbed in unassuming grey cloaks, Iris and Willow left the only realm they had ever known, turning towards lands ravaged by the rising dark forces. Uncertainty lay ahead, but they walked hand in hand. If they could rekindle just one extinguished torch of hope, more would soon follow. The days and nights stretched on in a grueling marathon. From coasts strewn with bones after unnatural storms, to villages now populated only by lingering spirits bound in torment, their faith and strength was tested constantly. But Willow and Iris persisted, bringing what small comfort they could and seeking any still untouched by creeping despair. Just a single ally would rekindle their flickering beacon. Nearly 3 weeks after leaving the glen, the sisters stumbled half-dead themselves into a remote abbey high in the misty foothills. They had been on the verge of collapsing beneath the endless weight of horrors witnessed. But now their hearts lifted at the sight of sweet incense curling from the windowsills and the gentle light suffusing the walls below a great bronze bell in the steeple. Surely good yet thrived here. Indeed, they were quickly ushered inside and revived with simple but nourishing vegetable stew by silent nuns in flowing purple robes. Though the sisters were too depleted to explain their cause just yet, the nuns seemed to recognize a shared purpose in their exhausted but hopeful eyes. The room was prepared and the two kindred forces at last allowed slumber's reprieve. They had found an ally oasis. When Iris awoke the next morning to sun streaming through the white shutters, for a moment she forgot the endless trials endured. But gradually they came trickling back, images flashing behind her eyes that she desperately wished to forget. She was grateful when a kind-faced nun appeared and gestured silently for Iris to join them in breaking their nightly silence. Down in the bright refectory over oat porridge, Iris and Willow finally voiced their quest fully to the focused abbess and sisters gathered around. Though several gasps sounded, never did their tired eyes show doubt, only empathy. When the tale was told, the abbess spoke solemnly but warmly. "You have walked through much darkness, as have we. But know you are not alone. The light still endures." Murmured affirmations echoed around the hall. Iris nearly wept in relief at their immediate understanding. Here were more kindred spirits ready to unite in preserving what little hope remained against consuming shadows. The abbess continued gravely, "For months now, our dreams have held visions of prophecy yet unfulfilled. A great tree was blighted but with 2 birds who may restore it. Your coming confirms our purpose. We humbly thank you for offering your aid," Willow said earnestly. "But I must be transparent, we know not yet if victory can be achieved, even united. Our own hope wanes thin." The abbess smiled radiantly. "Then we shall share our light to reignite yours. Come, let us discuss preparations." That evening brought the first comforts of full stomachs and accommodation the sisters had enjoyed since departing the glen. Simple gifts that were sheer blessings. Over the next week, they gradually restored their depleted magic, counseled with the wise nuns on weaving light spells and kennings, and meticulously planned their next move based on bleak reports trickling in from all realms. The despair could nearly be tasted on the air currents now, wafting out even to this isolated refuge. Action must be soon. On the 7th dawn at the abbey, Iris awoke to gentle bells ringing instead of the usual rooster's crow. Some difference in the air immediately gripped her heart. Today was the day. The sisters dressed in light leather armor gifted by the nuns and joined the procession downstairs where solemn but smiling faces greeted them. The abbess spoke a simple blessing over those gathered, her words seeming to shine with belief that even the frailest flicker of light could illuminate the darkness if kindled together. Then they passed silently through the great oak doors engraved with protective runes out into the waiting world with its testing trials. What lay ahead, none could foresee. But they walked forward united, spirits ablaze in shared purpose. That was power beyond any evil's grasp. For 3 days the small but zealous brigade Iris and Willow, flanked by a dozen nuns walking with staffs ablaze, ventured on towards the wasting lands ahead. Word of fresh havoc had placed their destination at the foot of the Absalm Ridge. All light subdued who walked near. Few pilgrims here returned. But such dark reports only strengthened the sisters' resolve. If any glimmers yet held out here, they must be stoked to conflagration. Sunset on the 3rd eve painted them a dire welcome. The sky roiled with bloody clouds from which shrieking voices seemed to emanate. Even the air felt charged with pulsing menace, scorching their lungs. Iris clung more desperately to Willow's steady hand, relying on her sister's strength. The dark energy mounted steadily as they marched on. Without warning, the crimson clouds shattered with a thunderous explosion and lightning bolt that decimated a swath of trees in its purplish wake. The sisters shielded themselves from flying splinters behind a rocky outcrop just as horrific winged specters poured from the clouds, steel talons outstretched. Their empty white eyes saw only devastation. Iris screamed as bony fingers raked her shoulder before she could summon any counter-magic. They were horrifically outnumbered, but Willow yelled out, "Stand fast!" Iris watched her sister's face harden with ferocious protectiveness, then glowing silver magic flew from her hands, weaving a dome shield over their party. The nuns added their own golden waves of light, forcing the cursing creatures back momentarily. "We must forge ahead through their lines while we have strength," Willow cried urgently. Gripping wounded shoulders, they plunged up the smoldering path where the ridge summit lay shrouded in writhing darkness. The phantom horde followed swiftly, claws slashing against their fraying light shield with shrill cries. Iris felt their magic dimming rapidly. They were too exposed here. Then a screech not of this world rent the air just as the last dregs of their protection vanished. Iris braced for the rending claws, but miraculously, they did not come. Cautiously she peered up to see the ghosts flinching from a lone red-haired figure now standing boldly atop the ridge clad in resplendent armor that seemed to turn the very air to blinding fire where darkness touched it. The phantom pack retreated before this unexpected light, though their lifeless eyes remained fixed on the sisters with malevolent promise. But for now, they had won a respite. Half delirious with relief, Iris and Willow staggered up to collapse at the feet of their unexpected savior, a blazing Valkyrie descended from myth itself. Or so it seemed to their hazy minds. Gentle hands reached down to help raise them to sit back against the cool stone. Blinking through the fog of pain and exhaustion, Iris's vision focused at last upon the Valkyrie's kindly familiar face. "Raven!" Iris exclaimed hoarsely. No longer a nestling, the forest shard they had nurtured like their own family stood now as their salvation. Overcome, Iris embraced her tightly. Willow too smiled in awed gratitude through her fatigue. "Dear girl, you came. Your light was our beacon through the darkness." Raven shook her head humbly. "Nay, yours guided me to awaken fully. Now I can stand at last against this evil tormenting our realms." Her steel wings shimmered softly as she helped them drink from the nuns' own dwindling water skins. Though the spectral threat still circled beyond sight, ready to surge again, Iris felt only hope welling up. With Raven to rekindle their flame, they would prevail over darkness. But many brutal hours lay ahead still. Snatches of restless sleep in a rocky cave sheltered by the ridge preceded the next onslaught at daybreak. This time winged gulls came shrieking down the mountain face, belching vile black ichor over the valley. Only a luminous shield by Raven spared them as it sizzled into the earth. Iris clasped Willow's waist, bolstering her weary sister's magic with soft songs. The nuns too stood fast, rounding their staffs rhythmically until a light thrummed in time to push their barrier out. For a long breath they seemed to have restrained the fury. But too soon the darkness shook the earth again. Low on the path, the soil itself cracked open and out poured a nightmarish creature, part smoky wisp, part maggot flesh. A dozen of its vile spawn followed, blindly seeking light to devour. Iris gagged at the putrid stench seeping from their dripping jaws. "Protect the nuns," she cried to Raven, who spread silver wings around the frozen women. Iris and Willow summoned the last dregs of their power into scorching twin beams at the nether beasts, turning them to mute ashes. But their own lights had dimmed to mere sparks now. They could not withstand another assault. As if reading their defeat, a terrible rumbling rolled down from the ridge summit. There on its peak stood a horned figure wreathed in shadow, his darkness seeping outward, intoxicating the phantoms to new frenzy. They had met the source at last. Iris glanced at Willow in despair. The prophecy remained unfulfilled. How could they torch the darkness when their own flames were dying embers? But Willow suddenly closed her eyes, the hint of a smile on her cracked lips. With enormous effort, she turned to Iris and pressed something small into her palm, the Starseer's gift, recovered from the cottage ruins after Maldrith's attack. The tiny vial of restorative liquid shone like captured starlight. "Drink this now. It will restore your spirit," Willow whispered. Before Iris could react, her sister smashed the vial at her feet. Silver liquid soaked into Iris, filling her with warmth and energy until she shone brighter than the armor-clad raven. The dark creatures hissed and retreated from her blazing aura. Iris cried out in protest, "Willow, no! Together we could have shared." But it was too late. The gift had been fully absorbed into Iris alone. Now Willow sagged against the cave wall looking utterly spent but smiling in sorrowful satisfaction. She had sacrificed herself so Iris would have the strength to carry the torch alone. Tears blurred Iris's vision as she cradled her fading sister. But Willow gripped her hands with surprising force, still smiling. "Your light has ever been the brightest, Iris. Now shine. Guide them all home." With those final words, Willow's eyes slowly closed. Her breathing slowed until Iris could no longer feel the gentle puff against her cheek. The greatest piece of Iris's heart had gone dark. For a moment, she sank into fathomless despair. But somewhere in the endless void, a faint melody seemed to echo from a distant place where Willow now peacefully dwelt. It kindled a tiny spark inside Iris's chest. Not all was lost while she carried Willow's love and spirit within. Laying her sister tenderly down, Iris rose to face the anxious crowd behind her. Though tears yet streamed down her face, Iris's voice rang clear. "Friends, my sister has given everything out of love for this realm. Will you stand with me now to carry forth her light?" Nods rippled through the group as Iris raised her palms skyward, summoning the full power of her unleashed spirit. Like a beacon it flared up, banishing all shadows. From Willow's sacrifice, Iris now held enough light magic to push back the dark source on the mountain and seal these lands in lasting peace. Though her sister was gone, Iris would fight on, so Willow's gift was not in vain. With fiery eyes, Iris turned to face evil one last time. The dark horned figure howled in fury as Iris's blazing beam struck his chest, cracking through the protective void. The phantom beasts swarmed to defend their master, but Raven swept them aside almost with contempt. Her silver armor flashed violently as she sliced and rented the shadow host into wisps. "Now sister! Unleash it all!" Raven cried. With a primal scream from her core that echoed into every recess of darkness, Iris felt her light surge forth, a tsunami wave of pure power. It illuminated the demonic overlord fully before crashing down through his twisted form. His screeching death cry was drowned out by Iris's spell of banishment in ancient tongues. As the dark spirit shredded away into oblivion, Iris faintly registered the sun breaking over the mountain horizon, its warmth on her face. All around, fled creatures emerged from their hiding holes, lifting their faces in awe till the light returned. The long night was over. Iris fell to her knees amidst the ragged crowd, laughing and weeping together. Willow's spirit soared on the breeze, racing in joyful circles with Iris's own as they celebrated this rebirth. The land would heal. Chapter 15. Silence hung over the weary brigade like a shroud as they made camp that evening by the ridge. Though the demonic overlord had been vanquished, joy did not dare emerge yet. Loss still smothered it. Iris sat slumped against a stony outcrop, gazing emptily down at the object cradled in her lap, a single silver lily that had bloomed mysteriously where Willow fell. Iris had found it glowing with faint magic in place of her sister's earthly body when the light had cleared. Some small fragment of Willow's pure spirit given gentle form. But it was no comfort yet to Iris. The strange victory almost mocked her aching grief. Iris kept reliving those final moments, the press of the vial in her palm, the shove that sent her reeling back untouched as poison soaked Willow instead. Her sister willfully cast aside her own life to restore Iris's magic, confident Iris could win the crusade alone. Had Iris led them to such folly in believing this quest was theirs to undertake together? Willow was too unselfish, too ready for sacrifice. Iris should have protected her, but instead she had failed utterly. Now Iris sat numb and lost, unable to weep any more tears, clutching the lily that was now Willow in this cold world. She vaguely registered Raven landing gracefully beside her to offer a skin of water. Iris accepted it, but the liquid seemed to turn to ashes in her mouth. Though she gazed directly at Raven, she did not seem to truly see the half-celestial being who had fought so valiantly with them against the darkness. Iris was adrift, severed from her sense of purpose when Willow's guiding light had blinked out. Several agonizing days passed thus. Iris refused food or drink, hardly registering the concerned voices. She sat unmoving in shock even as the makeshift camp broke and the group began the long journey out of the blighted lands towards home. Only Raven's gentle touch could stir Iris to place one foot before the other in a slow mechanical march back towards the glen. Raven made sure Iris's arms stayed clasped around the precious lily, never letting it fall. The miles blurred by. At times Iris seemed to glimpse Willow fleetingly smiling at her in the dappled sun on the path ahead, or hear her laughter dancing on the breeze. But her steps faltered when the vision evaporated each time. Hallucinations born of a mind unhinged by loss. Iris never glanced up at the glowing trees or chattering creatures welcoming them back into the heartwood as the forests slowly recovered from darkness. The light held no joy without Willow to share it. When at last the lush valley leading down to the silver glen came into welcome view, Iris froze. The journey had held some small refuge in its monotony for her crushed spirit. But returning now, empty-handed to all those who had sacrificed so much and believed in the sisters as saviors, it was unbearable. She could not face them or the remnants of home without Willow. Sensing her anguish, Raven wrapped a gentle arm around Iris's shoulders and together they descended the final wooded path towards the village. If Iris had lifted her gaze even once from her boots, she would have witnessed the timid life peeking out to note their passage with reverent awe. But she was blind, numb to all but the gaping void in her soul where Willow had once faithfully walked beside her. At long last they passed into the heart of the village, where hesitant cheers broke out which quickly faded to confused and concerned murmurs. Why did only one sister return? Iris finally paused in her single-minded steps, lifting her ravaged face like one awakening from a nightmare to confront reality's devastating light. Here once again were all the homely, blessed faces that had embraced her and Willow upon their fateful departure however long ago. But there would be no tender reunion now, only reckoning. Elderbog hobbled forth through the crowd, his old eyes moistening with immediate understanding as they fell upon Iris's face. He opened his frail arms and Iris fell into them, the lily tumbling to the earth unheeded. She unleashed the first painful sobs into Elderbog's shoulder, bitter cries echoed by the crowd as they slowly grasped their bitter victory. Willow had fulfilled the prophecy, but paid the ultimate price. Their champion was lost. For 3 days, Iris did not leave the bed that had once held her and Willow's dreams and whispers. She lay facing the cold wall, clutching the silver lily that never tarnished. Its gentle light no longer comforted Iris, only reminded her of impending days leached of joy without Willow's smile. Food lay untouched next to the bed. Iris felt no earthly hunger, only the hollowness where her heart and spirit had been. Sleep seldom came to stop the dire visions swirling through her weary mind. But late on the 3rd night, after drifting into a fitful doze, Iris found herself standing beneath a glowing tree on misty ground. As she peered ahead through the veil, the unmistakable silhouette of Willow materialized, bathed in warm light. Iris cried out and raced towards her sister, but found no embrace, only the visage of Willow gazing back mournfully. "Dear Iris, why do you linger in darkness when you have always walked in light?" Willow's voice echoed strangely but tenderly. Iris fell to her knees, fresh tears spilling over. "The light abandoned me when you sacrificed yourself. All is a cold shadow without you. Nay, you cling to shadow by choice, shutting out the light always around if you look." Willow's eyes radiated only compassion, not judgment. But her words pierced Iris deeply, resonating with truth. The vision of Willow began fading even as Iris desperately reached out. Wait, please. But the final glimpse was only her sad smile. Then mist swirled over the empty boughs again. Iris sank down weeping. Even from beyond, Willow guided her to the truth. Light still waited here if Iris stepped back into its warm glow. But it felt a betrayal to even consider it without Willow. A gentle hand suddenly rested on Iris's shoulder, stirring her from the dreamscape and back into the dim bedroom. Iris turned with a gasp, almost expecting to see Willow again. But it was only Raven gazing down at her, face etched with care. "You called out. Another dream?" Raven asked simply. Iris managed a small nod. The first acknowledgement of anyone in days. Raven extended a hand. "Come outside, sister. I wish to show you something." When Iris hesitated, Raven added, "I will stay at your side." Clinging firmly to Raven's steady grasp, Iris finally lifted herself from the rumpled quilt and followed the winged guide out the cottage door. She winced and squinted at the shards of midday light piercing the trees. Iris had lived an eon in shadow. But gradually, as Raven led Iris in silence through the village outskirts, details began to pierce the fog shrouding her senses. The birdsong, the leaf buds peeping tentatively out, the smiling faces of children waving sticks at imaginary enemies in play. Everywhere lingered signs that life carried on, heedless of sorrow. Something in Iris's chest reluctantly ached back to fullness. Their slow walk ended at the edge of the village graveyard where tidy stone markers stood in remembrance of those who had walked this earth before journeying beyond. Raven guided Iris to 2 fresh stones etched with flowers and blessings beside the tiny plot where Tabitha now rested. "The clan elders buried her with reverence 3 days past while you recovered. I asked them to wait on this other marker until you awakened." Raven kept a gentle wing around Iris's shoulder. "They wish for Willow to be remembered among the noble guardians of our people." Iris dropped to her knees before the soft earth covering the sister buried in more than mere soil. Tracing the name etched in runes, Iris wept again, but it felt like a cleansing flow after stagnant days trapped in despair's barren cage. Looking upon this monument to Willow's selfless spirit, something cracked open inside Iris, the immutable knowledge that her sister really had passed into the endless light beyond mortal burdens. There was no calling her back. Willow wished only for Iris now to kindle her own flame again in this realm that needed her still. Iris bent her forehead to the cool stone, murmuring through tears, "Your gift shines within me always. I shall walk where you led us." Raising her face, Iris felt a trace of the vast light now holding Willow. It waited to embrace her when she passed beyond as well. But not yet. Iris rose slowly, and saw the crowd that had gathered silently around the new grave site. They waited with patient, loving faces for Iris's lead on how to honor their lost champion. More than ever now, these people needed Iris's light to guide the way forward from tragedy's veil into tomorrow's hope. She could not abandon them. Turning to Raven and the crowd, Iris spoke clear and steady for the first time in days. "My sister dwells in our hearts now, and her spirit lights the path ahead. Let us walk it together." A cheer rose up as Iris's aura brightened into a beacon once more. Willow's gift strengthened her still. In the moons afterward, Iris journeyed far and wide across the land, spreading word that light had dawned after the darkness. She walked the humble path restoring hope, just as she and Willow had first envisioned. With each small flame kindled in another heart, Iris felt less alone in spirit. The day finally came when Raven spread her silver wings and departed to aid other realms still struggling to rebuild. Iris wept and smiled, bidding her goodbye. But when Iris returned alone up the path to their cottage, now just hers, it no longer felt hollow and bereft. Kneeling by the stream, Iris released the silver lily that had kept Willow close through the first morning moons. It drifted away shimmering until out of sight around a bend. But Wilson's light flowed on within Iris, guiding her ever forward. She would share that beacon always in honor of her sister who had sacrificed everything so hope could rise again like the dawn.